Chapter 295. 5 days later, Thales sat listlessly in the Archduchess' study room in Heroic Spirit Palace. Saroma sat at the desk opposite him, engrossed in reading a book called Cahilliero's Selected Poems. The Prince of Constellation lowered his head slightly and exhaled. The shock brought about by the library did not last long. The sketch in the book did not give Thales any more information. He could only guess that the Blade of Purification, as a weapon that might have drunk the great dragon's blood, had formed a connection and resonance with his unique physique. And the bridge in the middle of this connection was becoming clearer. That draconic name. But this was not the thing that bothered Thales the most at the moment. "I've gone to Count Leaspan." Thales' light words attracted Saroma's attention. The Archduchess raised her head and her eyes lit up. "What did Seal say?" Thales scratched his head. "Leaspan said that regarding the Alliance of Freedom, we have to wait for the City of Faraway Prayer's official letter before we can decide how to deal with it. But don't worry." The Prince of Constellation grinned. "Leaspan is very confident that the Archduchess will continue to maintain her independence and autonomy. He already has a plan. As King Nuven's prime minister, he is not an ordinary person." The corners of Saroma's mouth curled up slightly, showing that the Archduchess was in a good mood at the moment. "Thales, thank you." Thales shrugged. He recalled the scene of him privately talking to Leaspan the day before yesterday, and could not help but sigh. "Thank you for your concern, Prince Thales. We will naturally deal with the Archduchess' affairs. Please do not forget that we are the vassals of Dragon Cloud City. You are, after all, just a guest, not the master. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Of course, as the Archduchess' most sincere friend, please do not have any unnecessary thoughts, let alone actions. No matter what they are, it is very disadvantageous to you, to the lady, to Dragon Cloud City, and to Eternal Star City. Of course, as the Archduchess' most sincere friend, please do not have any unnecessary thoughts. I admire your reputation for being intelligent and mature, and I do not wish to see you degenerate into a mediocre person who is addicted to desires. I hope you take care of yourself. You must know that your situation is not very safe." "Really?" Thales closed his eyes and hammered his head hard. "What do you mean by unnecessary thoughts and mediocre people addicted to lust?" Charles Leaspan, an old man in his 60s or 70s, what was going on in his head all day long? After this incident, Thales realized that his unpopularity in Dragon Cloud City had reached a new breakthrough. Not only Leaspan and Nicholas, even Madame Gings and the two maidservants looked at him strangely for the past few days, causing Thales to be cautious even when he greeted the servants. He was afraid that a masked man with a knife would suddenly jump out from a corner and charge at him while shouting for Extet. Unexpectedly, Poutre did not seem to be in a hurry when it came to the prince taking the initiative to get involved in Dragon Cloud City's political struggle, as well as his determination to help his friend break away from an unfortunate marriage for the sake of friendship. However, the way he smoked his pipe and smiled with a crooked face that said, "I understand," really made Thales worried. Even Waya and Ralph's gazes gave Thales the illusion that he had a guilty conscience. We're not surprised at all. You know, teenagers always have to experience some special events before they can grow up. This was what the Lord, who was puffing out smoke rings, answered with a smirk when Thales could not help but ask when he was learning bardic poetry from Poutre one day. Because of this sentence, Thales deducted all the bounty that was supposed to be given to the Lord on the day of reward. In the study, Thales shook his head and tried to chase the memories out of his mind. "By the way, do you know anything about the new teacher who will be coming later?" Saroma put down her book and asked doubtfully, "I heard that he was introduced by your interesting vice diplomat." Poutre, immersed in his memories, Thales said with a straight face, "He's not my vice diplomat. I'm not familiar with him." Selma looked at him strangely, snorted soundlessly through her nose, and returned her attention to her book. At the same time, the sound of two people's footsteps suddenly came from outside the study. Astra's thud, thud, thud. To be precise, it was the sound of one person's footsteps and another person's thud, thud, thud. Astra's Thales frowned. "This is the sound of wood hitting the ground." The rhythm is chaotic, unorganized, and careless, as if it's just knocked on the ground. But it's also very heavy, just like the door to the study opened. The female official, Gings, walked in and bowed slightly to the Archduchess and the prince. Then, she left politely and discreetly. Behind the female official, a thin and frail figure appeared. The newcomer's body was slightly hunched, and he was leaning on a rather old and heavy walking stick. He put all his weight on the stick, and the tip of the stick was firmly planted on the ground. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Gings closed the door to the study. The prince and the Archduchess immediately sat up straight and looked at the newcomer. He walked step by step towards Thales and Saroma, who were sitting beside the study table. My apologies, sirs and madams. I'm old. Ahem. These broken bones of mine can't withstand the torment. Following the guest was an old, weak, and shriveled voice, accompanied by a clear throat. It was as if he would not be able to continue speaking if he did not do so. The carriage I took from Enlenzo to Ekstedt almost threw my butt off. The lads were afraid that I would die on the way, so they had to slow down. After I arrived at Dragoncloud City, I had to rest for 4 days. Thales first glanced at the walking stick. He remembered the Black Prophet, whom he had met a few times a long time ago, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The prince got rid of the unnecessary impression. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the newcomer. It was a thin and short old man. The top of his head was sparse with white hair, and his face was lined with wrinkles. He seemed to have gone through a lot. The old man was wrapped from head to toe. He used this term because his body was so thin that it looked like his clothes were hung on overly small hangers. He wore a normal dark coat with a white undershirt and a red scarf. He looked no different from an ordinary merchant who did business in a shop. He did not seem to be in good spirits. His eyes were misty and turbid. Only his left eye was wearing a pince-nez monocle, which made his left eye look especially big from the front. The old man forced a calm and gentle smile. His wrinkles moved up and down his chapped lips, giving others a feeling of desolation in his old age. He looks even older than Lee Span and Neuven from 6 years ago. Thales was secretly shocked. He's at least 70 years old. How did Poutre and Gilbert manage to invite such an old man, who looks like he's in a bad condition and is about to die, to travel thousands of miles to Dragoncloud City? Good day, sir, Thales said rather worriedly. I heard Poutre mention something about a new teacher, but he refused to say who it was. Saroma stared blankly at the new teacher. She seemed to be stunned by his age and condition as well. Maybe he's right. That way, you won't be too disappointed when you see an old man who's about to die. The old man laughed dryly. He seemed to be straining to take another step forward. His right hand, which was holding onto his walking stick, trembled slightly. You don't mind if I sit down, do you? The thin old man looked at his trembling right arm. He scrunched up his nose in disdain and shook his head. My legs aren't good. Obviously, he did not ask for their opinion, or, at least, the Archduchess' opinion. Instead, he picked the most comfortable leather chair and sat down. The thin old man sank into the leather chair. He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He rested for a few seconds. Thales and Saroma looked at each other. There was surprise on their faces, and they did not know how to react. This is the teacher whom Gilbert and Poutre hold in high regard? The old man seemed to have recovered some of his strength. He then opened his eyes and flashed a weak smile. Don't worry, I've been weak and sickly since I was young. I may look terrible, but in truth, I've lived longer than too many strong and healthy people. Thales curled up the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. I heard that you're Gilbert Casso and Poutre-Nemain, and they're indebted to your teachings. The thin old man tilted his head slightly and narrowed his eyes, as though he was reminiscing. Oh yes, those two interesting boys, the little adult and the troublemaker. The old man paused for a moment, as though he had just remembered. He curled up the corners of his mouth. A long time ago, when I was still a home tutor, the students I taught. They seem to be among them. Thales raised his eyebrows and exchanged glances with Saroma again, puzzled. Oh yes. The old man's eyelid twitched. His left eye behind the lens widened abruptly, and it looked rather frightening. He drew out the walking stick in his right hand and placed it between his knees. Then, he held it with both hands and smiled faintly. As an opening remark, we should indeed introduce ourselves first. The old man looked at the two embarrassed students with a gentle gaze. The wrinkles on his face curled up like waves. Let's start with me. Merrill Hicks. The thin old man cleared his throat. I'm for Dragon Kiss Basin and Lenzo Dukedom, Longchant City. But most of the people who know me like to call me Old Crow. Of course, the students usually like to call me that behind my back. Thal's heart stirred a little. Dragon Kiss Basin. You're from Dragon Kiss Academy? You're a scholar? Saroma's eyes brightened. She leaned forward in high spirits and looked at her new teacher, Hicks, curiously. I heard from Seal that you're very famous, and that many outstanding people have been in your... Hicks laughed at first, then shook his head with a slight sigh and interrupted the Archduchess. Although I do hold a post in Dragon Kiss Academy. Hicks left, I behind the lens blinked once. But I have to say, I'm ashamed to say that I've never obtained a scholar's qualification. When I traveled to other countries, I relied on the proof of a scholar's qualification from my classmate to barely get a job as a home tutor in a noble's castle. His tone was casual and normal. Even though that was how he used his words, it was clear that he was not ashamed at all. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter, like forgetting to bring my wallet when I went out. Thales and Saroma stared at each other in astonishment for the third time. Both of them blinked. What? Old Crow. Hicks nodded at them in a friendly and mischievous manner. Then, it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Ladies first. How about that? Saroma's small mouth opened slightly. She could not quite react. Thales was also a little confused. Over the past 6 years, the boys and girls of Dragoncloud City had experienced countless Northland home tutors. They were rigid, flexible, serious, stubborn, apathetic kind, humorous, pretentious, and extremely fierce, but every tutor knew what kind of students they were going to face before they came here. Their reactions when they saw the Archduchess and the prince were not like the old man, who called himself the Old Crow. At least, he did not tell them in such a nonchalant tone that he had once forged a certificate to deceive them. He also did not casually ask the two nobles to introduce themselves the moment he opened his mouth. Also, the way he addressed them, sir or madam, this made Thales remember that 6 years ago, in Mindy's hall, Gilbert had also addressed him as sir before he was acknowledged as a prince. When he thought of this, nostalgia surged in his heart. Relax, don't be nervous. I'm not here to be your enemy, unlike most of the tutors in this world. Hicks noticed the Archduchess' reaction. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of teeth that were well-maintained despite his old age. He laughed casually. Dragoncloud City pays me a salary, but it is not for me to bother you. In fact, I just want to chat with you. If I'm not welcome, then I'll just treat it as a stroll in Northland. The Old Crow exhaled and nodded with a smile. He looked at Saroma with a gentle gaze. He rested his right hand on his walking stick and patted the back of his right hand with his left hand. Although I have heard many things about the two of you before, it is obvious that I would like to hear your own voices. Obviously, the old man's attitude made Saroma feel much more at ease. The young girl glanced at Thales, and the latter gave her an encouraging nod. Good day, Mr. Hicks. I am Saroma Walton from Dragoncloud City. Ahem, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma said carefully. In fact, I am very stupid. I don't know anything. I only know how to read, Hicks chuckled. Ah, Archduchess, it's so kind to see you. Haha, at least we have something in common that is obvious. Hicks blinked, smiled, and poked the monocle on the bridge of his nose. Saroma adjusted her pince-nez, raised her eyebrows slightly, and curled up the corners of her mouth. Thales knew that this was an expression that she wanted to laugh but was holding back. The Old Crow shook his head and turned to the other person. His left eye widened slightly behind his monocle. Why don't you sit closer, Thales? The Prince of Constellation, who was observing the interaction between the two, paused for a moment. You don't have to act like a hedgehog. You may always be in trouble, but not today, not here. Hicks tapped his walking stick and looked at Thales with a profound gaze. Thales widened his eyes and stared at the strange new teacher. His Adam's apple bobbed a little. Good day, mister. In the end, He politely moved his chair forward a little, lowered his scrutinizing gaze a little, and nodded. I am Thales Jadestar, and I look forward to your teaching. Thank you for accepting Putre's invitation and coming all the way here to teach us. Yes, Thales. Hicks took a deep breath and stared at Thales with his left eye behind his monocle. His voice was a little weak. Jadestar, very good. Jadestar, as expected. Thales was slightly startled. Oh, right, teaching. The old crow did not waste any more time. He patted the back of his hand and sighed. Both of you must be very curious. What exactly does such a strange and terrible old man want to teach you? What can he teach you? Under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the two students, the thin old man sitting in the leather chair lifted his back from the back of the chair and raised his head. I have thought about this question before. Even among the many students I have taught, both of you can't be said to be the most ordinary ones. Thales and Saroma stared at their teacher seriously. Truth be told, whether it was Gilbert's highly praising comment of he is the second most respected person in my life in his letter, or Putre's introduction, which seemed to be careless but was actually trying to keep them guessing, all of them made Thales look forward to meeting this rather strange old crow for the first time. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Hicks slapped the back of his hand and laughed. Truth be told, I can't think of anything to teach you either. So, in the end, I've decided to hell with teaching and whatnot. Under the two students' astonished gazes, the thin old man said in a casual and relaxed manner, Let's just have a chat today. Chat? For the fourth time, Thales and Saroma cast each other a shocked and puzzled glance. What is this? It's very interesting, isn't it? One of you is the supreme ruler of Dragon Cloud City, Hicks said with a sigh. The other is the heir of an ancient kingdom. A man and a woman coincidentally sitting in the same room and facing the same terrible old man. Then, how about we talk about a topic that is related to both of you? The prince raised his eyebrows. He looked at his notebook, closed it silently, and pushed it away from his hand. The old crow furrowed his eyebrows, as though he was deep in thought. His gaze kept moving between the boy and the young lady, who were at a loss. A topic that is related to both Northlanders and Constellatiates. Let me think. Hicks' eyebrows twitched, and the wrinkles on his face fluctuated again. Oh, I've got it. The old man looked at Saroma amiably. Madam. Saroma immediately nodded politely in response. Mr. Hicks. The old man nicknamed the old crow nodded in satisfaction, then extended his hand to Thales, who was beside him. The prince was slightly startled. This is Thales, Hicks said solemnly. Thales Jadestar. Ah, I know. Saroma was a little puzzled. Hicks sighed. The calm, vigilant, handsome, and sharp-eyed prince of Constellation. He has a pair of interesting gray eyes, but he carries the rise and fall of an ancient kingdom on his shoulders. He struggles and strives in an invisible, dark vortex. Thales' eyebrows quivered. This teacher, his choice of words, is a little. Saroma could not help but glance at the second prince. There was worry and pity in her gaze. He said faintly, So, Saroma Walton, as the unprecedented Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, a Northland girl who is youthful, young, restless, has a delicate status, and exudes vitality in the next second, their gentle new teacher, Meryl Hicks from Dragon Kiss Land, smiled at the confused Archduchess and asked, Do you like him? Asterisk thud. Asterisk at that moment. The book in the young lady's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 296. In the Archduchess' study room, Saroma widened her eyes. What? Thales also stared blankly at his new teacher, who had just uttered such shocking words. This, are you really here to be a teacher? In the awkward atmosphere, the flustered Archduchess was tongue-tied. She could not utter a single word for a long time. She could only cast a pleading look at Thales out of habit. Mr. Hicks. In the end, Thales could not take it anymore, so he braced himself and said, This joke is a little. Saroma and I. However, the culprit of this atmosphere, the thin Meryl Hicks, still held his walking stick and looked at Saroma with the ghost of a smile. The next second, the young girl took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind about something. Then, she resolutely lowered her head, bent down, and picked up the selected poems of Cahill that had fallen by her feet. It seemed to be very important. She left the awkwardness to Thales alone. But soon, he was no longer embarrassed. Yes. The bespectacled old crow turned his head and interrupted Thales rudely. The old man's eyes behind the monocle blinked gently. He glanced at Thales, who was about to speak, and stared at Saroma. You must like him very much. Saroma, who had just straightened her back with a book in her arms, became awkward again. She had no choice but to say, we're just good friends. Thales nodded in agreement. Otherwise, without the Archduchess' deliberate protection, a hostage prince from Constellation. Unexpectedly, the old crow Hick's mocking expression slowly disappeared. He did not pay attention to Saroma and Thales' clarification. He only shook his head and continued speaking. It is impossible for him to stay safe and sound for 6 whole years in the Northlanders' Dragon Cloud City, surrounded by a pack of hostile wolves. The 2 students were stunned. Hick's expression was no longer as relaxed and contented as it was at the beginning. Even though he was still smiling, the murkiness in his eyes had slowly disappeared. He pulled the walking stick in his hand closer. What do you think, Thales? The prince snapped out his daze. He suddenly realized that the old man's words just now were not to tease them about their relationship out of boredom. Looks like I'm thinking too much. In the face of Hick's question, Thales let go of the awkwardness in his heart and sighed slowly. I can't deny it. The teenager glanced at the girl, who was blushing slightly. He nodded apprehensively. If it weren't for Saroma's protection, the Northlanders would not be so polite to me. I'm very grateful for that. Saroma said nothing. Hick sighed softly. Then, may I ask, Saroma? Just like how he addressed the prince, the old crow addressed the Archduchess by her name without any reservations. Why are your people, your vassals, and your subordinates so impolite to Thales? Did the prince do something unforgivable to them? Saroma glared at Thales. No, Thales did not do anything wrong. The Archduchess shook her head forcefully. But he is the Prince of Constellation, so the Northlanders have a reason to hate him. This is the hatred between nations. The new teacher narrowed his eyes. Why? Why should the Northlanders hate the Prince of Constellation? 18 years ago, during Constellation's bloody year, Saroma paused for a few seconds. She looked at Thales worriedly. When she saw that the latter's expression was normal, she took a deep breath and answered, We, Extet and Constellation, fought a terrible war. Thales stared seriously at the old crow, who was still smiling but gave off an inexplicable sense of sternness. He suddenly understood what Hicks wanted to talk about. The bloody year. Of course, this is what Constellation calls it. Hicks' gaze was deep as he sighed with emotion. The bloody year was between the beginning of year 660 and year 661 of the calendar of eradication. The new teacher's gaze became solemn. So, during the war, what did the Constellations do? What made Extet, who took the initiative to invade, hate Constellation so much? Thales furrowed his brows. Saroma hesitated for a second, but under Hick's smile, she still recalled the contents of the books and lessons she had in the past. She answered truthfully, because of the Fortress Treaty. At the end of the war, the Northlanders were forced to negotiate peace with Constellation under pressure from many parties. They even signed a treaty. Other than a piece of disputed woodland northwest of the fortress before the war, and some monetary compensation, Extet did not get much land or spoils of war. Many people, from the archdukes to the vassals, from the nobles to the soldiers, were dissatisfied with the fact that they had already broken through the northern territory and won victory on the battlefield. In the end, they had to return to the north with their tails between their legs. So, the Archduchess glanced at Thales cautiously again. So they felt that this was a humiliation brought upon them by the Constellation's despicable methods. As he listened to the conversation between the old and the young, Thales remembered everything that Gilbert had told him in the carriage on the eve of the National Conference. Rather than saying that this was a treaty, it would be better to say that this was a record of humiliation. Very well, so this is the answer. The Fortress Treaty which is disproportionate to the results of the war, is the source of the Northlanders' hatred towards Constellation. When he said this, Hicks showed a puzzled expression at the right time. However, this answer inevitably brings more questions. Even though you were not born at that time. Hicks tapped his walking stick and exhaled. But, according to what you just said, why? Ekstedt had already obtained such a huge advantage, to the point that the entire northern territory and half of the Land of Cliffs were defeated by them. Why was the Fortress Treaty signed like that? Why did Ekstedt only ask for compensation, but give up every piece of Constellation's land that they had painstakingly conquered and occupied for nearly half a year? Thales and Saroma both frowned and began to think about the old man's words. Hicks turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation amiably. Thales, what's your answer? Do you want to take a guess? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. A memory from a long time ago flashed in his mind. It was still in that bright classroom. It was still the same continuous, clacking sounds of keys being pressed and notes being taken. Sheeran, what's your answer to this question? Over the past 6 years, there were not many flashes of unfamiliar but familiar memories like this. At least, it was not as frequent as when he was in those thrilling adventures 6 years ago. But they were definitely not silent. For example, right now, how does social relations, or rather, the position of an individual in the circle of social relations, affect an individual's behavior? According to the assumptions of a rational person, then, in a situation where they clearly know that their actions will bring about corresponding losses, or at least unpredictable risks, why do many individuals still habitually follow and repeat the actions of the individuals around them based on their closeness to each other? But, in his memory, the owner of the gentle female voice, who always made it difficult for Thales to suppress his emotions but could not name, never appeared again. Thales? Thales only snapped out of his daze when Hicks urged him slightly. He quickly said, I think. Is it because of the joint intervention of many countries? I think that whether it is Hanbol, Main of Night across the sea, or Camus Union and the other small countries in the Western Peninsula, none of them are willing to see an overly powerful kingdom of the Great Dragon. But Thales, who did not stop talking, looked at the eye behind the lens. He saw the inexplicable meaning and smile in that gaze. His heart stirred slightly, and he subconsciously stopped talking. Hicks, who was sitting on the leather chair, laughed. His shoulders trembled, and his hands, which were holding onto the walking stick, trembled slightly. His laughter was weak but cheerful, like a happy old man teasing a child. It did not feel gloomy at all, just like a happy crow. Saroma stared at the old man, puzzled. Finally, Hicks stopped laughing and nodded. I'm sorry. I remembered a book I once read. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. According to the history of the war in the Northern Territory, when the two countries started negotiating, countries like Camus Union and Hanbol expressed their concern. However, Camus Union could not come to an agreement for a long time regarding the conditions for Ekstedt to withdraw its troops. Hanbol expressed that he respected King Nuven's wishes, and Main of Night's envoy was on the way. He only sent a messenger, Crow, symbolically to express his stance. From the looks of it, either the author of the history of the war in the Northern Territory was boasting and falsifying the inside information he obtained, or what do you think? Hicks raised his head and looked at Thales with a ruminating gaze. The prince frowned again. So, does this mean that the so-called interference of many countries is actually quite weak and is not worth mentioning to Ekstedt at all? There's another reason why Ekstedt gave up on the spoils of war, and even the peace talks between the two countries. I remember again. One of my students once told me. The old man laughed. King Nuven once generously bestowed the 8 counties in the Northern Territory of Constellation to 6 counts as a reward to them. Similarly, the Archduke of Defense City, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid, and the Archduke of Black Sand Region also tried to take the lands they conquered as their own. Hicks rolled his eyes slightly. Ekstedt even succeeded in making many families in the former lands of Constellation pledge their loyalty to the new suzerain of the Northlanders. Thales and Saroma, who were getting more and more confused, looked at the old man with puzzled expressions. But in the end, the extension still withdrew and gave up. Thales asked doubtfully. It seems so. The old crow nodded slightly. First, it was Count Mind of Black Sand region, then the Grey family under Defense City, and finally the Counts of Dragoncloud City. When their armies withdrew, the lands of Constellation that still belonged to them in name changed their flags, refused to pay taxes, and joined the army, chased away the extension nobles who stayed behind, and returned to the rule of their former masters. Even many families who were originally forced to submit to the Northlanders changed sides and returned to the territory of Constellation. Thales' heart sank. Why? Saroma asked curiously. Could it be that the rule of the King of Eternal Rule has been so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people that the loyalty of the people and nobles is unshakable? Hicks rubbed his wrists and clicked his tongue. If that's the case, why did the loyal nobles surrender to Extet in the beginning? Strictly speaking, the people of the Northern Territory are also Northlanders. They do not lack the courage to fight to the death. Saroma was instantly speechless, but Thales, who was beside her, was lost in thought. Wait, refused to pay taxes and join the army, chased away the extension nobles and officials who stayed behind. The prince had a thought. He suddenly remembered the tense and dangerous negotiation in the Hall of Heroes 6 years ago. He remembered Chapman Lampard's expression. He remembered what he truly feared. I understand now. The Prince of Constellation raised his head abruptly and looked at Hicks, who was still smiling. He said solemnly, back then, Extet did not have the ability to rule the Northern Territory. Saroma looked at him curiously. Hicks' gaze changed. In the next second, the old man raised his right hand with a smile and made a gesture of invitation to Thales. Thales, who was encouraged by the other two people's gazes, took a deep breath and recalled the things he had thought about 6 years ago. Whether it was paying taxes, being a judge, serving in the army, or daily life, the Constellations, from high to low, from noble to lowly, gradually got used to their country's way of ruling, starting from the virtuous king, the system and rules that matured step by step. As for Extet, they could not follow Constellation's system, nor could they use Constellation's way to rule this land. Not only were the Northlander nobles not used to it, but the qualified bureaucrats that the kingdom of the Great Dragon could send to rule the Northern Territory were also far from enough. They could only use Extet's old way to rule Constellation. The prince frowned. He remembered that not long ago, little Joseph's father, who was a chef, had told him about what happened in their village. The trusted aides of the suzerains of Northland came to collect taxes from the farmers. This month's tax might be a chicken or a bag of wheat, but after a few months, if your land was harvested, or if the tax collector was changed, you might have to collect a cow or 2 bags of wheat. It all depended on the tax collector's mood and greed, and it depended on whether the suzerain was kind or harsh. If you were a craftsman and used a good idea to start a small business in the bazaar and made money, when you wanted to expand your business, you might have to face the covetous eyes of the suzerains or nobles, because even being able to trade in the bazaar was a favor from them. While Thales continued to speculate in his mind, he said to Hicks, who was smiling even more widely, and Saroma, who was dumbfounded, "So, if King Nuvan arbitrarily infeft the land in Constellation's northern territory to his subjects and nobles, and let them manage their new territories according to the old tradition in the joint ruling pledge, all sorts of problems will arise." Hicks coughed and chuckled. The old crow said faintly, "As far as I know, when Extet occupied the Northern Territory, Archduke Lampard, who was in charge of managing the rear, who is now King Chapman, tried to fulfill the suzerain's responsibilities and rights, just like he did in his own country. He collected taxes from the Northern Territory's residents to subsidize his expenses on the condition of ensuring a safe life. But it was obviously quite inefficient. The people were not willing to deal with his tax collectors. Thales' eyes brightened when his conjecture was verified. Of course, because the land in Constellation is different. The people in the Northern Territory have gradually gotten used to another way of living and ruling. They are not blindly and obediently loyal to a suzerain who comes from the north and has the boorish style of the Great Dragon. And this is only the Northern Territory. It may be even more so in the Central Territory or even the South, because their cities are bigger and their villages are more complicated. I heard that the craftsmen and merchants even formed a trade association and had the right to negotiate with the suzerains. Thales recalled Lampard's gaze in the past. He felt sentimental and came to a realization. To put it simply, after Extet won the war, it did not have the ability to rule the Northern Territory steadily. Correspondingly, once the invaders did not have this ability, the people of Constellation's Northern Territory would naturally not submit to Extet's rule. The prince recalled the lowly tax collector who defected from Constellation to Black Sand region and worked under Lampard. Because not only could the latter not give them the life they wanted, he was also rudely harming their interests. Thales sighed. So, even if King Nuven's army occupied the Northern Territory, he was unable to govern it effectively. He could only use violence to subdue it. Saroma blinked and, as usual, gave Thales a look of surprise. The old crow, Hicks, shrugged. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened. From our discussion just now, Extet did not turn the land and people affected by the invasion into beneficiaries, the skinny old man said faintly. Instead, they turned them into enemies? Thales nodded with a solemn expression. So, if Extet wants to continue occupying the Northern Territory, it means that they must station their troops there for a long time. They must use the Archduke's violence to suppress the continuous rebellions and disobedience, to quell the boiling anger of the people due to the change in their lives. Or, Thales recalled Lampard's promise to the Archdukes during Dragon's Blood 6 years ago. Or the Archdukes, or even the king himself, will personally station their troops in the Northern Territory to eliminate all possible sources of trouble. Then, gradually, it will synchronize with and move closer to Constellation's existing system. Make it our own land. The prince subconsciously clenched his fists. So, is this what you learned during the bloody year 18 years ago? Chapman Lampard. Chapter 297. Garrisoning the army? Hicks placed his hand on the crutch between his knees again and pretended to be thinking seriously. It's an interesting choice to use slaughter and fear, blood and death to intimidate the opposers and discontented people, and to break the people's dependence and habits on the old system. Saroma seemed to have caught up to the conversation. She interrupted with great interest. But garrisoning the Northern Territory for a long time means high military expenses, exaggerated supplies, the cost of long-term mobilization, and the vassals' complaints. These are not things any archduke can afford. Seal told me that when a man in his prime leaves home for a month, it's enough to affect the local output and bring about the people's dissatisfaction. Thales' heart was clear. So, although Extet defeated Constellation during the Bloody Year, they could not rule the Northern Territory normally, nor could they use their garrisons to protect their land. Hicks flashed his ugly but amiable smile again. A very interesting discussion, sir and madam. The new teacher changed the topic again. Since that's the case, we have another question. If they can't rule directly, why don't they support the existing local nobles in the Northern Territory to rule the Northern Territory on their behalf? Thales furrowed his brows. Saroma, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. After King Nuven breached Cold Castle, he hanged the Duke of the Northern Territory and a number of suzerains who refused to submit to him in an attempt to extinguish the Northern Territory's resistance. Thales thought of Valerund, who was in prison, and of his horse accusations in Renaissance Palace. The Archduchess kept talking as if she was reciting a book, but he couldn't destroy them. Old Arun's son was still in the capital, so he couldn't destroy the bloodline that was connected to the land in the Northern Territory. Not only that, Extet didn't conquer the south of Shepherd's River. Eternal Star City still stands, and the devastated royal family quickly regains their king. Saroma finished her sentence. For the Northern Territory, whether it's for the great families or the civilians, their king and dukes are still resisting in the war. Their hope and lighthouse of resistance are still there. The laws and principles for fighting for them are still there, and Extet is still an illegal and evil invader. Just like how Dragon Cloud City stood for a long time under the siege of the Night Wing King, even though it was in imminent danger. This is an eternal war flag. Thales suddenly remembered the scene 6 years ago when Miranda and Cohen were trapped in Dragon Cloud City. So that was how it was. Miranda Arund, as the heir of the Arund family, 6 years ago, she was also a crucial chess piece in Lampart's conquest of the northern region, whether it was to support a puppet or... That was why she was targeted by Black Sand region during Dragon's Blood's operation. From Nuven's death to the invasion of the Northern Territory, this was a set of chess moves that complemented each other. On the other hand, if Extet destroyed Eternal Star City and captured or even cut off the bloodline of the Arund family, and even the Jade Star royal family, when he thought of this, Thales subconsciously spoke up and took over Saroma's words. Then, whether it is the northern region or the land of cliffs and west wilderness that they have already taken over, they may be able to rule and occupy them more easily by supporting puppets or garrisons. Hicks coughed. The old man reached out his hand and grabbed an upside-down cup beside him with trembling hands. Thales quickly stood up, picked up the kettle on the desk, and poured water for him. This is an interesting argument. Thank you, kind sir. As long as the bloodline of the family, which represents the legal ruling power, is still there and has not surrendered. Hicks drank the water and did not forget to smack his lips behind the cup. The invaders are far from conquering. They can only occupy, use time and violence to eliminate dissatisfaction and maintain the status quo. Or they can support the local puppets and make them their vassals so that they can indirectly control the Northern Territory. When he said this, Hicks suddenly raised his gray eyes. They shone with a strange light, and he said profoundly, just like how the Alliance of Freedom is to Extet. The prince and the archduchess were both stunned. When they heard the familiar name, they looked at each other in surprise and bewilderment. But the old crow did not continue with this topic. Instead, he returned to the main topic. So, my dear Thales and Saroma, let us conclude our discussion just now. For the born king, the people and vassals of the occupied areas, the Northern Territory, did not become his allies, and the vassals who accompanied him to send troops did not receive the corresponding benefits. Do you agree? Saroma's expression froze, and she nodded. Yes. The old man coughed again and said with a sigh, You know, at my age, if you want to eat something good, besides having good teeth, you also need to have a healthy stomach. Hicks put down the cup and kept sizing up the two of them, who had unknowingly sat upright. He let out a long sigh. So, after conquering Northland with irresistible force, behind the seemingly dazzling victory, Extet could not rule the Northern Territory for long. Under the premise that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, they could only abandon the land they could not keep and were forced to withdraw their troops and return to their country. Is it not so difficult to understand? Thales took a deep breath, nodded, and said, Of course, that seems to be the case. Hicks stared at Thales, who chose his words carefully. The corners of his wrinkled lips curled up slightly, and he smiled softly. Then, there's one more thing that I find a little strange. Thales and Saroma quickly leaned forward. They had gradually gotten used to their teacher's way of chatting. I can't eat meat that's too hard, but I can still eat some snacks. Hicks narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the old man made Thales think of Gilbert inexplicably. He remembered the cunning gaze of the cunning fox who lived up to his name. Extet gave up the Northern Territory, but why did they also give up Broken Dragon Fortress? Why did they let the Constellations take back such an important fortress, just like how they gave up the Northern Territory? Thales and Saroma exchanged glances, and both of them sank into confusion again. Because Broken Dragon Fortress is just a defensive fortress, Saroma answered cautiously. And it's also a sentry post. That's why they need to station troops for a long time. The benefits of occupying it are far less than the costs of maintaining it. Using the fortress to monitor and suppress Constellation is a kind of benefit in itself. Thales shook his head. But on the other hand, giving it up is also very harmful. Constellation can use it as a base to head north at any time. This reason might not necessarily be valid. Hicks looked at the two of them, who were racking their brains, and smiled slightly. It sounds like a dilemma. The old man changed his posture and gently hammered his right leg, as if sitting for a long time was not good for his health. So, what did King Nuven consider when he made his choice? King Nuven. Thales's thoughts trembled again. The image of a tough and imposing old man appeared before his eyes. Yes, King Nuven. Thales's gaze focused again, because King Nuven did not allow it. Saroma and Hicks turned their gazes towards him again. If Extet controls the fortress, no matter who garrisoned the troops here, it would mean that Black Sand region's status and role would rise greatly. Against Constellation, Broken Dragon Fortress could only rely on Lampard supplies and support. This would increase his bargaining chips and weight. Secondly, with the fortress as a line of defense, Black Sand region's pressure on Constellation would be greatly reduced. Lampard would be able to free up his hands, and this would greatly increase his threat. Thales held his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. So, if King Nuven takes over the fortress himself and sends his trusted aides and troops to guard it, not only would he be helping Black Sand region block the threat from the south, he would also have to rely on Lampard support, which would be equivalent to handing over his bargaining chips to Black Sand region. And if he handed over the fortress to Black Sand region, that would be even more impossible. Taking over Constellation is for Extet, Thales said thoughtfully. But before that, he would not allow the Northern Territory or even the fortress to become nourishment for any Extension Archduke other than Dragon Cloud City. Saroma showed an expression that said, "Wow." The old crow's weak but gratified laughter came from the other side. I think our discussion has gone from countries and governance to the level of the suzerains playing games. This is both a good and a bad thing. The good thing is that you will be able to see more, and the bad thing is... Hicks winked playfully at the two of them. His eyes behind the lenses became clear. You will be able to see less. The two students were stunned at first, then they sank into deep thought. The old crow adjusted his lenses slightly and coughed. He then pulled his walking stick out from between his knees and placed it by his right hand. Very well, we have talked for quite a while today. Hicks raised his head. He still had that amiable but slightly weak smile on his face. Can I say that we have come to an interesting conclusion that we both agree on? Invading and occupying a place, and keeping and ruling a place are two completely different things? Thales and Saroma looked at each other. The latter nodded. Of course. Hicks' eyes widened slightly. You know, this reminds me of chess and maps. The skinny old man tugged at his slightly askew scarf. On the chessboard and the map, everything is very vivid. You move a chess piece, a military chess piece, and swallow an enemy. Then, your flag will be planted on the square where the enemy stands, and it will be dyed with your color. That place is yours. The prince and the archduchess listened attentively to their new teacher's words with solemn expressions. The old crow lowered his head slightly. His expression was contemplative. But in reality, Extet's example tells us that everything is very complicated. Everything requires more consideration. You may have eliminated the enemy and obtained victory, but it does not mean that you can keep that piece of land. You may be able to order an army to invade and win, but it does not mean that you can accept the price that comes with it, even if it looks like a victory. Hicks raised his head and looked at the sky outside the window. He sighed and said, "Perhaps this is the limit of governance. When you are faced with war and peace, enemies and allies, perhaps there is no harm in first understanding what the limit of governance is and where it is." He turned his head. The gaze that flashed behind his lenses made Thales subconsciously straighten his chest. "Do you agree?" The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Yes, I agree very much." Saroma also nodded vigorously. Hicks turned his head sideways. The wisdom in his eyes seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He put on a relaxed and happy smile again and said with a chuckle, "Then, we had a good chat today, didn't we?" As he spoke, the skinny Hicks stood up shakily with the support of his walking stick. "Perhaps today we will call it a day." Thales and Saroma quickly stood up and bowed politely to him. "Of course," the prince said seriously. "Thank you, Mr. Hicks. You are a good teacher." Hicks laughed. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry to say that. After all, I don't even have the qualifications to be a scholar in the academy." The old crow closed his eyes and shook his head. "By the way, everything we talked about today, why Extet withdrew its troops that year, why it gave up its land, and the limit of governance, is very interesting, isn't it?" The two students nodded respectfully. Hicks opened his eyes slightly. His gaze behind his lenses flashed with a cunning look again. He changed the topic of conversation. "If that's the case, then how about this? The next time we meet, I hope that you will tell me with reason and evidence again, just like you did today." The two students immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Hicks held his walking stick with both hands, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the two solemn teenagers with interest. "Why, everything we discussed today, all the conclusions from the beginning to the end," the old crow said softly, "are all wrong." Time seemed to have stopped for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, Thales and Saroma, who had come to their senses, were both shocked. Saroma could not help but cry out involuntarily, "What?" Thales stared at their teacher in a daze, unable to react for a long time. "Everything we discussed today are all." "Don't be nervous, Saroma. Just like what I said." Hicks raised his left hand and waved as he watched the two of them with their mouths agape. Like a child who had succeeded in a prank, he laughed out loud. "We're just chatting. This is the topic of our chat for the next episode. Why everything we said today was wrong." The teenager and the girl stared at the old crow in a daze. They looked at each other, unable to accept each other's words. A tutor told you at the end of the first lesson that everything he said just now was wrong? At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the nickname Old Crow was very appropriate for him. "We had a good chat today. The weather is good. Why don't you go for a walk together?" Hicks breathed in contentedly and winked at the two students with special identities. Then, he turned around and left with the support of his walking stick. Don't let your youth go to waste. With the sound of his walking stick hitting the floor, the new teacher, who had left a deep impression on them, pushed the door open and left. The two students were left dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" Saroma asked Thales in puzzlement. "Was everything we said today fake?" At that moment, Thales exhaled a long breath. As he stared at the leather chair Hicks had sat on, he suddenly had some understanding. "No, I think what he meant was that the truth is not important." Thales seemed to be deep in thought as he tried to understand Hicks' intentions. "What's important is that he wants us to take a completely opposite position when we are faced with a conclusion that is almost set in stone, and when there are already so many arguments against it." Thales narrowed his eyes. "Convince him again." "Wait. Use a completely opposite position to overturn a conclusion that has already been deeply rooted in people's hearts with reason and evidence." What a familiar rhythm. Saroma blinked and exhaled. She fell in her chair and pouted. "I don't understand." Thales shrugged. "It's fine if you don't understand. Just prepare to stay up all night in the library." With a faint sense of familiarity, the prince flashed a smile. "I have a hunch that this topic is not that simple." Saroma sighed. She pouted and laid her head on the desk without a care for her image. "But there's still Ging's etiquette class tomorrow. It has to continue." Thales snickered with slight disdain. "Forget about the etiquette class." The prince turned around and looked at the unhappy Saroma with a profound gaze. "Do you remember what I said? The education you received in the past was to train you into a dignified and elegant archduchess," he said flatly with a burning gaze. "To turn you into—" Saroma interrupted him. "But—" The archduchess raised her eyebrows. "You're going to say but again, aren't you?" The imposing manner that Thales had built up after much difficulty was stifled. "All right, but—" Thales nodded helplessly, then shook his head. He gestured with his chin at the door where Hicks had left. "This old crow, the limits of his rule?" The prince glanced at Hicks' seat, then looked at the golden-haired girl in front of him seriously. He looked at her aggrieved gaze. "But he is teaching you honestly and seriously how to become a qualified." At this moment, the familiar sound of a walking stick suddenly rang out from outside the door. Asterisk clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. Asterisk under the two people's strange gazes. Hicks reappeared at the door with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I'm old and forgetful." The old crow shook his head. "Although the time of our next lesson is uncertain due to my physical condition, I still feel that I should tell you in advance what I hope you can do the next time we meet." Thales and Saroma nodded respectfully in unison. "Of course." Hicks smiled faintly. "First of all, I hope that you might as well take some notes and seriously think about every word we said during our discussion." Saroma nodded and readily took notes in her notebook. "Second, remember that we are chatting. You are welcome to interrupt and ask each other questions at any time. Then, we should express our views in an orderly manner and grasp the key points." Thales was slightly taken aback. "Wait, these words, why?" Hicks coughed and continued. "Also, we might as well be cautious and humble during our discussion. Before questioning something, it is best to ask our own standpoint and opinions." At that moment, Thales was completely stunned. These words, impossible. I put the following part of the text in the writer's speech after the chapter. It's free. Lastly, questioning each other is also an advantage and a privilege for schoolmates. Please be prepared to ask each other questions and be prepared to receive each other's questions. The truth is always born in collision and conflict. The new teacher cast a strange glance at Thales, who had a strange expression on his face, and frowned slightly. "Then, I wish you all the best." Under Saroma's respectful and grateful farewell, the old crow walked out of the door and left slowly. Thales was the only one who stood where he was without saying a word. He hesitantly pulled Saroma's notebook over and looked at the notes on it. He then looked at the door where the old man had left. His chest rose and fell, and it was difficult for him to calm down. "Hicks, you?" Chapter 298. The air was very quiet. The sun, which was blocked by dark clouds, shone with gray light, as if it was embellishing the current mysterious atmosphere. A pleasant male voice rang out. "When you think of gods, what is the first thought that comes to your mind?" A few seconds later, Thales, who was deep in thought, opened his eyes subconsciously. His gaze was empty, and he replied softly in the strange atmosphere. "Gods are completely different from us. It doesn't fit with us. Opposite us from a distance." The male voice was silent for a while, as if he was savoring the answer. After a while, the other person continued to ask, "Then, when you think of this world, what's the first thought that comes to your mind?" The prince frowned slightly. "The world?" Thales raised his head slightly and looked at the other person, as if he was looking at a statue in a temple. His expression was mysterious, and his tone was calm. "We are in it. We are embedded in it. We exist in it." The male voice paused for a while again and let out a low murmur. "Very good. You have the style of the main body." The pleasant male voice chuckled softly. "Now, eliminate the previous answer. Empty yourself, close your eyes, and try again. Listen when you think of gods." Thales nodded subconsciously, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. "Gods," in the next second, asterisk bang. Asterisk the prince opened his eyes abruptly and slammed his palm on the chessboard in front of him. Thales exhaled deeply, and an emotion called annoyance instantly appeared in his empty eyes. "Oh God, I've had enough." The teenager leaned back against the chair, held his forehead in pain, and interrupted the topic. "How long have we been talking about this topic?" In front of the prince, the handsome man on the other end of the chessboard turned his gaze slightly. "Less than an hour," the latter said softly. Thales sighed in frustration and spread his hands. "An hour? How many answers did I give you to the same two questions?" "God?" The prince raised his left hand and counted with his fingers. His tone was full of perfunctory and dissatisfaction. "From creator, holy existence, omniscient and omnipotent, puppet controller, observer in the dark, visitor from another world, answering prayers, heartless feeder, scheme outside the box." The man on the other side of the chessboard listened to Thales quietly and did not move. "World," Thales finished counting the fingers on his left hand and raised his right hand. "From full of people, full of vitality, animal planet, material world, beautiful future and hope, terrible world, unfair society, to this world is wrong, heartless world, on the verge of destruction." Thales, who had a splitting headache, exhaled and continued to complain. "Are there 15 types? If you combine them, there will be hundreds of them." At this moment, The man in front of her raised a finger. In an instant, Thales felt the air he inhaled become fresh and moist. The cool feeling that went deep into his lungs made his extremely frustrated brain cool down. The prince stopped talking and blinked. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Your mind is not here. In the open-air private room in the chess room, Asda Sakern, who was sitting opposite Thales, put down his finger gently and said flatly, "At least not with me." Thales snapped out of his daze and looked up at the air mystic on the other side of the chessboard. He then looked at Heroic Spirit Palace in the distance beyond the balcony. He exhaled and got up from the back of the chair. He rubbed his face in frustration. Sorry. The teenager shook his head awkwardly and pushed a chess piece forward. There have been a lot of things happening recently. I'm a little out of sorts. It had been almost a month since the day of the council hearing and Viscount Kentvita's visit. Since that day, Thales had been troubled by the troubles caused by the arrival of Black Sand Region's envoy. The relationship between the Alliance of Freedom and Ekstedt, the fight between King Chapman and his opponents, the undercurrents of power in Dragoncloud City, the Walton family's stance and choice, and of course, the Archduchess marriage. But surprisingly, even though Thales had become increasingly anxious after listening to Putre's analysis, Dragoncloud City had been surprisingly peaceful for the past 10 days or so. The vassals did not continue to advise or force the marriage. Count Leesban was as steady as ever, no matter how many times Thales tried to communicate with him about Saroma's marriage. Kentvita had never left Dragoncloud City. The envoy of Black Sand Region lived in the noble's post house in Axe District. Under the protection of Black Sand Region's own people, he rarely went out. He did not interact with any vassals, nor did he meet with the Archduchess. Over the past month, no messenger ravens had flown in from the west, such as the city of faraway prayers. Hence, there was no news about the Alliance of Freedom or the war. The situation in Dragoncloud City was like the surface of a rippling lake. It was calm, but it was precisely because of this that Thales felt even more uneasy. This is probably how water looks like before it's boiling. That was until he received the next sky blue invitation. What happened recently? Are you talking about the little girl I found on your bed 6 years ago? Asda snorted softly and said casually, "The one you gave the Archduchess throne just because she slept with you for one night?" Thales' expression froze. Oh my God. A second later, the prince said in a very displeased manner, "Didn't Sol Tower teach you how to use the modern common language of the Western Peninsula correctly so as not to cause any misunderstandings?" Indeed, the modern common language gradually came into being after the Battle of Eradication. Asda's expression was still relaxed, but Thales felt that there was a faint sneer hidden under his calm face. When I was your age, my tutor taught me the language of the Empire. Perhaps some common language words were mixed in, while Sol Tower used the orthodox written language of the ancient empire. I'm not trying to criticize your standard in the common language at all, but the mentally exhausted prince had already given up on arguing with him. Thales sighed in resignation and changed the topic. I really didn't expect that the famous air mystic would also care about the affairs of us lowly mortals. Asda raised his eyes slightly. Just because I don't want to care about these boring things doesn't mean that I'm deaf or blind. As I said, being too tied down by mundane matters will affect your progress. The air mystic said unhurriedly, as if he was not angry at his student's absent-mindedness. Perhaps you still don't understand, but as a mystic in preparation, if you don't have a solid foundation benefits from teachers who teach me wholeheartedly without reservation, not hypnosis without any reason or explanation. Thales cast him a sideways glance and refuted him without any ambiguity. It seems that I need such a teacher. Perhaps Asda's temper was really good, or perhaps he did not care about the student's sarcasm. The mystic said faintly, "Very well. It seems that you've recovered. Then, let's go again." Thales, who had had enough, exhaled and looked at the ceiling in resignation. Are you sure you don't want to continue the topic from the previous lesson? The prince tapped the chess piece listlessly, causing Lord Justin and Waya, who were in the distance, to look at him curiously. Remember the two empresses? And how did they betray all of you? A blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. They're enemies. That's all you need to know. The mystic said coldly, "The two empresses have already surpassed your level, unlike Giza and I. They have an immeasurable influence on this world. The more you know, the more likely you are to expose yourself to their eyes and ears, whether intentionally or unintentionally." Thale's gaze shifted. Immeasurable influence. Their eyes and ears, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The prince, who seemed to have caught on to something, asked tentatively, "You mean, after the Battle of Eradication, as mystics, they still maintained contact with all the countries in the world?" Asda fixed his gaze on him and said in a mocking tone, "Use your thumb to think, Your Highness. Existences like me, Giza, and could all use more than 100 years to secretly run a gray gang that was entangled with the aristocratic forces. Each of us took what we needed and became our eyes and ears, as well as our hunting dogs. Do you think, as the victors of the Battle of Eradication, those two B** stars just found a comfortable little nest, piled up their treasures, and crawled into it to sleep for the past 600 years? Thales frowned. So, Asda shook his head. You'll know one day. You don't even need me to tell you. The prince exhaled in pain. You've made me even more curious. Curiosity killed the mystic, Asda replied mechanically. Remember, these are the exact words of your teacher and guide. Thales snorted in disdain. You make it sound like mystics will die. At this moment, Thales thought of something. Right, speaking of my teacher, Mr. Sakern, you told me last time that it's best to follow a few rules in class. The prince muttered, thinking about every sentence, asking rhetorical questions at any time, expressing myself clearly, questioning each other, and so on. Asda nodded slightly and moved his palm upward slightly. Thales, who was gradually getting familiar with him, knew that this was a sign that the air mystic had allowed him to finish speaking. Thales took a deep breath and stared into the mystic's almost emotionless eyes. Then, if there is someone else in the world who told me almost the same rules, what would happen? At that moment, Thales clearly saw Asda's right eyebrow twitch. Who? Asda asked in a seemingly calm manner. A rather old tutor from Dragon Kiss Academy in Anlenzo Dukedom. Thales imagined the interesting image of the thin old man and could not help but narrow his eyes. Merrill Hicks. Asda paused for a second. Dragon Kiss Academy? He seemed to be mulling over the word. Then he raised his head slightly. That makes sense. Thales widened his eyes. What do you mean? Asda picked up a chess piece. Long ago, during the era of kings and the ancient empire, Dragon Kiss Province was a famous refuge. If war came, many scholars, literati, merchants, fallen nobles, and other refugees would choose to seek shelter there. Wizards were no exception. You mean that Dragon Kiss Academy and Magic Tower have a deep relationship? Not just a relationship. The mystic shook his head and placed the chess piece on the next position. The founder of Dragon Kiss Academy 1,000 years ago was originally a wizard from Soul Tower. Some of the teaching rules in Soul Tower have undoubtedly influenced Dragon Kiss Academy. Thales remembered that Ramon had once told him that magic had become extinct. He could not help but feel shocked. So, Dragon Kiss Academy also teaches magic? The prince was surprised and clung to the table. But Asda cut him off emotionlessly. I know what you're thinking. Dragon Kiss Academy could not avoid the disaster of magic becoming extinct after the Battle of Eradication. Most of the books that were considered to be magic or related to magic were destroyed. Thales' face darkened. But he immediately raised his head and said with a little hope, Then, there's still a small part? Yes, but not the kind you think. It's time for you to go. Asda replied nonchalantly. That's right. The wizard who established the Dragon Kiss Academy is a core member of the Seat of Epic. His specialty in the Soul Tower is history and literature. He specializes in researching the origins of civilizations in poetry. Naturally, the Dragon Kiss Academy's research direction has shifted towards him. Thales frowned and grabbed the king. He moved it out of Asda's hunting range. Their game of chess had unknowingly turned to checkmate again. But he immediately reacted to Asda's words. History? Literature? The prince said in surprise. Magic Tower also researches these? Asda chuckled. It's not just these. Among the three great magic towers, the largest Soul Tower alone has all kinds of magic branches. There are as many stars in the Milky Way. The mystic lifted his gaze slightly. Blue light flowed in his eyes. Under Thales's curious and longing gaze, Asda skillfully and quickly recited a series of terms that were too much for the eyes to take in. The seed of gold specializes in researching the economic currency's influence on humans. The seed of epic is good at working with ascetics to unearth new things from archaeological remains. The seed of thought is good at interrogating human language and logic. The seed of power believes that only by going deep into secular society can one better understand the world and oneself. It is Soul Tower's largest supply of resident wizards. Almost every suzerain's habit of hiring a wizard as a consultant started from it. It also set a precedent for the seat of all laws. The seat of nature is on good terms with the Alchemy Tower. It advocates discovering objective laws of nature and applying them flexibly. There are countless other seats under it. Thales pondered over Asda's words as if he was intoxicated. Then he shuddered slightly. Wait, gold, epic thought. These are also considered magic? The prince turned his head and cast a bewildered gaze at Asda, seeking an answer. Asda returned to his original indifference. He asked flatly, "What do you think magic is?" Thales took a deep breath and began to think. The prince scratched his head and said in disbelief, "Although I heard Ramon say that magic seems to have a wide range. Monetary economy? Influence on humans? This is too currency? Economy?" Asda interrupted him, repeating the phrase. The air mystic's eyes were sharp and serious. Currency. Think about it. Wizards only use some small metal discs and useless waste paper to profoundly change the lives and fates of thousands of people. They can also affect the history and future of a country or a place. Success and fame, the destruction of families, and the deaths of people are all involved. The king, the people, the nobles, and the common people are all involved. All of these come from the hard thinking in the magic tower and the endless nights of writing. Thales raised his eyebrows. Asda leaned forward slightly. His gaze was so bright that Thales could not help but avert his gaze. Tell me, what kind of incantations and what kind of magic can achieve such a thing? If these are not considered magic, then what else is magic? Chapter 299. What's your impression of magic? Using powerful fireballs to bombard the grass in a white ground? Using magic to delude people's hearts to deceive the world and pursue power? Using tricks that are similar to street acrobatics to win the cheers and admiration of stupid nobles? Using mysteries that seem extremely powerful to others to decorate your own status and appearance? Or is it the laughable pleasure and satisfaction of annihilating your enemies in battle after battle? Thales lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. However, his heart was already trembling. Magic. Magic? What exactly is magic? You know, a long time ago, I always felt that wizards were people with great power. They could casually throw a fireball, the prince said with a sigh, a little absent-minded. Or they could hide in the tower and not go out, researching a spell that could destroy the world. Or they could be the kind of old pedants who persistently pursued the truth. But now you're telling me. Asda leaned against the back of his chair again and snorted coldly. Indeed, the magic system of Soul Tower is the greatest heresy in the history of magic. In the beginning, it was not recognized by other wizards at all. They ridiculed us as storytellers, and we retorted that they were merely tricksters. For example, the Alchemy Tower stubbornly believed that magic was a deep study of the relationship between humans and nature, and that the latter's resources were kept for their own use. It was not strange for them to have this kind of thinking. After all, the Alchemy Tower, known as the Tower of War, rose during the war between humans and ancient orcs. It started with killing and practicality, and relied on survival and victory. It was very similar to the kind of wizards who throw fireballs and specialize in researching spells. But we are different. The mystic's tone was full of seriousness and caution. In the end, The Soul Tower's ideals shocked the entire history of magic. Even the ascetics and alchemists were deeply affected. Thales furrowed his brows. You mean if magic can't provide some meaning to the world, give some possibilities to the future, and give some value to humans besides satisfying our own desires for food and clothing? Asda turned his head and narrowed his eyes. His expression was calm, but it was very stressful. Then what is the point of us putting in so much effort to gather mages, summarizing and calculating, researching, passing down the seeds and concepts of magic one after another, and constantly seeking to improve amidst doubts and criticism? Asda's expression was still very stiff, but Thales inexplicably felt that there was a deeper layer of emotion hidden behind his face. If magic is merely a slave to its users, a tool for self-interest and a capital for flaunting their status, a cloak for winning dignity and a capital for fulfilling their desires, an excuse for wizards to stand aloof from the world and boast about their transcendence, then what is the difference between the existence of wizards and the nobles who fight for power and profit, the farmers and hunters who only seek food and clothing, the warriors who kill enemies and perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, the merchants and craftsmen who only seek profit, and the hermits who pretend to be profound? Then, as mages, what's the need for us to pursue truth and correctness? What's the purpose? To survive? To live a better life? In order to live a better life? To live for others to see? To become smarter and stronger? And then let countless people who are weaker and stupider than you lie on the ground, marvel at your achievements, and worship your status? No, Thales. Asda slowly enunciated his words. That is definitely not a wizard. At least, it is not a wizard that we acknowledge. Instead, it is just a moth that writes the word magic on the only fig leaf it has. Thales pondered over his words and could not help but be entranced. Is this also part of the mystic's curriculum? Asda nodded solemnly. Of course, and it's extremely important. Don't let the existing framework imprison you, Thales. Let your thoughts run wild. Thales stared at him blankly. The mystic sighed slowly. Thales had almost forgotten that he could still breathe. Do you remember what I said? In Soul Tower, in the philosophy of the seat of 10,000 laws, magic is a choice, not a monotonous tool or method. Being a wizard is a form of recognition, not a tacky status or identity. And this was my choice and my recognition back then. Asda looked straight into Thales' eyes. It is also my magic. Asda fell silent. But Thales was immersed in the shocking conversation and could not return to his senses for a long time. Mr. Sakern, what kind of place is Soul Tower? He asked dreamily. Asda paused for a moment. 3 seconds later, the mystic slowly clenched his fists. Soul Tower, Asda said very slowly. His voice was deep, as though there was a layer of sandpaper behind his throat. Wizard's holy land, apprentice's hope, and magic's future. Countless thoughts and ideals collide fiercely there. What we believe to be the truth is polished in lectures and discussions. Countless like-minded peers are moving forward step by step in debates. Every day is a new day, because there are always new things waiting for you. There are always new people in the future, because old things are always left behind, and old people are always left behind. At that moment, Asda seemed to have remembered something. He stopped talking and looked down at the chessboard. It was as if he had violated some taboo. His face darkened, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Thales noticed his teacher's expression and abnormality. He wisely stopped asking. Everyone had their own story, but not everyone was willing to talk. Moreover, hearing you say that, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Thales sighed. It seems that Soul Tower is a very great and beautiful place. Asda suddenly raised his head. Of course not. This time, the mystic's tone was exceptionally cold. Even Soul Tower has its own filth, darkness, ugliness, and compromises. At the end of the day, wizards are just humans. Remember, Thales, an organization, a place, a group, as long as it is made up of humans. The mystic stared at Thales. They will never be that beautiful. Just like the vortex you are in, this game. The prince raised his eyebrows, a little embarrassed. Huh, but Asda ignored him. He only turned his head to look outside the room. Perhaps this is the limit of humans. Thales swore that he heard the mystic let out a barely noticeable sigh after the last word. Under the setting sun, the mystic's face was still handsome, but there were some lines that were usually not there. It was as if the artist had added a few more strokes. Class dismissed. Asda looked at the setting sun and said softly. In the next second, before Thales could even show his astonishment, the mystic's figure faded away. Hey! Thales looked at the empty seat and the chessboard that was once again checkmated. He sighed helplessly. This again. Thus, Thales ended his day of playing chess outside once again. Accompanied by Justin, Waya, and the others, he prepared for his return trip in low spirits. He had gained enough surprises today. Perhaps he should not add any more burdens on himself. In view of the treachery in Dragoncloud City, Thales raised his head curiously and looked at the commotion in front of him. What's going on? The former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Justin, walked past the prince and looked at the situation in front of him with uncontrollable anger. At the entrance of the chess room, dozens of warriors from the Archduchess Guards coldly pressed down on their weapons. They were in a tense confrontation with dozens of unfamiliar soldiers who came from the alley next door. Those soldiers were obviously not from Dragoncloud City. They were murderous and did not show any signs of weakness. Behind them was a brownish-black enclosed carriage. Waya and Ralph looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Thales furrowed his brows and saw the leader of the unfamiliar soldiers clearly. It was a female warrior with a buzz cut and a round face. Prince Thales, I represent Black Sand Region and send you an invitation for a meeting. The current deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Croche-Merc, waved her arm at the carriage behind her, which was guarded by the Black Sand Region soldiers, and said coldly, Viscount Kent Vita is in the carriage. Viscount Kent Vita is in the carriage. He invites you to move into the carriage and give him a few minutes to talk. Thales was slightly stunned. What a meeting! Now, doubt and vigilance rose in Thales' heart. What does Kent Vita want to say to me? I don't know, Croche said softly, a cold glint shone in her eyes. That is your judgment. At this moment, Viscount Kent Vita's voice came from the direction of the carriage from afar. I promise, Your Highness, if you miss this carriage, you will regret it in the future. Believe me, this is very important. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Regret it? Very important? Why do we have to get into the carriage? Thales narrowed his eyes and said warily, We can go upstairs or find another place. Why in the carriage? Look around you. Croche glanced at the Archduchess Guards with an unpleasant gaze. In Dragoncloud City, is there any private place within a 10-meter radius of you? Justin, who was in charge of protecting Thales, tensed up. Thales stared at Croche in bewilderment, then at the carriage behind her. Strange. Black Sand Region wants to talk to me. At this time? Hell, why isn't Portray here? Impossible. The vigilant Lord Justin immediately rejected the other party. If you want to see the prince, you can. We have had enough of Dragoncloud City's blockade. Croche did not back down. She no longer paid attention to her predecessor. Your Highness, this is the closest we have been to you in a month. Believe me, we just want to talk to you. Thales, who had countless thoughts flashing through his mind, was about to speak, but Justin beat him to it. Croche, I still remember what you looked like when you were a child. Lord Justin took a step forward, his expression becoming more and more unpleasant. I have a good relationship with your father, and I'm also very happy that you became a White Blade Guard, so don't force me to do it. Behind him, Thales sucked in a deep breath. If that's the case, then you'd better do it now, Uncle Justin, Croche shouted coldly. Or let the prince decide for himself. He's a guest, not a prisoner. Justin's expression turned cold. He was about to draw his weapon, and the Archduchess Guards around him also prepared to attack with hostile expressions. At this moment, Lord Justin, under everyone's watchful eyes, the prince took a light step forward. Thales raised his hand and pressed down on Justin's shoulder. At this time, the prince stared at Black Sand Region's carriage, his thoughts whirling. At a time when Extet and the Alliance of Freedom had a delicate relationship. At a time when the news from the city of faraway prayers was unknown. At a time when Dragon Cloud City was in a dilemma. The people from Black Sand region want to talk to me, a powerless, awkward prince of an enemy kingdom. It's too suspicious. Thale shook his head and said to Justin, "This is Dragon Cloud City, and they're the king's special envoys. It's unwise to have a pointless conflict, and you know what kind of situation we're in." Justin frowned fiercely. "But you know, they are, after all, Black Sand region." Wyatt could not help but say, "With all due respect, Your Highness, your safety, listen to me." Thales turned his head and looked at his own people. The Archduchess needs new information to face the king. "There's no doubt that this is a chance to see what they have in mind for Dragon Cloud City," he said to the frowning Justin. "For Dragon Cloud City." Justin's words were stuck in his throat. "And she's right. I'm a guest. Wyatt, the carriage is here, and I won't disappear in a thin air." Thales smiled at his attendant. Justin and Wyatt glanced at each other. They both felt uneasy. The prince calmly turned to Croche and looked at the soldiers behind her. "Besides, the people of Black Sand region will guarantee my safety, right?" Croche nodded and pressed her hand against her right chest. She said respectfully, "I swear on my life and the king's honor. You will get off the carriage safely in a few minutes." Thales glanced at Justin and Wyatt, who were still doubtful, and shrugged. Ralph, on the other hand, nodded at him. "Inform the leader and the count." In the end, Lord Justin nodded hesitantly, but at the same time, he cautiously ordered his subordinates, "Make sure they know about this as soon as possible." "Do you know how important you are, Your Highness?" Wyatt stared at the carriage with an unpleasant expression. "It's just like what the Star Killer said. You always create problems for us." The prince smiled. "This is why I need you, Wyatt, and you, Madeira." He gently pushed aside the two personal guards in front of him. Accompanied by Wyatt and Ralph, he walked into Black Sand region's battle formation. The displeased attendant and the Phantom Wind follower were stopped in front of the carriage. Thales threw the book in his hand to Wyatt and strode forward alone. "No matter what Black Sand region wants to tell you, Thales, you must be calm and cautious. You've experienced Lampard's prowess and witnessed Kent Vita's cunning. You must be careful when you face your greatest enemy." In the next second, Thales, whose heart was as calm as the surface of a lake, opened the carriage door and boarded the unlit carriage. In the carriage, Kent Vita's silhouette sat quietly in the darkness. The clothes on his body could be vaguely seen. "I keep feeling that this is your revenge for me, refusing to talk to you alone on the road back then." Thales closed the carriage door and exhaled. He sat opposite Kent Vita, Viscount Kent Vita, but the prince immediately shuddered. "That's not Kent Vita. That's long time no see, Thales." The man gently lifted his gaze from the saber between his knees. "Are you old enough to drink? That's... how dare they?" At that moment, Thales' mind was almost completely blank. In the carriage, the master of Black Sand region, Extet's 36 common elected king, Chapman Lampard, opened his cold eyes in the deep darkness. Chapter 300. Never, never, never underestimate the Northlanders' courage. This was what Poutre told Thales 6 years ago after the near-death battle in Heroic Spirit Palace. At that time, the prince deeply believed in it. But at this moment, as he stared at King Chapman, who sat calmly in the carriage, Thales realized to his horror that he still did not understand the weight of these words. King Chapman stared at him coldly. There was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. It was just like when they first met 6 years ago. Over the past 6 years, Thales had imagined countless times that the terrifying new king stood at the highest point of Black Sand City and stared coldly in the direction of Dragon Cloud City as he slowly issued a dangerous order to deal with the Prince of Constellation. But no matter how Thales racked his brains and exhausted his thoughts, he could not imagine that their reunion after 6 years would be like this. Thales widened his eyes, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. "Are you crazy?" King Chapman did not answer. His gaze was cold. Thales subconsciously looked around and surveyed his surroundings. "Do not worry." King Chapman's cold and aged voice rose. "It's just you and me. There is only one small window in the dark carriage, and it was made of gray, one-way crystal drop glass." The Archduchess guards, led by Justin, and the prince's own guards were still guarding the area. They surrounded the Black Sand region diplomat group, which consisted of a dozen soldiers. Thales no longer looked around. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and started to think. What's going on now? Lampard came to Dragon Cloud City personally? And most importantly, Thales stared at King Chapman in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. No one in Ekstedt knew that the ruler of the entire kingdom had concealed his identity and was hiding in this small diplomat group led by Viscount Kanda. That means the prince gulped, gritted his teeth, and said, "Do you know what happens to the common elected king of Ekstedt who is overly confident and arrogant, leaves his heavy protection, and personally enters a dangerous place?" Thales got over his initial shock. He frowned and adjusted his tone to the most natural. "I'll give you a hint. His name starts with an N." King Chapman snorted softly, his emotions indecipherable. "Of course I know him. I know him too well. I grew up listening to his stories and looking up to his image. Unlike you, you've only known him for a day." Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly and remembered the unforgettable old king. "That's why I know that if he hadn't done what he did back then, his fate would have been even worse," the new king said calmly. Thales took a deep breath. He knew very well how threatening the other party was, so he decided not to waste his breath and went straight to the point. Thales leaned back in the carriage and said calmly, "What I need to do now is to shout out loud. The illustrious Chapman, the first, will vanish from the face of the earth, like snow melting in early spring. Not a single trace will be left. Neither Kanda nor Croche will be able to save you." He narrowed his eyes and tried to observe the king's expression in the dim light. And Regent Leespan will probably happily wipe away his tears and tell the whole country that the diplomat group from Black Sand region was unfortunately attacked by bandits on their way back. Dragon Cloud's city deeply regrets this. "Huh." The king's hand slapped the scabbard tightly. Following the advice given by Nicholas, Waya, and the others for the past 6 years, Thales fixed his gaze on Lampard's shoulder. At the same time, he moved his hand, intentionally or unintentionally, to his thigh and moved closer to J.S. dagger at his waist. In the narrow carriage, the long sword would only be a burden that would restrict his movements. Besides, Thales glanced at the carriage door with the corner of his eye. "I won by jumping out of the carriage at the first possible moment." However, the scene he imagined did not happen. King Chapman took a step forward. His sharp and cold eyes stared straight at Thales, making the latter feel even more pressured. "Indeed," the king nodded slowly. "If I die here for no reason, no one will know, no one will be able to hold me accountable, and no one will be able to say anything about it. There will be no irreparable consequences. There is nothing more that the archdukes in the country can only dream of." King Chapman tapped the old scabbard between his knees gently. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Dragon Cloud City will probably be able to breathe a sigh of relief. The hatred that cannot be declared will be washed away, and the imminent threat will be removed. All the archdukes who participated in the King's Selection Congress, Rockney, Letko, will also be freed from the heavy shackles and burdens. The battle between a rebellious king and the archdukes will come to an end. Ekstedt, which has been in turmoil for the past 6 years, will be restored to its former state. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the king's eyes narrowed slightly, as though he wanted to see Thales more clearly. He spoke slowly and paused between his words, and that special prince of Constellation will no longer have to worry about his most dangerous enemy. Thales Adams' apple moved slightly. The teenage prince stared back at his enemy, unwilling to show weakness. King Chapman's tapping on the scabbard suddenly stopped. His face suddenly turned cold. "But damn it, I know there's a but." Thales snorted coldly in his heart. He remembered how he often used this word to tease a certain young lady. He would pour cold water on her when she was in high spirits and make her leave in a huff. He could not help but think of the phrase, retribution is not pleasant. If you do that, the prince who thinks he's smart might win this move, but in the end, he will lose the entire game, the king said coldly. His Majesty said coldly. Even you and your Archduchess lost completely. Thales froze for a moment. He clenched his fists lightly, puzzled. What? Myself, the Archduchess? Cleanly? Do you want to see that Archduchess head pierced by a pike and erected on the city walls of Dragon Cloud City? The king said faintly. Then open your mouth and call for help. Surround me and kill me here. Do not hesitate. At that moment, the air in the carriage instantly became heavy and stagnant. Thales bit his lower lip and sucked in a deep breath. What do you mean, Lampard? The prince gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want? Thales saw the unsmiling King Chapman curl up the corners of his lips, which was a rare sight. It looks like you've been living well in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years. King Chapman leaned back again with an indifferent expression. My men report every year that the Archduchess and the prince have a very close relationship, almost like lovers. Thales furrowed his eyebrows in pain. He could not refute the king. But me, for the past 6 years, as the common elected king of Ekstedt, I've been acting like a fisherman fishing on the ice. I've been cautious and cautious. King Chapman looked out of the carriage and sighed with emotion. I've been thinking about how to catch those hateful shoals of fish to fill my stomach, while trying my best not to become their food in the water. So far, you've been doing pretty well, Thales continued in dissatisfaction. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the leisure to come to Dragon Cloud City to catch up with me when the whole country is condemning you. By the way, the Alliance of Freedom played a pretty good hand. They used an imminent war to make the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City suffer. King Chapman chuckled, then snorted coldly. That's just what it looks like, Thales. You know it better than anyone else. The king tacitly acknowledged Thales' accusation. He said calmly, It's been 6 years, and that ideal Ekstedt is getting further and further away from me. The Prince of Constellation was slightly startled. Saroma. Thales acutely grasped the main point. Why did he mention Saroma? Thales. The job you found for me 6 years ago. The king raised his right hand and gestured at his temples. There was a faint scar on his face caused by the crown. It's not a good job. Almost all the archdukes see me as an enemy. Needless to say, the 4 archdukes from back then, and the 3 who couldn't attend the King's Selection Congress also have a lot of complaints. All the decrees I tried to implement were met with many difficulties. Even in Black Sand region, there was a lot of resistance. Rockney and Letko have been running around, jointly denouncing the king's injustice. My vassals were seething with resentment and were ready to take action. King Chapman sighed softly. Kinslayer. The king lowered his head slightly and stared at his saber. This is the nickname they gave me. Even the most vulgar commoners laughed at this nickname. Even if my decrees could increase their harvest by 30%, even if my orders could prevent them from being exploited by tax collectors and oppressed by suzerains, even if everything I did was to allow these lowly and insignificant people to obtain their own future, yet the king stopped talking. He stroked his saber gently, and his gaze grew colder. They are still against me. Perhaps one day, my authority hidden in the crown will be swept away. The decrees I issue will become waste paper, and I will die alone in a heavily besieged city without food? I don't know. Thales sighed. That's because you tried to use a new standard to confer nobles, change the status quo of the distribution of power, and change everyone's future. You try to make a group of people who were used to the present and the past believe that the unfamiliar future would be better, and make another group of people give up on everything they were enjoying. Even when the wealth was at its most abundant, the food was at its most abundant, and the conditions were at their most mature, it was still difficult for most people to imagine. The prince shook his head. And you want to use 6 years to complete what Mendes III could not do in more than 100 years? Thales raised his head and stared seriously at the former Lampard, who was now King Chapman. This is the price. The carriage fell into silence. King Chapman fixed his gaze on him. Both of them stared at each other for a whole 5 seconds, until the king slowly laughed. "See, I knew it was right to come to you. You are one of the few people who can understand me." King Chapman's smile was very cold, and it made people unconsciously nervous. This made Thales realize that because of his new title, the prestige of the Archduke of Black Sand region was also increasing day by day. Not everyone can participate in this kind of conversation, not even a smart person like Lessa. Thales sneered and shook his head. "Lampard, before I impatiently call out to the people outside, cut the crap." The prince's tone became firm. "Why did you come to me? What did you mean by losing the entire game?" King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. "Take a guess, Thales," the king said flatly. "Just like before, aren't you the best at this?" King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. "Take a guess, Thales," the king said flatly. "Just like before, aren't you the best at this?" Damn it. What makes him so bold? What gives him such confidence? No. No matter what he wants, it's obvious that the Alliance of Freedom is not enough to drag the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City down. Thales leaned against the leather backrest and seemed to be deep in thought. In order to save yourself from the predicament of being condemned by the masses, you have to add fuel to the fire. So, you want to start with Dragon Cloud City. I'm guessing the Archduchess Marich. You want to use her to plunge Dragon Cloud City, which poses the greatest threat, into internal strife? Thales raised his head coldly. Once you lose external support, the king can easily extinguish the resentment and dissatisfaction of the vassals in Black Sand region, allowing your decrees to be carried out unimpeded. King Chapman's expression did not change. He did not comment. "Speaking of Archduchess Walton, I have a question." Unexpectedly, the king pushed the saber on his knees to the side, freeing his hands. Chapman Lampard placed his elbows on his knees. With a relaxed expression, he asked in a defenseless manner, "Back then, how did Nuven turn you into his ally and make you willingly stand on Dragon Cloud City's side?" Thales shook his head rudely. "He didn't turn me into his ally. You forced me to stand on Dragon Cloud City's side, remember? Someone wanted to frame the Prince of Constellation and help him build his country. But in the end, he suffered the consequences of his actions." When he said this, Thales was satisfied to see that King Chapman's originally calm and composed expression had become much more unpleasant. "I guess he gave you a promise." The king ignored his sarcasm, but Thales could feel that Lampard's tone had become colder. "A marriage contract, is it?" Thales sucked in a breath. "I know that when his bloodline was cut off, Nuven must have promised to marry his granddaughter to you in exchange for the protection of the future king of Constellation." Thales subconsciously clenched his fists again. "So, that's why you care so much about the Archduchess Marich." King Chapman's speech became more rapid, and the pressure he gave off gradually increased. "You think she's your fiancée, something you have in your pocket, and an important chess piece for Constellation to control Extet from afar? But now, she's facing—" Thales clenched his fists so tightly that he chuckled. "I admire your imagination, Lampard." The prince sneered and shook his head. "Do you really think that an heir to the throne of Constellation can marry the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City of Extet?" The king's lips curled up. "If King Nuven was still alive, perhaps." Chapman I said softly, "But my uncle still made a good deal." Even after his accidental death, the gift from the late king was exchanged for an unexpected gift in return. Under the illumination of the starlight, the dragon spear survived the unpredictable torrents and storms. You did your best, broke convention, and supported her to sit on the Archduchess throne. In these 6 years, you, together with Lee Span and the others, did everything you could to help her gain a foothold. You did your best to maintain the stability of Dragon Cloud City during the earth-shattering disaster of Nuven's death. In the carriage, the king slowly leaned forward and stared intently at the heir of Constellation. "Even if you know that the girl sitting on the Archduchess throne," he enunciated each word with a shocking emphasis, "she is not the true Walton bloodline." At that moment, All the muscles in Thales' body tensed up. He knew. He knew. Thales, who had always been good at thinking and handling matters calmly, had never wanted to immediately turn hostile and solve the problem with violence as much as he did now. The image of the helpless and sobbing little rascal appeared in Thales' mind. He instinctively felt for his dagger. Chapman Lampard. Kill him. Kill him. Now. Keep this secret forever. The prince took a deep breath. The sin of Hell's river surged out of his body, but it did not surge to his limbs. Instead, it surged to his brain. Under the effect of the sin of Hell's river, the last remaining shred of rationality returned to Thales' mind. Like a traveler clinging to a cliff, it told him at the top of his voice, "Calm down." The enemy came prepared. King Chapman sighed. Madame Calchon told me a lot of things. The king shook his head. For example, the true direct bloodline of the Walton family is extinct. Once her identity is exposed, he said flatly, what will happen to her? Think about it. Chapman's words were like a dose of fatal poison that spread in Thales' heart. In front of the Bright Moon God spokesperson, she impersonated the Archduke of Dragoncloud City and deceived all of Ekstedt. Thales raised his head slowly. The prince gently swallowed his saliva, but he was far from being as calm as he appeared. This is Saroma's greatest weakness. Also, this is Chapman Lampard's goal. Bringing this secret to me? Damn it. Damn it. What should I do? What should I do? Thales' heart beat faster and faster, almost to the point that he could not suppress it. King Chapman observed the Prince of Constellation's reaction with interest, but he was disappointed. Even though the prince was usually more taciturn, his expression remained the same. It was as if what the king just said was not a major event that could shock all of Ekstedt. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You have been complaining about your current situation just now, but it reminded me of something very interesting, Your Majesty. The king narrowed his eyes and watched strangely as the second prince opened his eyes. With the calmest and most composed tone, he said as if nothing had happened. That year, you were chosen as the next king in the 6-person king selection congress. Thales shrugged in a relaxed manner and said, So, if one of the Archduke's votes is proven to be invalid, King Chapman's expression changed. Then you obtain the throne by relying on the difference of one vote. The prince said flatly and launched his counterattack. Is it still legal and reasonable? King Chapman? In the next second, King Chapman clenched his fists, as if he had been struck in his weak spot. His gaze returned to the cold and fierce look that Thales was familiar with. Just like Archduke Lampard in the past, the carriage fell into a suffocating silence again, until one side broke it. Ha ha! The corners of the king's mouth curled up, and he laughed out loud. King Chapman tapped his knee lightly. He stared at Thales, as if he was looking at a bird that could not escape from its prey. So, are you sure that this is true? Lampard said coldly. She is indeed not the real Walton. Is that right? At that moment, Thales' expression changed drastically. Chapter 301. I have slackened. I have slackened. I have slackened. As he stared at King Chapman's steady and aloof expression, Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly realized this in sorrow. Even though he thought that he had been very vigilant during the past 6 years, and he had also been on tenterhooks under the gazes and whispers of the Northlanders, compared to the days when he was surrounded by danger and was forced to fight with all his might, the prince's current life was still too comfortable and leisurely. At some point in time, even Thales did not realize that he had unknowingly gotten used to this comfortable rhythm. So much so that when he suddenly faced a terrifying and powerful enemy like Chapman Lampard, and in a game that was even more thrilling than the one he faced 6 years ago, who had been away from the battlefield for a long time, was at a loss for what to do and what to do. Thales even began to suspect that the reason why Lampard would suddenly and boldly seek him out at this time was to catch the unprepared prince off guard. Across the carriage, King Chapman did not care about the prince's expression. He nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you admit it instead of pretending to be deaf and dumb. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Saves me the trouble of field testing the power of this truth. Thal's expression became increasingly unpleasant. It's been 6 years. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. Lampard stood at the highest point of this country. He trained and honed himself to become more experienced and brilliant in his life-and-death battles against the archdukes and vassals. One careless move, and he would lose everything. As for himself, the Prince of Constellation, a guest in name, but a pawn who was actually a hostage, he was imprisoned at the highest point of this famous city by the king's order for a total of 6 years. Under the company and protection of the guards, under the surveillance and isolation of many forces, he spent his days in silence and solitude with his books and servants as his companions. He couldn't get in touch with more people, and he couldn't get further information. He was far away from the most dangerous and complicated games. He was lost and corrupted in the illusion of peace. In a way, Lampard won. He fought for 6 years, and, at the same time, he took 6 years from me. Thales clenched his fists. Maybe there was a voice in Thal's heart calling out to him. Maybe it's time for me to go. He left Dragon Cloud's city and returned to. However, Thales raised his head slightly and looked into King Chapman's eyes expressionlessly. Breathe, Thales, breathe. The chess game was not over yet. It was not the time to give up. In fact, the battle had only just begun. Isn't that right, old friend? The familiar sin of hell's river spread through his nerves and blood vessels, spreading through his entire body. It was like the flames of hell, but also like the frost of the northernmost region. It made Thales shudder. Think carefully, Thales. Fear, nervousness, frustration, dismay, bewilderment, and countless other superfluous emotions instantly left him. Thales leaned against the back of his seat, crossed his arms, and furrowed his eyebrows. First of all, Thales thought coldly. Lampard said that the red, which did not tell him a single word. Is this true? If it was true, it meant that the king had learned of Dragon Cloud City's greatest secret from another source. He needed confirmation. King Chapman did not panic. He waited thoughtfully for the prince's response, as if everything was under his control. You're not sure either, right? When it comes to this bargaining chip that can overturn Dragon Cloud City and yourself at the same time, the field test and whatnot is just empty talk, Thales said expressionlessly. When did you start suspecting it? There was considerable interest in King Chapman's eyes. From a first day, Thales gritted his teeth lightly. The first day, in other words, triumph is the token that the king of Renaissance gave to Raikaru. It has a high status and extraordinary significance. Over the years, it symbolizes the Walton family's legacy and Dragon Cloud City's authority. It has always been worn by the successive archdukes of Dragon Cloud City, passed down from generation to generation, and known by all. The king's voice traveled into his ears coldly, and it gave people the illusion that it was not cold. But that night, when my men carried Nuvin's corpse away, his finger was empty, until I saw you put the ring on that girl in the Hall of Heroes. Thales moved slightly. He remembered the confrontation in the hall that year. You suspect that I took the ring in private and put it on Saroma, the prince said softly. That seems a little arbitrary. King Chapman shook his head. No, I don't think that group of former White Blade guards had the guts to desecrate the late king's corpse. Nor do I think that they would allow you to take the supreme token that represents the Walton family from Nuvin's corpse. So, triumph could only have been taken from King Nuvin's finger when he was still alive and given to his granddaughter. The look in King Chapman's eyes became more and more dangerous. That makes it even more suspicious. Thal's expression froze. He had figured out the key. Lampard's information did not come from the secret room or the Red Witch. This terrifying and ambitious man found this secret on his own. If that's the case, the king snorted coldly. Nuvin could not have known that he was about to die. Why would he hurriedly take off the ring that represents the Dragon Spear family and secretly hand it to a girl who could not even be trusted by the vassals? Wouldn't it have been better to gather the vassals in public, pass the ring under the watchful eyes of the public, confirm the heir, and use the born king's authority to endorse the Archduke's legacy and pave the way for the Archduchess? Then I thought of you, King Chapman said quietly. You were also in Dragon Cloud City that day when the late king privately passed the Ring of Triumph to his granddaughter, Thales Jadestar. The prince lowered his head so that the other party could not see his expression clearly. That night, the late king wanted to pass the ring to his granddaughter so that you and the Jadestar family could see it, right? He chose you, Thales. Strangely, there was respect and disdain in King Chapman's voice at the same time. Because of the status of the Jadestar family and the King of Constellation, and also because of the uniqueness you displayed that night, he chose you to be the husband of his granddaughter and the future Archduchess. After his death, with the power of Constellation, you will continue the Dragon Spear family's rule over Dragon Cloud City and protect your wife's family. The prince could hear his heart beating at a constant rate. At that moment, the once familiar thinking pattern returned to Thales' mind. In the conversation just now, he first probed whether I have an engagement with Saroma. Then, he asked about my alliance with King Nuven. Both of them. For many years, I have been full of doubts about how this alliance was formed between the two of you, King Chapman said coldly. You were right about one thing. Thales, the heir of Constellation. How could he marry the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City under the heavy opposition? The king gradually approached Thales' face. The prince could even see his own reflection in the king's eyes. There are two doubtful points. First of all, how could you possibly believe that this fragile alliance would still be effective and profitable in the face of so many obstacles when King Nuven's life was nearing its end? Moreover, with a fragile marriage, could Eternal Star City really interfere with Dragon Cloud City's affairs? Secondly, how could King Nuven be sure that his actions were not like inviting a wolf into his house, that the alliance he formed would not fall apart after his death? How could he be sure that Constellation would not go back on its word and leave while seizing benefits, or even send the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City to hell just to attack Extet? King Chapman returned to his seat. His domineering words came to an end. Only endless silence and deep thought were left in the carriage. Thales narrowed his eyes slightly. Very well. Lampard's words about not being of the true Walton bloodline did not mean that he knew the whole truth. On that cruel night 6 years ago, what happened in the Hall of Heroes was not as simple as the old king giving his surname to a girl who was not of his bloodline. That night, Alex's pale face appeared in front of Thales' eyes. He shifted his attention back to the king. If that's the case, the only thing Lampard can be sure of is, now, it's up to him to make his own move. In the dark carriage, Thales took a deep breath. A pretty good guess. The Prince of Constellation carefully weighed his words. Every second, he reminded himself of the existence of the enemy he was facing. But it's still missing a link. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Thales said flatly, Croche, how much did she tell you? The carriage sank into silence. The prince waited patiently. As expected, in the next moment, King Chapman's face twitched. An emotion similar to surprise appeared in his eyes. Interesting. King Chapman did not seem to have expected this. How did you know? No, I don't. Thales said quietly in his heart. Until you confirmed it for me. Kent Vita's audience. Thales answered straightforwardly. That cold-faced female warrior behaved very strangely. She was agitated when she faced the herald. Her attitude towards Kent Vita and the baffling words she said to the Archduchess at the end. Of course, there was also her eagerness to invite me into the carriage, even at the cost of a fight. King Chapman stared at him quietly. A few seconds later, the common-elected king could not help but snort softly. Ash is a very interesting girl. I've never seen someone as arrogant as Lesa be so infatuated with any woman. I guess the Tower of Eradication does have its ways, right? A long time ago, Castellan was also infatuated with a woman from the Tower of Eradication. Thales shook his head. He did not want to listen to the king's nonsense. He went straight to the point. I guess she introduced you to her father, Lord Burnmerk? King Chapman's eyelids twitched. Not exactly. The king snorted softly. When we were discussing the Alliance of Freedom, we happened to talk about the eldest son of King Soria Walton, who broke Fort Liberté. My lovely vice-captain told me how she grew up under the care of the prince's consort, Lady Adele. Of course, her father The late king's loyal administrator, Burn Merk, King Chapman, said in a low voice, and how he tried his best to mediate the unfortunate marriage between Prince Soria and his wife. He protected the pitiful consort and advised the cruel prince. I see. Thales thought quietly, but then he thought of something. That's not right. If Croce knew about it from the beginning, there's no need to wait until... Who noticed the problem? The prince asked without batting an eyelid. You can't be sure of anything just based on a little girl's memories. King Chapman was silent for a whole 3 seconds. It was so long that Thales could not help but frown. This time, Chapman Lampard's voice was very soft. It sounded as if it came from afar, but also as if he was afraid of waking up a sleeping baby. It was Harold. Thales was startled. Harold? Wait, he means... The king let out an indecipherable sneer. It sounded sad, but also angry. When Prince Soria was assassinated, my elder brother, Harold Lampard, was the first person to rush to the scene. Of course, the assassin was hidden in his team. Do you remember? King Chapman's voice slowly regained its calmness, as if he was narrating a story about someone else's family. Harold once described the tragedy to me. The prince was covered in blood and collapsed in the carriage. His body was cold, and his personal guard was holding the body of the princess consort. He knelt outside the carriage and looked at the baby girl in her arms, crying her heart out. Thales did not speak. Lampard sneered. LaSalle was very interested in this detail. Why did Lord Merk, the White Blade Guard and later administrator, seem to care more about the consort? The prince's expression froze. He was getting closer. Following this clue, LaSalle also discovered that after the king's selection, the Archduchess ascended to the throne, but Administrator Merk, who had guarded Lady Walton conscientiously for the past 12 years and was supposed to continue protecting Dragoncloud City with his life, disappeared. For 6 years, even Ike did not know her father's whereabouts. It was as if he became disheartened overnight and gave up on everything, including his oath of blades and loyalty. The king continued speaking. Soon he found more. Some of the servants and guards in a certain area of Heroic Spirit Palace had either disappeared or died during the calamity 6 years ago. None of them survived, and they happened to be the personal guards of the Archduchess, who was the baby girl. Viscount Lesa Kentvita. Thales sighed. Is this why people call him the Night Falcon? It makes sense. Is he good at hunting with his eyes open in the deep night, which ordinary people do not pay much attention to? The king shook his head and did not continue the conversation. Lesa made a bold conjecture, and Croce beat him up 3 times because of it. The current Archduchess of Dragoncloud City is not her father's daughter, but Administrator Merk's bloodline. King Chapman's eyes shone with a terrifying cold light. I'm guessing that in order to protect the secret of the bloodline, Regent Lee Span made him disappear forever? Very well. He does not know. Thales told himself silently. I only know half of the truth. He only knows Alex, but he does not know Little Rascal, and he does not know Saroma. I can't believe you found out the truth just like that. Thales rubbed his forehead with a pained expression and said in a seemingly resigned manner, Your subordinates are really talented. The king gently grabbed the saber beside him. Finally, I understand the answers to the 2 suspicious points. In order to gain your trust and entice you, King Nuven must have given you more than the marriage contract. He gave you a bargaining chip that could destroy Dragoncloud City and the Walton family. He gave you a bargaining chip that even a trusted official like Lee Span would be wary of, so that even after King Nuven passed away, Eternal Star City could still control the restless Dragoncloud City from afar. And all of you are quite satisfied with this. King Chapman shook his head. It was unknown whether he was feeling sentimental or smug. I think this is one of the reasons why the Red, which betrayed the late king, even though she never admitted it. Thales heaved a deep sigh. The battlefield was now very clear. So, this is a secret that can simultaneously eliminate the legitimacy of the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City and weaken the legitimacy of the common elected king. We have each other's weaknesses, Thales said indifferently. I'm guessing that you want to draw Dragoncloud City to your side? To stand on your side, or at least not on Rocknee's side. Ah, Thales, We have known each other for a long time. King Chapman snorted softly. We have fought against each other more than once, and this has allowed us to understand each other. The prince took a deep breath and shook his head. Why should I do this? This is just a grudge between you and Dragon Cloud City. He shrugged as if he did not care. If you want to be destroyed together with Dragon Cloud City, then go ahead. I can stay out of this. Chapman snorted coldly. Even if my mutual destruction with the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City will cause you and Constellation's hopes and interests in Dragon Cloud City to fall through, the king said meaningfully. Hope for Dragon Cloud City? Thales chuckled softly and retorted without showing any weakness. I am not even the king. It is still too early to talk about this. King Chapman narrowed his eyes. His gaze became thought-provoking. Yes, you are not the king yet, but you have already done so much for Dragon Cloud City. In the next second, the king's tone changed. There was mystery and strangeness in his words at the same time. But what if I say that everything you have done to help the Archduchess ascend to the throne, and everything you have done to maintain in Dragon Cloud City is actually built on a terrifying lie, and everything you think you are infallible is just a joke to pave the way for someone else? At that moment, as he looked at King Chapman's expression, Thales frowned slightly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. What do you mean? The prince subconsciously clenched his fists. A joke to pave the way for someone else? No. I remember the first time we met. When you rejected my offer, you told me to be careful with those who want to become your allies. King Chapman's expression was so cold that it looked like water was about to drip from it. No matter how sweet their words are they sincere? Thales' frown deepened. Thales. King Chapman shook his head. In a tone that made Thales' skin crawl, he spoke flatly. Do you really think that our beloved late king, Nuven Walton, is an ally worthy of your trust? Thales' breathing gradually became softer. Do you think that he will be so magnanimous as to hand you a bargaining chip that can destroy his family, trust you wholeheartedly, and believe that you will protect the Walton family without regard for your own safety? Do you think that you and Nuven have made a win-win deal? That you will obtain a wife who represents Dragon Cloud City, and he will obtain the continuation of the Walton family, and that everyone will get what they need? Do you think that Nuven will be so tolerant as to tolerate a person who is not of his blood sitting on the Archduke's throne, and that all he cares about is that illusory and empty family name? The king said softly, You underestimate our late king too much. Thales stared at King Chapman with a face full of doubt. If you have nothing else to say, Mariah is still alive, the king said quietly. At that moment, Thales, who could not react in time to the slightly unfamiliar name, was slightly stunned. Feeling uneasy, he subconsciously said, Who? A strange and terrifying expression appeared on King Chapman's face. The next moment, the king uttered a name softly. Mariah Walton. M.O. Mariah? Thales mulled over the name, and without realizing it, his face turned pale. What? That's, when I first found out, I was even more shocked than you were. The king added as if nothing had happened. Yes, 6 years ago, the beginning of everything, the Prince of Ekstedt who was assassinated in Constellation, which led to a series of drastic changes in our kingdoms, laid the foundation for our fates, and made you a hostage. At that moment, King Chapman's eyes seemed to burn with terrifying flames. Still alive. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. It was as if even the air in the carriage was about to freeze because of this terrifying moment. Thales was completely stunned. What was he talking about? That prince? That Prince Mariah who was jointly assassinated by Lampard, Poffret, Arund, and Constellation's new star? Still alive? That means a terrifying thought instantly crept into his mind. Only God knew how much effort Thales had to use to suppress the trembling of his entire body and the drastic change in his expression. A few seconds later, Thales widened his eyes. His expression was unpleasant, and he could not believe it. This is impossible. Do you still not understand, Thales? King Chapman's eyes shone with indignation, and he enunciated each word clearly, as if he was chewing on his deepest hatred. In Dragon Cloud City, whether it was the late king, Lee Span, or the Star Killer, all of them knew and understood this. Thal's brain was in extreme shock and astonishment, and he struggled to maintain his ability to think. All of them knew it. They waited patiently, looking forward to the day Prince Mariah returned. Before he returned, they used a fake archduchess to temporarily preserve the Walton family's power. At the same time, they feigned civility with you and obtained Constellation's help. Chapman I's words were like the most terrifying poison, seeping into every inch of Thal's thoughts. From the beginning to the end, only 2 people were kept in the dark and knew nothing about it. This is why I came to you, Thales. The king stared at Thales, whose expression was almost frozen. His gaze swept past Thal's slightly trembling left hand, which was pressed against his knee. You, and that pitiful archduchess herself. Both of you are just puppets manipulated by King Nuven. Constellation thinks that it holds a bargaining chip that can keep Dragon Cloud City in check. It painstakingly maintains its relationship with Dragon Cloud City, conscientiously supports the Walton family's rule, and hopes that one day it will reap rewards from the marriage between the king and the archduchess. However, many years later, when Mariah returns, his legitimacy will overwhelm everything. The archduchess' existence will be overthrown. Your marriage will become a laughingstock. The promise you obtained from King Nuven will be proven to be nothing more than a stupid joke, and everything you built will be reduced to ashes overnight. He's lying. He must be lying. Thales could only tell himself this. To make me, Thales' eyes were still wide open in disbelief as he stared at the king. It was as if he had returned to that terrifying night. Alex, who was convulsing. Merc, who was howling in pain. King Nuven, who was laughing coldly. And Saroma, no, it was Little Rascal, and the ring in her hand. At that moment, the prince felt that even his thoughts were about to be frozen. I told you, I know my uncle too well, unlike you, who only spent a short day with him. Nuven, he toyed with everyone in the palm of his hand. The king stroked the saber between his knees and sneered as he said these words. He used an unprecedented lie to deceive your trust and belief. He used a seemingly sweet and sincere bait to catch your persistence and loyalty. From your self-righteous thoughts, he harvested the prey that the great dragon wanted the most. King Chapman slowly raised his right hand and slowly curled his fingers. This is King Nuven's real trick and strategy. It is a gift from the late king. In the next second, Chapman Lampard clenched his right hand tightly. It was as if he had just seized someone's throat. Thales' breathing shuddered as he broke out in a horrified cold sweat. Welcome to the cruel, real world. In the darkness, an ugly and cold smile appeared on King Chapman's colorless face. The guardian of Dragon Cloud City, Your Highness. Passengers boarding the train, for the sake of your health, please fasten your seatbelt at all times. Swordless, with a serious expression. Chapter 302. He remembered. Thales stared fixedly at the floor under his feet. 6 years ago, in the secret tunnel under the gatehouse, the group of people who escaped were intercepted by the Red Witch. They could not advance or retreat. At that time, the exhausted Star Killer went forward alone and used a very large bargaining chip in exchange for their safety. Thales could not help but feel a deep suspicion rising in his heart. What did Nicholas tell the Red Witch that made Madame Calchon turn around and leave so decisively? What made her ignore existences like the Prince of Constellation and Miss Walton, as if they were just unnecessary outsiders? Is the secret room really so unconventional that they could leave without any hesitation after making up their mind to overthrow the stubborn king Nuven a moment ago, and leave without any involvement in anything the next moment? If, as Lampard said, Saroma's existence is just... Thales took a deep breath. Veins popped up on his hands. Ridiculous. He stared coldly at King Chapman in front of him. The heir of Dragon Cloud City, who was publicly acknowledged to have been dead for 6 years, is still alive? And me going north alone and being a hostage for 6 years, including our life-and-death battle in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, was all just part of a conspiracy? You expect me to believe you? What kind of baseless words are these? The prince looked offended. He stared at the king's eyes in dissatisfaction and retorted, "Why did Maria deliberately fake his death? Why did he let his family be on the verge of collapse and Dragon Cloud City be in turmoil? Why did King Nuven come up with such a strategy where the gains did not make up for the losses, and even lost his life in vain under your counterattack?" Asterisk bang. Asterisk because he did not deliberately fake his death, and Nuven did not do it on purpose either. King Chapman punched his scabbard and responded to Thale's aggressive words with a frosty expression. "Do you think this is some kind of fun? Do you think I would be so bored as to fabricate such a lie to drive a wedge between you and Dragoncloud City? Ever since I received this damn news, God knows how many methods, time, and resources I've used to get to the bottom of it, just to find out whether that useless prince is dead or not. To find out how long I can wear this crown I got 6 years ago." The king's sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Believe me, if he is not dead, there is no one in this world who would want him to disappear as quickly as possible, without anyone knowing." Thales looked suspiciously at the anger and coldness hidden on the king's face. He had a vague feeling that the other party's emotions were not fake. The carriage was silent for a few seconds. "So, I didn't deliberately fake my death." Thales calmed down and tugged at his sleeves. "What do you know?" King Chapman snorted coldly and said, "This is from the secret room. To be exact, it's from my spy in the secret room. It said that the Red Witch has been investigating this matter for a whole 6 years, regardless of the cost. She only found some clues half a year ago." Deep in thought, Thales repeated slowly, 6 years. The king nodded solemnly. 6 years ago, Prince Maria returned to Dragoncloud City from his fief. In Heroic Spirit Palace, he had a fierce argument with King Nuven. Even though King Nuven had gotten rid of most of the people in the palace before he died, there are still people who are alive to testify to this. When King Chapman said this, his eyes shone with a strange light. It lingered between disdain and disgust. A few days later, Maria left without saying goodbye and disappeared without a trace. Thales' gaze froze. "Left what?" "Yes, Thales." King Chapman snorted in disdain. A prince who shouldered the heavy responsibility of a kingdom left home in a fit of anger because he was scolded by his dear father. The prince took a second to digest this news. He then looked at King Chapman with a burning gaze. Can you imagine Nuven's expression at that time? His son irresponsibly left behind everything, including his own identity and his original mission to Constellation. In one night, he disappeared from Nuven, Dragoncloud City, and even all of Extet's site. In order to escape safely, he even deliberately leaked his itinerary to Pofrit as a cover. That's how everything happened after that. Maria Walton, Nuven's useless son, the king said through gritted teeth in contempt and anger. He is practically the greatest disgrace of the Walton family in the past 600 years. Even if you search all over Extet, you probably won't be able to find a piece of trash worse than him. My God, a prince left everything behind, ran away from home. For some reason, another person's figure suddenly appeared in Thale's mind. Decades ago, Lady Gines was not as mature and charming as she was now. She was penniless and in a sorry state, but she resolutely walked out of her family's manor, followed the prince's fleet, and walked towards an unknown future. The king used a few seconds to regulate his breathing. He snapped out of his anger and resentment. Because of that, the born king, who was badly battered and exhausted, could only use a substitute with a similar face to replace his runaway son on a diplomatic mission to Constellation. Anyway, as a symbol, the prince only needed to smile. We found information about that substitute. He was born in a small noble family in the suburbs of Dragoncloud City. His ancestors were blood relatives with the Waltons. He was found by the White Blade Guards 18 years ago, and from then on, entered Dragoncloud City to work. Of course, he was actually being trained to become Prince Mariah's substitute. King Chapman continued coldly, "You know what happened after that. You know what happened after that. Mariah's substitute died in Constellation. I guess Nuven was very surprised, but he took advantage of the situation and made it real. He pretended to be angry and demanded corresponding compensation from Constellation, but internally, he cleaned up the restless archdukes. Thales tried his best to pull himself out of the shock Mariah gave him. He looked at the king with an indescribable feeling. This is why I began to suspect the Archduchess' identity. There is no reason for Nuven to leave behind an Archduchess and a son who can overthrow the former. He caused Dragoncloud City to sink into a terrifying whirlpool of a fight for succession. Believe me, from Alceus of Prestige Orchid Region to Rose of Anlenzo Dukedom, this is the most terrifying disaster for a noble family. Of course, his biggest surprise should be you, Thales. You are the Prince of Constellation who can save the Dragonspear family in the future when Mariah disappears, when Dragoncloud City is beset with difficulties both internally and externally, when his power is waning, and when he passes away. An excellent tool. The king stared at Thales with a complicated gaze, as though the prince before him was an object. Just like that, Nuven used a fake Archduchess to trap you in Constellation, stabilized the Walton family's rule in Dragoncloud City, and allowed the Dragonspear family to live through the years when the Born King was not around. At the same time, he hid the biggest secret from all of you. Perhaps one day, Leaspan or the Starkiller will welcome back Mariah, who is tired of playing outside. Dragoncloud City will return to the Waltons' hands, and all of Constellation's schemes will fail. King Chapman ended his speech and stared at Thales quietly. Thales did not say a word. His eyebrows furrowed as he pondered in silence for nearly 2 minutes. How could this be? King Nuven's back appeared before his eyes. The heroic and shrewd former king turned around in his mind and flashed a cold smile that made people shudder. Nuven Walton. He dared to fight in front of the vassals and used a vicious scheme without hesitation. He could poison a young girl to death without batting an eyelid, and put the family's inheritance in his and Little Rascal's hands without a care. And now, Nuven, the Born King. What kind of person are you? Is this what you want to say? The second prince said in a weary tone, everything that happened 6 years ago, the grudges between our two kingdoms, the conspiracy in Renaissance Palace, the confrontation in front of the fortress, the disaster in Dragoncloud City, all originated from Mariah's willful departure. It's hard to believe, isn't it? King Chapman sneered. But the origin of everything is so absurd, ridiculous, comical, and completely unreasonable. You were a hostage in the North, trapped for 6 whole years because of an unjust accusation. I almost gambled everything, and I almost lost everything. With each word, the hatred in King Chapman's eyes intensified. Arund was reduced to a prisoner. Poffert's neck was twisted, and Ekstedt even had a new king. Since then, all the bloodshed and turmoil. All of this originated from a good-for-nothing who left his home. The king suppressed his hatred. His gaze was ruthless, as if he was about to open his mouth and eat someone in the next second. The carriage was silent for a few seconds, as if they wanted to remember the heaviness of this moment. The prince closed his eyes gently and slowly opened them again. But what Nuven did not expect was that his nephew in Black Sand region would do something beyond his expectations. When he had just started setting up his plan, Nuven had already taken the king's life and put on the crown himself. That's why you're sitting here and talking to me. Thales' gaze on the king became calm again, and there was no emotion in it. In the carriage, King Chapman's breathing gradually calmed down. It's not just me, Thales. King Chapman leaned back against the carriage. His eyes were bright and piercing. There's also you. Thales narrowed his eyes. Don't forget, we built my crown together, the king said faintly. Thales sighed softly, then snorted. It's still baseless nonsense. The prince rubbed his forehead sleepily. Mariah's death. Everything is based on the empty words you told me. Yes, so that's all I have to say, King Chapman answered without hesitation. But I believe that you have your own conclusions, and you've been here for 6 years. You're more familiar with the people and things in Dragoncloud City than I am. You can absolutely find the truth on your own. Thales lowered his head. He only felt tired. Whether it was Mariah's life or death, Saroma's identity, Nuven's schemes, or Chapman before him. All of them made him feel like his brain was about to explode. This is too much. So tiring. Assuming this is true, then I've been deceived and toyed with by a dead man for 6 whole years? The prince chuckled for some reason. This feeling is really strange. Across him, the king's expression changed slightly. Only 6 years. That's not bad. Thales raised his head. What do you mean? But King Chapman only stared at him quietly and snorted softly. Don't forget, whether it's the generations of Extet's boorish and unrestrained archdukes, or the groups of Constellation's scheming and astute nobles, all by a seemingly mediocre and cowardly king of Constellation, a dead man who passed away 100 years ago, he sighed with emotion and said, deceived and toyed with for more than a century. In the next moment, Thales' gaze became clear again. He looked at Chapman Lampard seriously. What do you want, Lampard? Finally, King Chapman leaned forward and curled up the corners of his lips slightly. It was as if this conversation had just begun. Lee Span and the Star Killer have been keeping a close eye on Heroic Spirit Palace. I can't get close to that girl, but you can. There was a profound look in the king's eyes. You also know what I want. Thales snorted softly. Rockney and Letko, Stustel of the Sentinel region, and Cameron of the Glacier Sea. The joint condemnation of the 4 archdukes is not easy to deal with, is it? He shrugged. That's why you spent so much effort to incite the Alliance of Freedom, and even schemed about Dragoncloud City's choice of stance. King Chapman nodded. I've said it before, this is not an easy task, and every archduke is not easy to deal with, he said seriously. But Thales interrupted him. 6 years ago in Heroic Spirit Palace, you said, every one of you was born shackled by the endless struggle between the king and the archdukes, and you will never be able to free yourself. You want to break it. The prince spoke in a tone the king had never heard before. He seemed to be sentimental, but there was also a hint of mockery in his voice. But for some reason, your current actions remind me of King Nuven. For a moment, Thales saw the tendons in King Chapman's hands tremble slightly. Those who want to break the shackles rack their brains to study the structure of the shackles, and are fascinated by this game of escape, Thales said softly. Until one day, he realizes that the shackles on his body have grown into a part of him. He can no longer leave the shackles he once wanted to break. Thales sneered subconsciously and asked the same question he asked another king 6 years ago. Don't you feel tired? Or is it that the pain the shackles inflict on you has already made you unable to feel the heaviness they bring to you? King Chapman did not speak. His face did not move in the dim carriage. The silence lasted for a long time. Thales exhaled and laughed involuntarily. He averted his gaze and no longer paid any attention to King Chapman, who did not bat an eyelid. He shook his head. This reminds me. Perhaps his choice, Mariah's choice to run away, allowed him to escape from this shackle and be free from it. Unlike us. Regardless of whether Lampard would find him or not, to a certain extent, Mariah Walton, the willful prince who abandoned everything and ran away, had already left the shackles given by his bloodline. But what about me? What about Thales Jadestar? When will he be able to break free from this shackle? At that moment, Thales suddenly thought of the air mystic in the hand he had extended to him. But what followed was a warning look from High Priestess Holm, who was in Bright Moon Temple. King Chapman's expression was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. He did not. A few seconds later, the king gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his scabbard. Walking away is not an escape. Running away weakly is not a form of release either. But he will. King Chapman's voice grew deeper, and there was a terrifying meaning hidden in his words. After he found him, Thales heaved a long sigh and tried to pull his thoughts back to the vortex in front of him from his emotional state. Mariah, assuming that he is still alive, as you said, the prince braced himself and forced himself to meet the king's gaze. Then, where will he be? When he heard this topic, King Chapman also recovered from his anger and resentment. He tapped his saber gently. Recently, a person who matches Mariah's description appeared on the southern side of the Great Desert, near Saradukedom. We only managed to investigate up to this point. That is the Constellation's territory, and it is difficult for the secret room to infiltrate. But we will not stop. Let us work together to find Mariah and kill him. Thales, the king, said coldly. No matter who does it, let's put an end to this baffling threat together. Let Nuven and his joke to fool the world go to hell. King Chapman slowly drew closer to Thales' face. After this incident, I hope that you will understand, Thales. In this seemingly peaceful dragon cloud city, who are your friends and who are your enemies? Who treats you as a worthy opponent, and who treats you as a puppet in a farce? The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He imagined the prince roaming the world with his name hidden. He then thought of Leaspan and Nicholas. You have a good idea. Killing two birds with one stone. The prince shook his head and spread his arms. He leaned back against the carriage without a care for his image. But I can still shout now, or simply reveal the truth about what happened in the carriage. Then, your words, your secrets, and your ideals. Thales narrowed his eyes. I'll go to hell with you. Chapman stared at him and did not look away for a long time. The temperature in the carriage seemed to have dropped to freezing point again. I have a question, Thales. After an unknown amount of time, the king said slowly, once Mariah returns, what will await your little girlfriend? Thales' mood darkened. You know the answer. Will the kind Leaspan and the kind Star Killer give her a certificate of commendation after Mariah is restored to the throne, in recognition of her contributions to the stability of Dragoncloud City while she sat in heroic Spirit Palace pretending to be an archduchess for the past 6 years? The king sneered. If Mariah's matter is true, then this secret will not be buried with my death. One day, together with your enemies, it will fiercely devour you and that girl. This is the meaning of the choice you face today. Thales stared at Chapman without moving. His eyes were dull and devoid of emotion. Choice. Another choice. He clenched his fists. The prince said coldly, I can leave and watch from the sidelines. You can play your own game of chess. The king smiled. You won't. You're different from a lot of people, Thales. King Chapman shook his head confidently. His gaze was like a sword that pierced straight into Thales' heart. As long as you have the ability, the strength, and the belief, you won't leave without doing anything and leave a hell behind you. You'll cold-bloodedly watch others cry in pain, and you'll hypocritically console yourself that this is the best choice and the most realistic one. He raised his hand in the darkness and pointed outside the carriage at the highest point in Dragoncloud City. Otherwise, you wouldn't have walked right into the trap and returned to heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago. Thales clenched his fists tighter, almost to the point where his palms were about to break. Damn it! He sighed tiredly in his heart. No one in the carriage spoke again. The silence lasted for a long time. It felt like a century had passed. If you have nothing else to say, then so be it. Thales shook his head with a gloomy expression. I'm tired. Of course. King Chapman, who was watching him quietly, nodded casually, as if they were not enemies at all. If, you know where to find me. When Thales heard this, he sneered. You still can't bear to leave? You know, a storm is coming, and Dragoncloud City's future will not be peaceful. In that second, the king's gaze became very subtle, and there was an indescribable meaning hidden in it. I'm not the one who can't bear to leave, Thales, Chapman Lampard said in a calm and thought-provoking manner. Just as you said, a storm is coming. Thales frowned, as his Adam's apple bobbed. He stood up and placed his hand on the carriage door. There's one more thing, Thales. With his back facing the king, Thales stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly. King Chapman turned his head to the side and glanced at him with a strange gaze. 6 years ago, under Broken Dragon Fortress, you dared to charge in the opposite direction, even at the risk of losing your life. You made a bet with me on the battlefield where swords and sabers are blind. But today, 6 years later, in the peaceful Dragoncloud City, you don't dare to risk the Archduchess' life. You don't dare to be stubborn to the end and make a bet with me on the battlefield where there are hidden undercurrents. Thales was stunned. The king laughed and said, What's wrong, Thales? Is it easier to make a decision in a dangerous and bloody situation than in a strange and indecipherable situation? Or is it because it's harder for you to make a decision when you're facing another person's life than when you're facing your own? Thales gritted his teeth and frowned. That's different. Back then, the people around me and I were all in a dangerous situation. I could risk my life without hesitation, even if it was hopeless. But today, Saroma, or did you become cowardly, hesitant, and merciful during your 6 years in Dragoncloud City? Chapman said softly. Thales maintained his posture of pressing against the carriage door. His expression was stern. We are different, Lampard. The second prince did not turn his head. His side profile was still facing Chapman. He said coldly, "You are a cold-blooded gambler." King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. "What about you? What are you?" This time, Thales did not hesitate. He opened the carriage door and got off without turning his head. "Be careful, Thales." The king's voice traveled faintly from behind him. "When your enemies smell your weakness." Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales closed the carriage door without hesitation and shut the words behind him inside the carriage. He had heard enough today. There was no need for his emotions to be shaken. Besides, weakness. The prince remembered the Black Prophet's terrifying appearance, and his heart tightened. In the carriage, King Chapman stared at the carriage door that was slammed shut with a complicated gaze. He lowered his head to inspect his scabbard and said the second half of his sentence in a seemingly unconcerned manner. "They won't let you off so easily." I've spent the past 4 days without updating the novel on revising the first few chapters. If you're interested, you can go back and download the first few chapters again. Chapter 303. While Thales watched the people from Black Sand region leave amidst Waya's grumbles, the hurried sound of horse hooves rang out behind him. The vigilant Waya and the others instinctively blocked the prince, but Thales, who had expected it, sighed and turned around calmly. They came so quickly and so impatient. As the horses neighed in dissatisfaction, the person got off his horse. Accompanied by his attendants, he passed through the personal guards and walked towards Thales with a stiff expression. Beside him, Lord Justin bowed respectfully. It was Count Leespan. The old but still spirited regent of Dragoncloud City stood in front of Thales with an unhappy expression. "Your Grace." The prince's gaze swept past the group of Dragoncloud City patrols who came with the count, and he politely nodded at Count Leespan, as if he was not surprised by his sudden appearance. "Should I be surprised that you are so concerned about my itinerary?" But the count, who had rushed over after hearing the news, had a dark expression on his face. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the prince. "Do you know how arbitrary and reckless this is? Directly boarding Black Sand Region's carriage?" Thales shrugged helplessly and walked towards Jenny with Leespan. Waya, Ralph, and the others were a step behind them, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. The former prime minister's gaze became solemn as he looked around. The personal guards, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, became nervous again. "What happened? What did Black Sand Region say to you? What did they say?" The prince remembered the secret King Chapman told him, and he could not help but feel gloomy. "Mariah, Saroma, they are very interested in Dragoncloud City, but they can't contact the Archduchess directly." Thales gestured in the direction where the people from Black Sand region left with a relaxed expression. "For this reason, they want to rope me in." Lispan's gaze changed a few times. "You? They try to rope you in? Do you need me to remind you of the relationship between Dragoncloud City and King Chapman? Or what role you played in the storm 6 years ago?" Thales blinked. "I don't think that Black Sand region would place their hopes on a foreign prince who is almost their mortal enemy without any assurance." The count's expression was gloomy. "Or do they have a very good reason to talk to you?" Thales clenched his fists slightly in his sleeves and began to size Leespan up again. "How sharp. So, Prince Thales, is there anything I can help you with?" Lispan's tone was polite but compelling. Thales could not help but feel wary. How credible was Lampard's words? In Dragoncloud City, who were the enemies and who were the friends? How should he choose? Thales took a deep breath. He could not help but think of the terrifying secret Lampard had mentioned. A gift from the late king. The prince looked at the count in front of him with complicated emotions. His gaze swept past his white temples. During these 6 years, what kind of emotions did the most powerful minister in Dragon Cloud City harbor as he watched Saroma grow up? What did he think of Saroma, his titular ruler? Archduchess? The wife of the future Grand Duke? An inexperienced little girl? Or yeah. The prince sighed slightly. They gave me a very convincing reason. The count listened attentively. Thales raised his head and said without batting an eyelid, "They said that as long as I can help them, King Chapman will personally give the order." The prince paused for a moment before he said softly, "Let me return to my country." In that second, the old regent's gaze froze on Thales' face. Thales forced a smile and spread his hands. "Is that so? Interesting." After pausing for a few seconds, the count pursed his lips. His tone was thought-provoking. "Then, how did you answer?" Thales stood in front of Ginny and looked at the girl's joyful expression. He was deep in thought. "I need to think about it." Thales answered very slowly. "This is my answer." Leespan did not speak. After a few seconds, the regent raised his eyebrows slightly. "You know that you are in Dragon Cloud City." Thales nodded. "I know." Leespan looked at him with a piercing gaze. "You also know that the Archduchess is protecting you." Thales took a deep breath. "I know, but you still need to know." This time, Count Leespan raised his voice slightly. There was a fierce look in his eyes. 6 years ago, during the King's Selection Congress, when the 5 archdukes agreed unanimously to not let you leave Ekstedt, how the lonely Lady Saroma stood in the Hall of Heroes and threatened the archdukes in front of High Priestess Holm that if she was not allowed to keep you in Dragon Cloud City, she would refuse to be chosen as the king and be destroyed in Dragon Cloud City with the 5 of them. Thales was stunned. He lowered his head and stared at the ground with a dazed expression. He remembered how Archduke Letko patted his shoulder earnestly and told him to take care of himself in Heroic Spirit Palace. "About this, I really don't know," the prince said absent-mindedly. Leespan looked at Thales' expression and nodded slightly. "Please don't let her regret that decision. You should return to the palace. You don't want to offend Lord Nicholas at this time. You have an outdoor class tomorrow." After the regent finished speaking, he glanced at the prince, who was deep in thought, and turned to leave. "Regent Leespan." Thales stopped the count. "Will you miss him?" Leespan turned around and looked at the prince expressionlessly. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Will you miss King Nuven?" Thales added, "You know, the born king, the real tough guy from the Walton family." The prince's expression was slightly gloomy. He looked like a sentimental poet, thinking about how good it would be if he was still around. This time, the silence between the two lasted for a long time. It was so long that Waya, who was a few steps away, could not help but signal Thales, but he was stopped by Ralph. After a long period of silence, Count Leespan finally spoke calmly. "Every day, I miss him, especially when there are mountains of documents and chores piled up on the table again. You can't imagine how deep our friendship is." Thales stared at him. "Yes. You know, when King Nuven was still around, Dragon Cloud City and even Ekstedt were far from being like this." Thales sighed. The vassals were in their positions, and their actions were orderly. The subjects had their own duties, and everything was in order. Thales stared at the count's face and said with a faint sigh, "But after he left, during the Archduchess' reign, the entire Dragon Cloud City was in turmoil, and the people were in a state of panic. Now, even Black Sand Region dares to come to Dragon Cloud City to contact me." Leespan looked at him without moving. "She has not ruled for long, and the people are not used to it yet. We need time and patience," the count answered without missing a single detail. Thales narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yes, perhaps to Dragon Cloud City, a weak and powerless girl is still a notch below Archduke Walton's position." The prince shook his head faintly. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Perhaps she is still far from having the right to rule Dragon Cloud City. Leespan frowned slightly and said in a displeased tone, "Please do not interpret my words as you wish, Prince Thales." Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. "Your Grace," the prince asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner, "if one day the Dragon Spear family's bloodline is cut off and the Waltons have no successor, Count Lisbon's expression froze. What will you and your family do in Dragoncloud City? Once he said this, Lisban gave him a profound look. Even if we are allies, your words just now can still easily cause misunderstandings, Prince Thales, especially after your meeting with the emissary of Black Sand region. The Count's words were already laced with politeness but unquestionable sternness. Even now, 6 years later, Thales smiled apologetically. Please understand that the current situation in Dragoncloud City worries me. Whether it is the Alliance of Freedom and the City of Faraway Prayers in the west, or the emissary of Black Sand region in the city, and of course, the vassals of Dragoncloud City. I have to think more and plan ahead. Lisbon stared at him firmly and did not move. Dragoncloud City will always belong to the Walton family, the Count said slowly. Raikaru's descendants have ruled this land for nearly 700 years, but it is not without reason that the Cloud Dragon Spear flag is still passed down to this day. There will be news from both the Alliance of Freedom and the City of Faraway Prayers. Please don't worry too much. Thales stared at Count Lisban for a long time. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. I understand, the prince said meaningfully. In the next second, he nodded slightly and got on Jenny's saddle without hesitation. He spurred the horse and left, leaving Count Lisban and the group of patrols far behind. After entering the first gatehouse, Thales was not surprised to see Nicholas at the palace gate. However, the Star Killer only cast him a glance from afar before he turned around and dismissed the Archduchess guards, who had just gathered together, as if they were facing a great enemy. He then turned around and left. The prince frowned. Thales did not fall asleep that night. For the first time, he felt that the walls and floor tiles of Dragoncloud City were exceptionally hard, and his back hurt when he knocked against them. Let me sum it up. In the Archduchess' study room, Merrill Hicks, the old crow, sat in his favorite seat. Just like before, he neither used a book nor a pen. He only leaned on a walking stick, smiled shakily, and nodded gently at his two students. Thales rested his chin on one hand and looked at Hicks in a seemingly serious manner. My dear Saroma has given us many interesting and powerful explanations about how the joint ruling pledge was formed. For example, why Nuvan I, who was the most powerful, was willing to compromise. The most powerful, Nuvan, what is that terrifying old king thinking? Hicks' voice continued to travel. For example, the prestige of King Raikaru and the Queen of the Sky is still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Raikaru's descendants, prestige. In Dragoncloud City, how much prestige does Saroma need to have in order to stabilize her rule? Even her bloodline. For example, the defense line at Glacier requires power that far surpasses that of an archduke to maintain. An archduke. How will the game between the archdukes affect Saroma's rule? For example, as we mentioned in the first lesson, the boundaries of governance. If we do not maintain the system in which the major vassals open up their own territories and govern themselves, Extet will find it difficult to maintain and protect this vast territory that stretches from West Billow to Northland across the 4 great ancient provinces and is second only to the ancient empire. The boundaries of governance. At this moment, Thales felt a pain in his ribs. He turned his head in a daze and watched Saroma pull her elbow back as if nothing had happened. Thales stared at her in a daze. What's wrong? I'm sorry, I have to repeat myself. Hicks stared straight at the Prince of Constellation. The old crow said with a smile, Do you have anything else to add about the achievement of the joint ruling pledge, Thales? Thales snapped out of his daze. He had unknowingly become absent-minded. He hurriedly flipped open his notes, shook his head apologetically, and nodded. I'm sorry, Yes, I have something to add about how Extet's joint ruling pledge was achieved. Hicks raised his head slightly, showing an interested expression. Constellation. Thales raised his head and answered, The achievement of the joint ruling pledge is largely thanks to Constellation's contribution. Chapter 304. Thales raised his head and took a deep breath. He adjusted his breathing and pulled his heavy thoughts back to the lesson. I have seen relevant historical data in 2 books, including the Joint Ruling Pledge and the Disaster of Black Eye. Compared to the endless chaos in Ekstedt after Rikaru's death, Constellation's warlike Black Eye John Jadestar, the first successfully inherited the king of Renaissance's army and territory and obtained the loyalty of the vassals. Hicks and Saroma listened to him attentively, but only Thales himself knew that even now his mind was still preoccupied. He was only reading the notes and reading from the book. In less than a year, Black Eye almost unified the South and completed what the King of Renaissance did not finish. He took over Blade Edge Hill and part of the coastal area, which is today's South Coast Hill, and Constellation became more and more powerful. Thales thought about the disdain on Putre's face when Nicholas showed off the joint ruling pledge to them when they first arrived in Ekstedt, and his explanation. At this stage, because the peace treaty between Rikaru and Tormund was invalid, and because the suzerains in Ekstedt were in conflict with each other and had endless internal strife, Constellation began to take the opportunity to expand northward. When the Arun family of Constellation and the Tannen family of Northland had a conflict over the ownership of Overwatch City, John Black Eye gathered an unprecedented Constellation army to the north. 2 days after Black Eye marched into Overwatch City, Nuvan Walton, the smiler of Dragoncloud City, who was also the first Nuvan, made a proposal. With the help of the Queen of the Sky, he mediated the conflict between prestige Orchid region and the city of faraway prayers. The 10 suzerains gathered in front of Rikaru's tombstone, and the joint ruling pledge was signed. Nuvan I was crowned king, and the 9 suzerains were promoted to archdukes. Thales exhaled and flipped through the notes he made in the library a few days ago. So, to a certain extent, I believe that it was the threat from the newly rising constellation that made the 10 suzerains, who were in conflict with each other, compromise and work together to fight against the enemy. What happened after that is the proof. In response, the Tannen family asked for help from Nuvan I in the name of the joint ruling pledge. Even though the archdukes were still in conflict, with the power of the pledge, the smiler Nuvan still gathered the army and vassals he wanted. A great war broke out with Constellation's army around Overwatch City, forcing John Black Eye, who originally had the upper hand, to give up on the idea of advancing northward and turned westward to attack Western Desert. That was the first time the joint ruling pledge came into effect. It was also the first time Ekstedt waged war against Constellation in the name of the kingdom. To a certain extent, it was also the first time Ekstedt intimidated the Western Peninsula. No one could imagine that after the Battle of Eradication, other than facing the calamities, which other force could mobilize such a large military force. Hicks rolled his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales sighed. So, back to the main topic, Constellation's strength and rise to power also contributed to the joint ruling pledge and the unification of the strongest country in the Western Peninsula to a large extent. It allowed the 10 archdukes to temporarily set aside their differences and created the system that this country would follow in the future. In other words, Saroma asked curiously, Constellation wanted to seize the opportunity to attack Northland, but in the end, it helped to unify Ekstedt. Yes. Thales nodded. In this case, not only did Black Eye John's plan to launch a war and invade Ekstedt from the north fail, it also strengthened the kingdom of the Great Dragon. When Thales finished speaking, he realized that Saroma was already staring at him with starry eyes. He could not help but cough. Hicks laughed out loud. Starting from the joint ruling pledge, we seem to have found an even more interesting topic. You want to weaken a certain person or a certain country, but you intend to crush the other party's fist and instead help the other party. The old crow sighed slightly and spoke in another language. There's a phrase in the Far East called overreaching oneself. Are there any more examples? Thales narrowed his eyes. Of course. Unknowingly, his attention was attracted. He lowered his head and flipped through his notes. It's still Constellation and Ekstedt, but in reverse. The virtuous king, Mendes III's reform. At that moment, Hicks' gaze froze slightly. During the Fourth Peninsular War, Extet's pressure and destruction on Constellation left behind a land of devastation, but also left behind a blank space and an opportunity. The suzerains in various parts of Constellation became weak and were in urgent need of assistance and recovery. They scrambled to seek help from Eternal Star City, which made the obstacles the king faced unprecedentedly small. Mendes III was able to promote his officials on a blank piece of paper, create his system, borrow money, and levy taxes without any qualms, and appease the nobles' dissatisfaction with a very small price. The Great Dragon's threat and invasion, on the contrary, made it convenient for him to start his own game of chess and form the system of Constellation today. Thales quickly concluded this example that he was all too familiar with in one sentence. He raised his head, only to find that Hicks was looking at him with a strange gaze. "My dear, I really didn't expect you to use the virtuous king as an example." The old crow snorted softly. "You must know that even in Dragon Kiss Academy, the evaluation of the virtuous king is mixed. Of course, it's focused on his imitation and innovation of the main Nox official assessment system, as well as his support for the establishment of a private academy." Thales scratched his head. "I'm sorry, due to various reasons, I'm still quite familiar with this part of history, so I tried my best to find historical materials in this area in the library." Hicks coughed softly. "Then, according to what you just said, war is a very complicated topic, because temporary victories and defeats seem to only be superficial, and the positions of the victors and losers can change at any time." Thales' gaze had already left the notebook. He suddenly thought of King Neuven and Lampard, King Kessel and Arund. King Neuven attacked Black Sand region and suppressed the Lampard family for decades, but created a terrifying and ambitious person who would take his life in the future. Arund plotted to usurp the throne and plunge Constellation into a crisis, but after his failure, he gave Kessel a reason to control the Northern Territory with the royal authority. What about himself? He seemed to have saved the Walton family's fate perfectly and cleverly, sent the Archduchess to the throne, and ensured Constellation's interests. But all the things that he thought he was infallible in the past became questionable after Lampard's visit. Thales sighed slowly. Suddenly, he had a deeper understanding of the virtuous king's words. A momentary victory or defeat is but a fleeting moment. How interesting. Thales raised his head and said quietly, "In fact, I think that simply using victory or defeat to describe the outcome of a war is lacking in consideration." The old crow raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you mind saying a little more?" Thales cleared his throat, as though he had returned to the past in his dream. "War is not a carpentry game, and the opponent is not a piece of wood. If something protrudes here, you just hit it with a hammer, and it will behave." "No." Thales muttered to himself for a while. He continued, "War is the gathering of many factors, and it is also the interaction of two parties or even many parties. The wood you hammer may become fragile, or it may become tighter, or it may become harder, or it may become rougher and harder to touch. But it is not determined by whether you hit it with a hammer or not. It depends on the conditions and factors of countless wars, as well as our perspective of observation." Hicks encouraged him to continue speaking with his gaze. Thales sucked in a breath. "War is a declaration of war, the ideal of a country's unification, reconciliation of contradictions, sharpening of weapons, and defining one's own moment in blood and fire. But it is also the opportunity for Ingjangwa to react spontaneously in a crisis, to decisively break away from his old ways, to reconstruct himself, to close his loose fingers, to clench his fists tightly, and to face the enemy in a brand new state. Even after the war ends, this influence will still continue." He could not help but think of the virtuous king. And after the war, both parties will no longer be the same. "I think Constellation and the Great Dragon are the best examples. Over a longer period of time in history, the two sides of the war will change and change accordingly. The forces of power will rise and fall, and the balance will shift. That is why the society we live in and the situation we live in will become what it is now, and it will deeply affect our lives until today. Perhaps Compared to what we can see in a short period of time, the glory or pleasure of victory and the humiliation or pain of defeat, this is what we have always ignored when we face war. After Thales finished speaking, he sank into deep thought. Very good. Hicks clapped softly. I have to say, it has exceeded my expectations, young sir. Saroma furrowed her eyebrows and said thoughtfully, So, in other words, when we face war, we should consider more and not just stop at the superficial level of whether we can win or what will happen if we lose. Thales' eyes lit up, and he gave her thumbs up. Hicks smiled faintly. You are right, my dear Saroma. I like this conclusion very much. He blinked his eyes casually, revealing a trace of slyness. So, I can still sum it up. Both students showed expressions of interest. The old crow sighed, and his eyes behind the lenses trembled slightly. First of all, constellation and dragon. Your fates are intertwined with each other. This is definitely not an empty statement. Be it in the past, present, or future, you have long been entangled together and are inseparable from each other for hundreds of years. Your origins are so deep, you are so close to each other, and you are so closely connected that any change in either of you will have an impact on the other party that is difficult to detect immediately, but cannot be ignored and irreversible in the future. Is that right? The two students nodded vigorously. Their teacher sighed and coughed uncomfortably. I think we can at least reach a consensus. War is not that simple. It is neither simple destruction and reconstruction, nor is it simple plundering and reconstruction. As for victory and defeat, this is the most superficial of all. Hicks looked out of the window. There seemed to be emotions flowing in his eyes. So, both of you have the conditions and the power to wage war in the future, even against each other. I'm not advising you to hate war, but before you make up your mind to wage war, I think you should first think clearly about whether doing so will really achieve your goals. How many unexpected things will happen because of this? What additional consequences will there be? What will it symbolize in the long-term future? How will the impact on both of you be calculated? Thales and Saroma fell silent as they pondered about something. War is not an overly idealistic game. It is not a one-way assault by one party against the other to determine who is superior or inferior. I actually hope that it is that simple. So simple that we only need to sit in the tent and count the number of chips and listen to the battle cries outside the tent. Then, victory and defeat will be decided, and everything will be over. Hicks stared out of the window in a daze, as if he had forgotten that he was just summarizing and chatting. He continued on his own, but it is not. It is not. Death, sacrifice, benefits, price, victory, and defeat. These are only the most superficial things in war. The old crow was rather sentimental. More importantly, the fate of thousands of people in both countries will be decided by this. The direction of the future for thousands of years will be affected by it. All factors will be tested in this cruel furnace. And you and I, whether we are suzerains with high positions of power or commoners who rise and fall with the wind, are just the most powerless chess pieces, because most of the time, it is not up to us to decide, even if you're the instigator or the victor of the war. Please remember, dear gentlemen and ladies, beyond the hypocritical moral accusations, beyond the simple calculation of benefits, beyond the illusory warrior's honor. Hicks sighed deeply, as if he had remembered something from the past. Do not belittle war itself. It is not as simple as you think. It is not a game in which you must win or lose, in which you must pay a price, and in which you must live or die. Thales and Saroma stared at their teacher's expression and seemed to feel the heaviness in it. They looked at each other and did not dare to breathe loudly. All right, it's just a little sentimental. Hicks snapped out of his daze and smiled nonchalantly. So, let's go back to the main topic. Do you have more examples where the outcome of a battle cannot be determined by the outcome of a battle? The old crow did not wait for them to speak. He blinked his eyes behind his spectacles in a seemingly unintentional manner. If not for the time being, then I would like you to continue thinking about an example. Thales and Saroma were slightly taken aback. Then, the weak old man uttered a word. The bloody year. Apart from victory and defeat, From what perspective, and to what extent should we evaluate the gory year that was full of wars? Thales froze on the spot and stared at his teacher in a daze. He had the illusion that the moment Hicks said that word, he glanced at him lightly. It was a scrutinizing glance, and it was a stark contrast from his usual relaxed demeanor. Consider it your extra homework, but you don't have to hand it to me, because we won't discuss it next time. The old crow stood up laboriously and laughed. Then, let's call it a day. Before Thales could think about the meaning of the question, the two students quickly and respectfully sent their ailing teacher out of the door. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk Saroma. As he watched his teacher leave, Thales shook off the shadow in his mind and said to Saroma in the most solemn tone, "Listen." Saroma, who was tidying up her notes, was slightly startled. "What's wrong?" The prince's face was solemn. He took a deep breath and stared into Saroma's eyes with an exceptionally serious expression. The girl felt uneasy as she stared at him. Today, after the outdoor class, it will be around dinner time. Thales clenched his fists. Recalling what he saw and heard yesterday, he became even more nervous. I have something very, very, very important to tell you." His tone was unprecedentedly serious. Saroma stared at him in a daze, as if she was not used to the prince being so serious. "Very important?" "Yes." Thales seemed to feel that she was not paying enough attention, so he quickly added, "You must consider it seriously. It's about our futures. It's something that will affect our entire lives." The Archduchess was stunned. She blinked behind her pince-nez, then she blushed. Okay. The girl cleared her throat. She was a little flustered, but she immediately displayed her usual dignity as an archduchess. She raised her neck arrogantly and snorted softly. "I hope you'll be on time, Your Highness." Without waiting for Thales to react, in the next second, Saroma made a standard dance step and left the study room with a whoosh. Why did she run away without even putting away her books? Thales stared at her back, puzzled. He stared at the tips of her red ears. And why did she? In the next second, Thales suddenly remembered something. The prince was shocked. He stood up abruptly, extended his right hand, and chased after her with a strange expression. "Hey, aren't you thinking too much again, little rascal?" On the other side of Heroic Spirit Palace, Hicks walked further and further away with his walking stick. He walked out of the corridor. He exhaled a mouthful of air from his weak lungs and coughed painfully. Then, he waved his hand and rejected the servant who wanted to help him. "Thank you, but I'm not that old." Asterisk clatter, clatter, clatter. Asterisk Hicks looked at the gradually fading Northland scenery outside the window and recalled the conversation just now. His relaxed and playful expression disappeared, and he became serious. Even though he's very smart, even though he has those eyes. But he's not like his father. The old crow sighed with a sentimental expression and muttered in a low voice, "And he's not like you either." Hicks curled up the corner of his mouth and looked at the sky outside the window. He shook his head in amusement. "What do you think, Thurin?" The old man walked out of the corridor of Heroic Spirit Palace alone with a hunched back and a limp. Chapter 305. That afternoon, Thales grabbed his long sword and shield and walked out of the blood court. Accompanied by his guards and attendants, he went to the training field. He stepped on the tiles under his feet, walked over every step, walked past the grass and trees of Heroic Spirit Palace, looked at the palace guards and the Archduchess guards, who were sculpture-like or fierce-looking, and watched as they dutifully and responsibly cleared the way for him and defended him. These things, these people, this place, and me. Thales clenched his teeth lightly. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at Waya, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Since yesterday, the prince's attendant looked worried. He looked around and said in a low voice, especially after talking to the people from Black Sand region. Thales' footsteps froze for a moment. He stopped. As the prince suddenly stopped, the Archduchess guards around him seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. They spontaneously got into formation, held their weapons, and guarded any entrance that could break into the prince's side from outside the courtyard. Of course, it would be the same if the direction was reversed. Your Highness. Lord Justin's question came from among the guards. Thales frowned. The omnipresent guards used to make him feel at ease, but now, after the upheaval 6 years ago, he had never felt that the current scene was so glaring and out of place. Thales raised his hand and said loudly, "Just a moment, my lord. Say a few words." In the distance, Lord Justin waved his hand, and the atmosphere around him relaxed a little. The prince turned his head and forced a smile at Waya. "Is it that obvious? Looks like I still need to practice more." Beside Waya, Ralph let out an indecipherable snort and made a gesture. "It's all right." Thales raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Then I'm relieved." Waya watched the exchange between the two and sighed. Others may not be able to see it, but he frowned and looked at the prince worriedly. He did not continue speaking. Thales smiled helplessly. "Waya, Madeira." The prince called out their names and propped his long sword on the ground. He sighed and said, "Have you experienced this before? You wake up one day and suddenly realize that the allies you've been with for a long time might all be your enemies." Waya froze for a moment. He then looked around sharply. On the other hand, Ralph snorted coldly and sighed. "Look at my legs." When Thales saw the hatred in the Phantom Wind follower's eyes, he could not help but frown. "Relax, Madeira." He shook his head. "You made your choice. You don't have to live for the past." Ralph did not say anything. He only stared at him. "Your current state worries me very much, Your Highness." Waya's expression became more and more unpleasant. "If we could share your burdens, Waya," Thales interrupted him. The prince flashed a bitter but leisurely smile. "I remember you saying that we should treat every farewell as our final farewell, so that we won't miss out on our lives, right?" Waya nodded slightly. "From my teacher. She is a person worthy of respect." "Yes." Thales mulled over this sentence and snickered. He put on a rather approving expression. "Life is wonderful. You really shouldn't miss it." The attendant and the Phantom Wind follower were stunned. "And Poutre?" the prince asked calmly. Waya frowned. "He has his own things to do. He went out early in the morning." "Is that so?" Thales pondered for a few seconds before he raised his head. "Get ready." Waya looked puzzled. "Get ready for what?" Thales shook his head. "Don't ask. No matter what is about to happen, don't panic." He sighed. "Trust me. Trust your prince." As the two of them looked at each other in confusion, the second prince took a deep breath and strode towards the training field again. The Archduchess guards, who had formed into groups, followed him. Their movements were agile and their footsteps were firm. On the training field, Nicholas, who was dressed in neat military attire, raised the axe in his hand and cast a sidelong glance at Thales, who had just arrived. "I heard that you caused trouble for Leaspan again yesterday. You were in Dragoncloud City, having a heart-to-heart talk with the people of Black Sand region?" Thales adjusted his breathing and exercised his joints while he calmly looked at the pale man before him. "The Star Killer. The person who took Horus Jadestar's life. What kind of person is he?" The prince remembered how arrogant and domineering he was when he intercepted him outside Dragoncloud City, how fierce he was when he threatened him in Heroic Spirit Palace, how cold and merciless he was when he watched that scene in the Hall of Heroes, and how tenacious and heroic he was when he blocked the enemy single-handedly in front of the gatehouse. What kind of existence am I in his eyes? And now Dragoncloud City has enough troubles on its own. There's no need for me to cause trouble for them. Thales finished warming up and walked to the training field expressionlessly. About 10 steps away from them, Saroma had already started practicing self-defense with a dagger. The Star Killer narrowed his eyes. "Yes, because you yourself are a big problem." "Hey!" Thales snorted softly, raised his shield, knocked on the surface of a shield, and got into a fighting stance. "I forgive you magnanimously, Your Grace. Perhaps one day I will still miss that stinky mouth of yours." Nicholas was slightly stunned, then he curled his lips. "You are exceptionally brave today. Come on." Thales' tone was calm, but there was a solemn look in his eyes. He said softly, "This is the moment when you and I fight. Don't be careless." The next moment, the Star Killer's axe struck like a bolt of lightning. Thales, who had expected this, calmly observed his opponent's footsteps. He was not fooled by the feint. He took a step back and did not rush forward. Instead, he steadily withstood the second wave of attack hidden under the axe. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales withstood the blade of his opponent's axe and grinned. As long as I understand the pattern, it's not that difficult to dodge or strange movements. Ugh. As the prince grunted, Nicholas nonchalantly withdrew his axe handle. You're dead. It's the power of eradication again. Soaked in cold sweat, Thales gritted his teeth and held his breath as he spat out 2 words. How cunning. Pay attention to your footsteps. Nicholas swung his single-edged axe and answered coldly. I haven't used the twist of fate yet. This is just the appetizer. The power of eradication is not only a life-saving straw for a moment, it can also shape a person's fighting style over a long period of time. Thales covered his abdomen with a pained expression and retreated. Is this your style? Fluttering around and making unpredictable movements? This is the only one in Northland. There was a hint of arrogance in Nicholas' voice. He swung the axe in his hand, then miraculously changed its direction and turned to the left. It circled around Thales' wrist and was firmly caught by its master. You should feel honored because most of the people who have seen it are dead. Thales exhaled to relieve the pain in his abdomen. He frowned and looked at Nicholas, then forced an unpleasant smile. So, former captain of King Nuvin's personal guards, commander of the White Blade Guards. Even in battle, you're very good at acting and are used to deceiving people, right? Nicholas' expression changed slightly. You still have the leisure to provoke your opponent. It seems like you're very confident. In the past, training would end after you died 30 times. But today, I'm in a good mood. The Star Killer stared at Thales coldly and snorted. How about relaxing it to 100 times? With a hostile expression, he slowly raised his axe. At this moment, they know. Thales leaned on his sword and his shield as he said, intentionally or unintentionally. Nicholas furrowed his brows slightly. They know what? The prince inhaled and raised his head to look at the Star Killer before him. They already know. Thales solemnly met Nicholas' sharp gaze. They know that Saroma Alexoria Walton is not a true descendant of the Walton family. At that moment, it was as if time had frozen in the area around them. Nicholas' gaze paused in the air for a few seconds. His lips parted slightly, and the muscles on his pale face trembled slightly. Thales patted his shield and stared at him calmly but worriedly. You mean, the Star Killer's expression was unpleasant, but he quickly reacted. Yesterday, in Black Sand region? That's what they told you? Thales nodded expressionlessly. Nicholas widened his eyes and stared at him. He did not move. Even the heavy axe froze in midair. His expression was like that of a sailor sailing alone in the sea who had just discovered that the bottom of his ship was leaking. Thales looked at the Star Killer's face and exhaled. The only thing worth rejoicing about is that he won't easily use this to threaten us. In the face of the puzzled and worried Nicholas, Thales tapped his shield gently. The Archduchess was one of the people who chose the king back then, and she was the most important vote for the new king. She ensured that the King Selection Congress was legal and effective. Once she loses her position due to her bloodline, King Chapman's crown will also be on the verge of falling. This is the only reason why we are still safe. Nicholas did not seem to have recovered from the shock just now. He mumbled, in that case. Thales nodded solemnly. The current situation is like us. Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region both have a sword at our throats. The hilt of the sword is in each other's hands, and we can destroy each other at any time. The silence lasted for a long time. Then, without warning, Thales took a step forward, leaned his shield forward, and thrust his longsword forward. Asterisk clang. Asterisk even though he was absent-minded, Nicholas still had terrifying instincts and awareness. He swung his axe backhandedly at an astonishing speed and split Thales' longsword. Then, he spun around and pushed against the prince's shield with his elbow. Thales' hand trembled, and his vision blurred. Asterisk thud. Asterisk faint cries of surprise came from the crowd of onlookers. By the time Thales reacted from the pain and saw what was in front of him clearly, he had already been pushed to the ground by the Star Killer. His sword and shield had fallen from his hands, and the handle of the axe in Nicholas' hand was pressed against Thales' chest. Lampard in Black Sand region. Nicholas increased the strength of his grip. He gritted his teeth and moved closer to Thales' ear. How did they find out? Thales' face contorted. He used all his strength to move his throat out of the range of the axe handle. Kent Vida mentioned the secret room. The prince said through his teeth laboriously. I'm guessing that Madame Calchon hasn't been idle these past few years. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas coldly punched the floor beside Thales' ear and used the momentum to climb up from his body. How is this possible? Nicholas frowned and extended his hand towards Thales, who was panting nonstop on the ground. Thales panted a few times, but he still stared at the Star Killer's face. You know, back then, you knew very well that the Red Witch knew this secret. But your reaction was, how is this possible? The suspicion in his heart grew stronger. Thales took a deep breath. I recognize your expression, and I'm very familiar with it. The prince grabbed Nicholas' hand and used it to stand up. It's surprise and puzzlement. Thales patted the dust off his body, turned his head, and said solemnly, but it's not worry and nervousness. You seem to be full of confidence and not worried at all, Lord Nicholas. Nicholas' breathing paused for a moment. What are you talking about? You remind me of 6 years ago, Lord Nicholas. Thales repeatedly addressed the Star Killer by his official title. Without realizing it, the solemn atmosphere became tense again. When we, the old king, and the Archduchess witnessed that scene together in the Hall of Heroes, there shouldn't have been a fifth person. Thales sighed. He picked up his sword and said, intentionally or unintentionally, you remind me of 6 years ago, Lord Nicholas. Theoretically, there shouldn't be anyone else who knows about the secret of Little Rascal. Nicholas transferred the axe to his left hand. His gaze slowly became terrifying. What are you trying to imply? Thales snorted, lowered his head, and said softly, you're right. Do you still remember? It was still 6 years ago when we met Madame Calchon in the secret passage under the gatehouse. The Star Killer's frown grew deeper. Sorry, Nicholas. Among so many people, you are the only one who had a secret deal with the secret room and the Red Witch, Madame Calchon. Thales sighed. His gaze was still fixed on the man's face, unwilling to let go of even the slightest detail. The contents of your deal are still in doubt. And yesterday, Black Sand region learned the truth about the Archduchess through the secret room. Asterisk the blade of Nicholas' axe struck the sand violently. An abnormal shade of red appeared on the Star Killer's pale face. His gaze became focused, and his tone was filled with danger. Are you suspecting me? What welcomed him was Thales' merciless slash with both hands. Chapter 306. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sword and axe clashed. With a cold expression, Nicholas blocked Thales' path. I'm trying my best to be polite, Your Grace, so I'm trying not to think that way. Thales gritted his teeth and tried hard to regulate his breathing while he increased the strength in his hands. But you know how serious this matter is. To be cautious, please forgive me for asking an unnecessary question. Does the Red Witch know this secret? If she knows, did it leak from you? In fact, Thales had eavesdropped on their conversation. The Red Witch did indeed know this secret. She had confided this to Nicholas. But Thales still had to ask. Because no. Nicholas effortlessly blocked Thales' blade. His expression did not change, and he answered resolutely, Of course she doesn't know, at least not from me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let go of the chance to take advantage of this. At that moment, Thales' gaze changed. He stared into the Star Killer's eyes through the sword and axe, and thoughts surged in his heart. He's deliberately hiding it from me, hiding the fact that the Red Witch knows the truth. Why? Is it because he's afraid that after I find out, I'll continue to ask why the Red Witch let us go? Or is he afraid that there's a secret behind the Red Witch letting us go? A secret that will lead to, it doesn't matter, if this Archduchess is not of Walton's blood? For example, is that so? At that moment, Thal's heart only grew heavier. He took a step back and moved the blade away. Very good. Thales was beaming when he raised his head. He looked as if he had breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the relaxed prince. Even though I don't believe it either, I'm much more at ease after hearing you prove it. Nicholas frowned and looked at him without a hint of a smile. Then let's change our direction. Thales took deep breaths and looked as if he was thinking hard. Anyone who knows this secret from you, what about them? Is it possible that they came into contact with the Red Witch? Nicholas swung his axe. Anyone? Thales' heart sank. He tacitly agreed. He tacitly agreed that the Red Witch knew little rascal's secret. So, the meaning behind the question, how is it possible, was not how could the Red Witch know. It was how could the Red Witch reveal the secret. Thales sorted out his emotions and nodded without batting an eyelid. Does Leespan know the true identity of the Archduchess? You didn't tell him anything in the past 6 years? This time, he could clearly see that Nicholas' expression did not change at all. It was as if he had been frozen in ice. Thales let out a long sigh. Uncle Nicholas. The prince looked a little anxious, as if he was really worried about something. We're not talking about some pre-dinner joke to liven up the atmosphere. Thales narrowed his eyes slightly. But the survival of Dragon Cloud City. He turned to the girl who was practicing her dagger, and Saroma's rule. Lampard has our greatest weakness, and your hesitation will only add to our troubles. Northlanders. A few seconds later, Nicholas lifted his head expressionlessly and looked at him calmly. Not a single word was spoken. Thales stared at the silent Nicholas. He could not help but sigh and raise his sword. So you told him. Nicholas raised his axe and absent-mindedly blocked Thales' light sword strike. It was powerless. Impossible. The Star Killer's expression was stiff, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He has no reason to betray us. It's impossible for him to reveal the information to the enemy. Thales snorted softly. Who knows? Count Seal Leespan, the former prime minister of the kingdom, is only loyal to the Waltons, Thales said meaningfully. If he knew the truth about the Archduchess and knew that he was not serving the Waltons, would he feel that he was more suitable? Nicholas raised his head abruptly and gritted his teeth. It's precisely because he is loyal to the Waltons that it's even more impossible. Thales did not speak. He only stared at Nicholas with a complicated gaze. Why are you so certain and confident? Why are you so confident that Leespan will still follow King Nuven's after his death and serve a girl who has nothing to do with the Waltons without complaint? Thales sighed softly. Don't forget, the direct bloodline of the Waltons is actually extinct. Nicholas shuddered slightly. Could it be that after the born king's death, the will of the late king, conveyed by his personal guards, is so supreme? Thales pushed Nicholas away and sneered. So much so that a noble and traditional Northland suzerain could put down his dignity and habits and bend his knees to serve a girl who is actually not of his liege's blood. Unless King Nuven is still alive, how can a vassal who has almost all the power in Dragon Cloud City remain loyal to a powerless and fragile girl for decades? Thales shrugged. You know, if it's Leespan, then the Waltons' rule and name will probably come to an end. The secret he holds is enough to overthrow the Archduchess. I said it's impossible. Nicholas' dissatisfaction was extremely obvious. You don't know anything, and you don't understand Leespan. Thales looked at the Star Killer and sighed softly in his heart. Yes, Leespan doesn't seem like that kind of person. He wouldn't be stupid enough to trade secrets with Black Sand Region. So, there's only one explanation. Because Leespan knew that everything he worked hard for was still for the sake of his loyalty to the Waltons. What he was truly loyal to was still King Nuven's bloodline. Your concern ends here, unless Black Sand Region comes into contact with you again, Nicholas said coldly. I'll deal with this matter. You won't be stupid enough to confront him directly, Leespan? The prince said flatly, just because of the late king's affection and kindness. Nicholas turned to the side in disdain. He ignored him and retreated a certain distance. until Thales's next sentence. Have you forgotten about that traitor? Thales sneered in front of him. Have you forgotten how you refused to believe in his betrayal until he appeared in Heroic Spirit Palace? Until you personally killed that traitor, Castellan Lampard? This sentence was like a spark that ignited a straw. Nicholas turned around abruptly and threw a punch at Thales's abdomen. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, but to the Star Killer's surprise, Thales seemed to have changed into a different person. He quickly stretched out his hands and firmly caught the punch, which he habitually changed direction. That's right. Keep a low profile. It's best to pretend that nothing happened. Thales struggled to hold the other party's arm tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, because most of the time, even I don't know who is my enemy and who is my friend in Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas stared at him with a frown. A few seconds later, the Star Killer unceremoniously withdrew his arm, causing the prince to stagger. He looked at Saroma, who was practicing with a dagger with Justin in the distance. He pursed his lips. Have you told the Archduchess about this? Black Sand Region's bargaining chip and threat? No. Thales exhaled and swung his numb hands, experiencing the numbness caused by the sin of Hell's river slowly subsiding. Not yet. Very well, then keep quiet. Nicholas seemed to have calmed down. His gaze was fixed on Saroma. She doesn't need to know about this. As for this matter, the White Blade, the Archduchess guards will investigate it. There was silence. After a while, Thales sighed dejectedly. He stood up and no longer looked at the Star Killer. Is that so? All of you thought that you could use long swords and shields to protect her. Thales watched the Archduchess practice and snorted softly with a profound meaning. That's why you only taught her how to use a dagger. He shook his head. Think about it. When the enemy's sword is in front of her, the weak Archduchess only has a small dagger, and she only knows how to stab and slash. I can't imagine anything crueler than this. Nicholas glanced at the Archduchess, then turned to Thales again. There was disdain on his face. Don't worry. Before the enemy's sword arrives, I will cut off his head. Huh, that's really amazing. Thales shook his head. There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. However, Lampard's sword is already stopped at her throat, and Lampard's head is still on his neck. And she's still happily learning how to use a dagger from all of you. Nicholas did not say anything, but his frown deepened. Thales narrowed his eyes. Did you also train Prince Moriah like this? Teach him the secret of using a dagger to defend himself and keep him away from all dangers? The prince lowered his head and patted his hands. He sighed and said, No wonder Moriah didn't return from Constellation. Women don't belong on the battlefield, and Moriah isn't a woman. Nicholas interrupted him coldly. His training was much harder. He was also a courageous swordsman and axeman, and the reason he didn't return was definitely not because his skills weren't good enough. Thales crossed his arms and was silent for a moment. Of course, Moriah. Thales shook his head. There seemed to be a different meaning in his gaze. A legal male heir to the Archduke's throne. If you were still around, Dragon Cloud City would probably be stabilized. Then, I probably wouldn't need to come to Extet. Nicholas snorted coldly, as if he did not realize what the prince wanted to say. But Thales gestured at the Archduchess with his chin, as if this was just a casual conversation. She's a woman, and she's not even of the Walton bloodline. This brings about a lot of problems. She can't just know how to defend herself with a dagger. That's far from enough. That's not something you should worry about. Just take care of yourself. Nicholas bluntly cut him off. That's my business. You're really confident. Thales snorted softly and shook his head. It seems that with just one word from you, Dragon Cloud City will instantly become stable, and Lee Span and the other suspicions will be eliminated. Is that so, Nicholas? That's all for today's lesson, Nicholas said stiffly. Practice on your own for the rest of the time. Thales sneered in his heart and shook his head. What happened to the 100 times we agreed on? But the Star Killer only cast him a cold glance, turned around, and left without hesitation. Thales stared at his back and slowly furrowed his brows. It was still early, and the sun was still shining. Ending so early, Waya walked forward and took the sword and shield from Thales' hands. Puzzled, he said, Today's training seems a little different." The second prince took a deep breath and shook his head gently. "What are you talking about? Isn't it the same as before?" Thales stared at the Star Killer's retreating figure and could not help but sigh emotionally. This overwhelming advantage, the two parties fighting each other. The two parties fighting are not on the same level at all. You don't have to compare yourself to the Star Killer. Waya raised his eyebrows and followed the prince's line of sight. He looked at the terrifying former commander of the White Blade Guards and said tentatively, "But seeing that you've become so optimistic again, I'm relieved. It's not too bad, is it?" Thales turned around and cast his gaze at Saroma, who was practicing her dagger on the other side. She was drenched in sweat. He then looked at the guards and servants, who had vigilant expressions on their faces, in and out of the field. "It's not too bad? No." Chapter 307. Thales walked in the corridors of Heroic Spirit Palace, feeling gloomy. Nicholas was a terrible liar. He had concealed King Nuvin's decision all those years ago, and even Mariah's matter. Things were already very clear. The former White Blade Guards, Lee Span, and the secret room held secrets that Thales and Saroma absolutely could not know. In other words, this secret would be detrimental to the latter two to a large extent. Thales did not even have to verify whether the horrifying secret Lampard told him was true. This was Thales' conclusion. However, on the way to the dining room, Thales could not help but clench his fists. However, Dragoncloud City was facing the most complicated and chaotic situation in 6 years. The international situation was about to change, and it was testing the Archduchess' choice. The archdukes in the country were unpredictable, and they wanted to see Dragoncloud City's stance. The vassals in the territory were restless, and they coveted the Archduchess' marriage and power. King Nuvin's gloominess filled the sky, shrouding the successor of the Dragon Spear family. And the most terrifying opponent, the current common-elected king of the Kingdom of the Great Dragon, Chapman Lampard, held a sharp blade in his hand in the dark, ready to seize all possible benefits in this storm that was about to erupt at any moment. Saroma, a lonely and weak girl, Thales felt a faint pang in his heart when he thought of this, lived among them, and faced countless threats. Thales had just proven to Saroma that they could not be trusted, be it the extraordinarily skilled Nicholas or the astute Lee Span, who had always been by her side, that they could not be trusted. Thales stood at the entrance of the dining room in a daze. He clenched his fists tightly in his palms, and they tightened. All the peace over the past 6 years was an illusion, and all the leisure was an illusion. Behind Saroma's name, there was a high possibility that the former king's cruel and merciless deception was hidden. Alex's twitching before she was poisoned appeared before his eyes again, and her face gradually losing its vitality. As for Saroma, no, little rascal, this was not the life she wanted, but she was forced to face all of this. She was surrounded by enemies, helpless, and at a loss as to what to do in the fate that was forced upon her. Most importantly, she lived in a cage made of lies and was completely unaware of the threat around her. If I had not discovered this secret, this matter, would Saroma have lived on as an archduchess, oblivious to it, even muddle-headed, until the day the truth was cruelly stripped out under the sun? If that day comes, when the conflict in Dragoncloud's city erupts, when the king swings his sword, and when the secret of the bloodline is exposed, how could she, a lonely and helpless girl, bear all of this? Thales exhaled in pain. He felt dejected, and his thoughts were tired. She had a chance to escape. It was you, Thales. You were the one who asked her to become Selma Walton 6 years ago. And now you, a hostage who has no choice but to be ostracized. What can you do? What can you do for her? What kind of perspective and stance should you use to intervene in this internal struggle that only belongs to Extet? What to do? What to do? It had been 6 years, and they were still living under the shadow of the dragon's blood. It had been 6 years, and they still could not escape King Nuvin's clutches. It had been 6 years. Prince Thales, do you need help? A cold and polite call startled Thales out of his own world. Madam Gings. Thales put away all the worries in his heart and tried his best to dispel the heavy feeling in his heart. He forced himself to look at Gings, who stood at the door of the dining room. "I'm sorry, but..." Thales looked at the light shining from the dining room and vaguely saw the young girl's figure. "Can you leave us alone for a while?" Gings frowned and swept her gaze over the prince's entire body. There was suspicion in her eyes. Last time, it was because the lady was in a bad mood. "We can understand that," the female official in charge of the Archduchess' daily life said calmly. "But this time, I really need to talk to her alone." Thales looked at the female official with the most sincere gaze imaginable. "Please, Madame Gings, this is very important. If you still care about the Archduchess, if you know her current situation..." Thales fixed his gaze on Gings with a solemn expression. This time, the female official Gings stared at him for a long time. It was as if she was observing an antique. "I don't know what happened, Your Highness." Finally, the cold and rational female official spoke softly with her usual business-like tone, but the female official suddenly stopped talking. In the next second, Gings did something the prince thought she would never do. She sighed. For the first time, Thales saw fatigue in the well-maintained female official's eyes and wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. "She's just a little girl." Thales lowered his head and nodded slightly. "I know, but she's not just a little girl." Gings interrupted him in a manner that brooked no argument. "She's also the ruler of Dragon Cloud City." Thales raised his head and looked at her strangely. He felt that the female official was a little different today. "Most of the time, it's because of Your Highness' constant concern, consideration, and companionship that the lady feels that she's safe and lets down her worries and wariness. As a friend, you take care of her and worry for her." The female official's tone was no longer as stern as before. Instead, it was filled with resignation and sentimentality. "This is her fortune." Ging's next sentence had another meaning. "But the problem is, she's not safe. She shouldn't feel that way either." Thales stared at Gings and was momentarily speechless. "We'll leave now, Prince Thales." The female official's expression returned to being old-fashioned, as though the sensual feeling earlier was just an illusion. She bowed slightly. "I wish you and the lady a pleasant meal." The prince frowned. He suddenly realized that there was another side to the dutiful but serious female official he had known before. Also, the lady is not in a good mood. Today she... Madame Gings lowered her voice and said in an extremely obscure manner, "You know, it's been another month since you were kicked in the knee." "Another month?" Thales was slightly stunned. By the time he realized what she meant, Gings had already turned and left. "It's because of Your Highness' constant concern, consideration, and companionship that the lady feels that she's safe." The second prince watched her leave with the two female servants with complicated emotions. He lowered his head and hesitated for a moment. He took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust his emotions before he stepped into the Archduchess' dining room. Saroma sat quietly at the dining table. She looked lonely under the lights on both sides. "Wow, lettuce." Thales sat opposite the Archduchess. He looked at the food on the dining table and smiled. "I haven't eaten for a while." As expected, the table was filled with bland foods like vegetables and fruits. Even the broth was piping hot. This was a rare sight. Under Nicola's threat, it was nothing new for the chefs in the kitchen to make a dish turn cold after checking it repeatedly for a few times. "This is the Archduchess' monthly recipe." Saroma raised her head under the lights. The prince could not help but notice that she was a little tired. "So, is it because of her physiology, or, hey?" The Archduchess stared at him with a gaze that the prince rarely saw. The latter could not read the meaning behind it. "Thales." Her voice did not seem to carry much emotion. "You said that you have something important to tell me today?" Thales exhaled. The troubles he faced earlier seemed to have instantly returned to his mind. "Yes, Thales took a deep breath. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he was tongue-tied. He stared at Saroma, whose face was slightly gloomy. He maintained the most basic polite smile, but suddenly did not know what to say. "Saroma, you are actually facing an extremely terrible situation and are not safe. Even if you survive this storm, the forced marriage of the vassals, and the fight between Rockney and the king, you are still in a difficult situation. Because the people you think you can trust are actually lying to you. You are alone and helpless. You are in danger, and even your biggest secret is in someone's hands? Saroma's gaze fell on his lips. There was a slight puzzlement in her eyes, but Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He slowly clenched his fists under the table. He was still smiling, but he was struggling in his heart. He did not know where to start. Should I tell her the truth? Nicholas and Lee Span are not loyal to her, at least not faithfully. Perhaps they are hatching a scheme that King Niven set up. Are you just a puppet at their mercy? Isn't this exactly what Lampard wants? He wants to use me to destroy the internal harmony in Dragon Cloud City and the relationship between the Lord and the vassals. But does Dragon Cloud City still have a so-called harmony? If she does not know and is kept in the dark, will she be hurt even more when the secret is revealed? What's wrong with you? Saroma looked at his silent expression and asked softly, Are you troubled by something? Finally, Thales unclenched his fists and exhaled. It's the same as usual. Outdoor class, and I got beaten up by Nicholas. The prince turned his smile into a self-deprecating one. Maybe I should try using lime powder next time. Based on usual practice, Saroma should frown and size up his wound, then smile in response to the prince's teasing. But today, no. Saroma stared at him and shook her head firmly. It's not because of this. Thales was slightly surprised. He cast her a questioning look. I can feel it. Is it because of something else? Saroma asked keenly. What are you trying to tell me? The second prince stared at the serious archduchess and remained silent for a few seconds. Listen to me, little rascal. In the end, Thales calmed down and put away his fake smile. He asked in a rather heavy and tired voice, You've been an archduchess for 6 years. That's not a short time. Saroma stared at him. The girl turned her head to the side. Under the light, her expression could not be seen. She nodded. But during these 6 years, Thales watched the girl sit on the hard and wide chair. He remembered how she sat alone in the Hall of Heroes and felt a little sorry for her. Do you feel tired, annoyed, depressed? The girl seemed to be a little surprised. She raised her head. What? Thales sighed and braced himself to say, What I mean is, ever since you took the position of Archduchess, you've been forced to bear the vassals' gazes, the people's suspicions, countless affairs and schemes. The archdukes are eyeing you covetously. The king harbors ill intentions, even Nicholas and Lee Span. As he spoke, Thales could not help but lower his head, feeling a little dejected. I know you actually don't want all of this. He felt a little guilty. Moreover, you had the chance to leave that year, to leave that piercing chair. At this moment, I was very afraid. Thales raised his head. At that time, when you wanted to return to Heroic Spirit Palace and wanted me to become Saroma to save this country, I was very afraid. Under the illumination of the light, Saroma forced herself to smile. I was thinking that at that time, if you wanted to go back and face the archdukes, you might not be able to come back. And I wasn't prepared to be an archduchess at all. The girl sat at the other end of the dining table. Her slightly red face reflected the light, which did not seem to fit in with the solemn decorations around her. But at that time, you didn't hesitate. You said that with 2 countries and so many people's fates on your shoulders, you can't just walk away and leave behind a sea of fire. Thales stared at her silently. He pressed his fists against his knees. Because you weren't afraid. So I thought, I can't be afraid either. The corners of Saroma's lips curled up slightly. She seemed to be a little surprised and delighted. And you said that you would always be with me and protect me. Just like that time in the Hall of Heroes, when you took me away from His Majesty without hesitation, and for the past 6 years, when you, Seal, and the others have been protecting me. I know that no matter what happens when he heard this, Thales could no longer hold it in. He raised his head abruptly. But I can't. The Archduchess widened her eyes in shock and stared at the emotional prince in confusion. I can't protect you. You are the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City in a game of chess that ordinary people cannot imagine, and I am just a powerless prince. Thales remembered Lisbon's meticulous rhetoric, remembered Nicholas' gaze that was trying to hide something, and remembered the omnipresent vigilance and strict supervision in heroic Spirit Palace. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City." He gritted his teeth and said, "We face too many threats, too many dangers, and too many problems." Lampard, Rockney, the Counts of Dragoncloud City, and Thales took a deep breath and struggled to say, I don't have the ability to protect you at all." Saroma stared at him in a daze. Her lips trembled slightly. Thales recalled Ging's hint and could not help but add, "I can't protect you forever either." And even Lee Span and the others, the Archduchess cut him off. Black Sand Region suggestion. Thales paused. What? The girl pursed her lips. Her face turned pale, and her smile slowly disappeared. She forced a smile and muttered, "Seal told me in the afternoon that you went to meet the people from Black Sand Region. So this is what you came to me to talk about today." Thales immediately felt a headache coming on. The prince sighed. "Listen, Lampard may indeed want to rope you in through me, but Thales," the girl's voice was very low and intermittent. "You want to go home, don't you?" The Archduchess' expression reminded Thales of 2 years ago. At that time, when she read the tragic bardic poem Jasmine's Battle Flag, the indomitable Jasmine eventually died in battle in the rain. She probably had the same expression on her face. "This is the condition the king gave you, to let you return to the kingdom?" Without waiting for Thales to answer, Saroma sneered. "And you feel bored, tired. You don't want to play games with an ignorant and boring girl anymore. So you specifically came to tell me that you can no longer protect me." She laughed self-deprecatingly. "This is what you meant by important?" Thales' breath froze. "That's true. A silly, stupid, and eccentric little girl." Saroma lowered her head. "It's very annoying, isn't it?" Thales pressed his forehead in pain. "No, Saroma, no, it's not like that. Listen to me. What I want to tell you is, you miss home, don't you?" However, the girl did not seem to be listening to him at all. She spoke as if she was talking to herself. "If you have the chance, will you leave this place without hesitation? Leave Dragoncloud City. Leave everything behind and go home." Thales was stunned. Poutre had asked him the same question before. At that time, his answer was "I." Thales uttered a word, but he gritted his teeth. He really wanted to say no, that he did not miss home, and use a lie to temporarily comfort her. But Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He could only answer cautiously, "As long as you're here, Saroma, I won't leave so easily." The girl raised her head slightly. There was silence. "I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood today." A few seconds later, Saroma seemed to have recovered a little. The girl shook her head and forced a smile. "I'm not questioning you. Seal and the others must be very displeased with you. I'm just sorry." She apologized and turned her head away. "You've been in prison here for a whole 6 years. You're far away from your family and friends, and you're also facing many dangers. The king, the archdukes, the vassals, the Northlanders, the people of Dragoncloud City aren't good to you either." Saroma shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. "Of course you want to go home. I have no right to criticize your thoughts." She hung her head dejectedly. Thales stared at the Archduchess in front of him and suddenly realized that in the 6 years since she became the Archduchess, it was as if she was stepping on thorns all the time. She was constantly in fear, struggling to survive, and never once had she felt safe and comfortable. The prince's heart sank. "No, she's a prisoner. It's not just me. And I want to tell her that the road ahead of her will only be more difficult, more dangerous, more." Suddenly, an impulse and emotion sprouted from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, the muscles on Thales' arms tightened slightly. He slowly puffed out his chest and raised his head. "Saroma, let me ask you." The prince stared at the gloomy girl and spoke in the most solemn tone. If you have a chance, are you willing to leave?" 1 second. 2 seconds. "What? Me?" The girl's eyes were slightly red. She raised her head like a startled rabbit. "Lee?" "Yes, that's right." Thales nodded vigorously and looked straight into Saroma's eyes. "Let's leave this city together. Leave this country. Leave these troubles. Leave these dangers, leave these boring traps, and leave the fate that King Nuvan imposed on you. Thales nodded forcefully and looked straight into Saroma's eyes. At that moment, Saroma was completely stunned. Leave? W go where? The second prince of Constellation stood up from his seat. He rested his arms on the table and stared at her with a sharp gaze. His expression was solemn. I see, a little rascal, I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to leave everything behind and return to Constellation with me? Chapter 308. Saroma recovered from her initial shock and bewilderment. You want to take me away? Take me back to Constellation? The lights around the dining room swayed slightly in the wind, as if responding to the young lady's words. She raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. Is this what you really mean? Facing the young lady's green eyes, Thales was at a loss for words. A faint sense of awkwardness and relief crept into his heart at the same time. I just said. Thales felt a splitting headache, but the words had already left his mouth. He could only keep thinking about this sudden idea and the possibility of carrying it out. The prince kept rubbing his hands and observed the Archduchess' expression. I think, but Thales immediately shut his mouth. At that moment, the Archduchess was quietly staring at him through the pince-nez the prince gave her with a gaze that Thales could not understand. At that moment, Thales felt that he did not recognize the young lady in front of him. But why should I go with you? Saroma spoke softly. Her voice seemed to come from dozens of meters away, indistinct and indistinct. With what identity and for what reason should I go with you? Saroma turned her head gently. Her voice was steady, but her words were intermittent, as if she was carrying an unparalleled weight. Could it be, like the promised King Nuvan mentioned back then, as your fiancé? At that moment, the young lady's eyes seemed to have some terrifying power, forcing Thales to look elsewhere, as if the other party's expression was the most terrifying poison in the world. The second prince had never been so embarrassed before. Perhaps only the first time he met King Kessel could compare to this moment, especially after he realized that he might have said something that could easily be misunderstood. Thales panted and hurriedly shook his head. Hey, no, Saroma, I didn't mean for you to elope with me. At that moment, it was as if someone had frozen the air in the room. The Archduchess lowered her head. Then why? Saroma spoke slowly, her voice turning cold. Thales, who was increasingly embarrassed, exhaled painfully. He spent a few seconds to reorganize his emotions. The alliance of freedom, marriage, vassals, Black Sand region, the city of faraway prayers. He squeezed out these few words stiffly. His words were not very coherent. All of these are just the beginning. In the future, you will face even more terrifying things, such as having to make cruel choices, such as the enemy's conspiracy that has been brewing for several years. For example, you may eventually lose the position of Archduke and the tragic fate that comes with it. You will see even more terrifying things, and you will be in the most vulnerable position. You have pitifully few bargaining chips in your hands, and even the people around you. When he thought of how secretive Nicholas was and Lispin's serious and solemn demeanor, Thales subconsciously stopped talking. I can't always protect you, Saroma, and neither can anyone else. Thales panted. The more he spoke, the heavier his heart became. For your safety, to stay away from these dangers, the Archduchess raised her head slightly and interrupted the prince. I see. Saroma's expression changed. Taking me away is for my safety. Saroma looked elsewhere and snorted with the ghost of a smile. I understand now. That's the reason. I understand now. There can't be any other reason. Can there? You just can't say that word. That word. Thales looked at her like this, and an indescribable feeling filled his heart. No, Saroma, just like in the past. The girl sighed softly. There was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. You worry about me, love me, and pity me, just because I'm weak and need protection, just like a certain puppy. So you have to take me away. Just like in the past, this is the reason, the only reason. Thales took a deep breath. Saroma, But Saroma seemed to be immersed in her own world and ignored him. That's right. That's me. The weak and helpless me who closes my eyes and waits for death, forever waiting for others to reach out to me. Thales was slightly stunned. The girl's gaze was fixed in the air, and her voice trembled slightly. Do you still remember 6 years ago when I was captured by that monster, the blood calamity? It was full of people, or at least human parts. Eyeballs, lips, ears, internal organs, limbs, all soaked in blood. All of them trembled before your eyes. Dark, slippery, bloody. Thales' memory was brought back to the body of the Hydra, Kilika, Giza's pet. When he remembered those severed limbs, he felt uncomfortable. He lowered his head and did not speak. He had nothing to say. I remember that I couldn't stop trembling, and I couldn't stop crying. Saroma clenched the tablecloth in her hand and stared at the food on the table with a pale face. Because I could only cry. I could only cry. I could only cry. All I could do was cry and wait for death. At that time, can you imagine how I felt? The lights in the dining room flickered slightly. Their shadows also trembled. Thales felt his tongue become heavy. I'm sorry, he said with difficulty. That was my fault. The prince whispered in his heart. It was me who caused you. Saroma suddenly raised her head and stared at Thales. Her gaze became much gentler. Until you, Thales, you appeared before me with that strange short sword in your hand, covered in blood and with a tired face. The Archduchess' tone was calm, but it was difficult to conceal the rise and fall of her voice. Just like how you went against King Nuvan's majesty and pulled me away from his side without hesitation that same night. Thales froze for a moment. When I was at my most desperate, you came to save me, she said faintly. You were the only light in that nightmare, Thales. Can you imagine that feeling again? Thales stared blankly at Saroma, who was behaving abnormally. He felt rather upset. Just like now again. The Archduchess sighed slightly and looked at the knife and fork beside her hand with a complicated expression. Are you going to save me again? Save the girl who has always been under your care and protection. Save that cowering, timid, and trembling little rascal? Because this is the only image I have in your heart, right? So, I will never be able to be looked at as an equal by you. Thales frowned deeply. He felt that the girl in front of him was giving him a deeper sense of unfamiliarity. She's Saroma. Thales' voice was subconsciously tinged with doubt and uneasiness. What happened? Why would you ask this? Saroma let out a cold laugh. You know, for more than a month, Seal has been trying to convince me that being too close to you is not a good thing. The Archduchess shook her head forcefully, as if she was trying to get rid of something dirty in her mind. But I told him that since that nightmarish night 6 years ago, I knew that even Seal, Lord Nicholas, Justin, and all of Dragoncloud City had betrayed me. You, Thales Jadestar, would also stand in front of me and protect me without hesitation, just like you did to the calamities 6 years ago. Thales shuddered violently. If I can't trust you like this, who else can I trust? Saroma lowered her head and the corners of her mouth curled up into a bitter arc. I know you have a lot of secrets, Thales. Saroma's tone was weary and disappointed. Her voice was hoarse. Who else can I trust? I know you have a lot of secrets, Thales. Saroma's tone was weary and disappointed. Her voice was hoarse. Whether it's your persistence in searching for records about the Battle of Eradication and the Great Dragon, your request to go out once a month to play chess, the Blood Calamity and the Blue Robe Calamity, and the reason why they're looking for you. At that moment, Thales did not speak. But when he looked at the girl, his eyes could not help but tremble slightly. But I did not tell any of them to Seal and the others. The Archduchess took a deep breath and said, I know that you must treasure these secrets very much. I also know that since they're your secrets, they will definitely not harm me. Yes, Thales, I trust you. Saroma lowered her head and said hoarsely, I trust you with my life. Silence. A complicated and indescribable feeling filled Thales' heart, making his mouth taste bitter. Yes, Saroma is not a little girl without any characteristics. On the contrary, she is very sensitive and very sharp. It's just that most of the time, She hides herself behind the lenses. No one knows, and probably no one cares, including me. But, Thales Jadestar, what exactly am I to you? Saroma raised her head with great difficulty. Once again, the girl gritted her teeth and said, Am I your burden? Is it a responsibility you can't shake off? Is it a bargaining chip you hold in your hands? Is it worth it for you to save me again and again? Or is it a fiancé you were forced to accept? Thales swore that he had never seen such an expression on Saroma's face. It was a complicated mix of melancholy, hesitation, pain, resentment, anger, and grievance. All of them gathered in the Archduchess' crystal-clear eyes behind the lenses. It was as if the little rascal he knew for the past 6 years was just a false shell, and the Saroma before him was the true face that Thales had never been able to uncover. No, it's neither. She held back the tears that were almost forced out of her eyes and said in a choked voice, Now, I understand. The second prince could no longer say anything. He could only stare at the little rascal in front of him in a daze. He did not know her, or rather, he did not care about her. Saroma twisted her stiff neck and forced herself to stare at Thales with all her might. There was a hint of sarcasm in her sobbing voice that she could not hide. You, Prince Thales, are different from most nobles. You have a unique and warm heart. You have your own principles. You can't stand the people around you suffering and being indifferent. That's why you always lend a helping hand to the weak, right? Like me. Thales stared at her sadly. He felt a heavy weight on his chest. Disappointment and pain flickered in the depths of Saroma's crystal-clear eyes. An indescribable light was released from behind the lenses. You can't bear to see me being forced to decide on my marriage. You can't bear to see me in danger. You can't bear to see me facing all the archdukes alone. So you came to save me without hesitation. Just like how you returned to heroic Spirit Palace without hesitation and faced the archdukes all those years ago. Of course, you still feel guilty. You feel that you have to take responsibility for sending me to the position of an archduke, right? So, you pity me, sympathize with me, help me, and protect me. Saroma tried her best to make her sobbing sound like a sneer, but she was obviously unsuccessful. But to you, I'm just one of the countless weak people you've pitted and saved. Whether I want or not, there's nothing more. In the next second, the young girl clenched her fists tightly. Her arms trembled slightly, as though she was enduring a great deal of pain. The dining room returned to an uneasy silence. There were only 2 breaths left. One was trembling and unstable, and the other was long and dull. Saroma clenched her teeth. Her eyes behind the pince-nez were soaked with tears, and her chin trembled slightly. Finally, a tear fell from the corner of her left eye. Thales closed his eyes. He sighed and bowed his head. Saroma clenched her teeth. She extended her hand and wiped away the tear on the left side of her face, trembling but determined. However, she could not stop the tear from falling from her right eye. So, you will never put me in the same world as you. You will never treat me as your... She could not continue. Saroma turned her head to the other side, so that Thales could not see her tears. This is the whole meaning of taking me away. A few weak people who urgently need to be saved are no more than you saving any puppy on the street. Because this is my position in your eyes. Saroma, Thales sighed. He used all his strength to force himself to speak. At the same time, he deliberately avoided the topic he did not want to talk about the most. Maybe you shouldn't think so much. We are partners who have always fought side by side. Partners? No. You said before that Lina Tabark is like a brilliant diamond that shines brightly under the sun. You can't forget her. Saroma laughed coldly with tears in her eyes. Her expression was mournful and resolute. In comparison, Saroma of Dragoncloud City, no, little rascal of Dragoncloud City, is probably just an annoying and incompetent weakling, waiting for your charity and protection. Thales clenched his fists. Of course not. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out a few words. You're different to me. Different. The young girl took a deep breath. She took off her glasses and wiped the tears off her face forcefully. Saroma shook her head and snorted coldly with a choked voice. No, Thales, it's been 6 years. I know you too well. Maybe you haven't noticed it yourself. The women you truly admire are only those who are strong, independent, self-centered, and radiate a dazzling light. Your eyes will only light up for them. Thales furrowed his brows. For example, that Duchess. Even though she is thousands of miles away, she can still make you admire her from the bottom of your heart. For example, that female officer Gines. As a teacher, even though you haven't seen her for 6 years, she has never faded from your heart. For example, the fortress flower. She is a warrior who stands in front of the storm like an iron wall. The second prince took a deep breath. He only felt that his tongue was stiff. Even the female vampire you're talking about, the one who betrayed you and pushed you into a corner, the ugly one called Serena or Terna. At least she is strong and terrifying. She can make you extremely fearful and inexplicably vigilant every time you mention her. Then, you place her in the most important position in your eyes. Saroma put on her pince-nez again. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen. Only people like them can attract your attention and make it hard for you to forget them. Only people like them can stand in front of you, look straight into your eyes, and talk to you as equals and independently. Her tone became calm again, but the emotions in her words were cold. And that girl who only knows how to hide in the library, obedient to the vassals, terrified of politics, and trembling in the face of difficulties, she can't. She can only hide in the corner of your eyes, forever. She can always be protected, led, pitted. She can only be helped by you, receive your grace, and be saved by you forever. She can never stand in the same world as you. Even someone as noble as you, even someone as kind as you, is actually no different from my vassals. Only strength can make them submit. Similarly, only independent and self-reliant women can make you look at them, just like that female warrior from Black Sand region not long ago. And if I am just a weak girl, I will receive contempt and disdain from the vassals. When it comes to you, it will be pity and sympathy from superior. Thales had nothing to say. He really wanted to tell her that it was not like that. He wanted to tell her that all of this was unnecessary speculation. But Thales remembered what Gings, the female official, had told him before. Most of the time, it is because of your highness' constant care, consideration, and companionship that the lady will feel that she is safe and let down her worries and vigilance. But the problem is she is not safe. She should not feel that way either. Yes, little rascal, Saroma. What is she to me? Responsibility brought about by guilt? Sustenance kept because of pity? Or because of her? Thales raised his head and looked at the girl's beautiful face. It was slightly red against the background of her platinum hair. He only felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The little girl who raised her head in a daze in the library seemed to appear before his eyes again. It's been 6 years. When I brought her out of that hall, I probably did not think that this day would come. But it's been 6 years. I thought I knew her very well. I thought I was helping her, protecting her, planning for her on my own, wishful thinking. Thales sighed. But in truth, I never understood her, and I never tried to understand her. I only treated her as... Have you forgotten, Thales? Saroma stared at the already cold broth on the plate and snorted, seemingly subconsciously. You told me before that you don't want me to be forced to become what others want me to be. You want me to become the person I want to be. This time, the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City did not hesitate. She looked up without hesitation. So, I refuse, Thales. The girl did not turn her head, nor did she look elsewhere. She looked straight into Thales' eyes and said in a firm tone, I will not go with you. If I listened to you and left obediently, retreated, and rejoiced, then I would forever be the little girl you helped. I've had enough of being a little girl, Thales. Saroma exhaled. With a pale face, she pressed her hand on her lower abdomen. She gritted her teeth, and her gaze was firm. I've had enough of being your little girl. I've had enough of being taken away from danger by you and living in a greenhouse. Saroma's eyes shone with a cold light. Behind her lenses, she released an indescribable coldness. And as the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, I will not and cannot leave with a Prince of Constellation. No matter what kind of difficulties and obstacles I face, powerful enemies, and fierce battles, this is my home. I was born here, and I will die here. Until one day, I can stand face to face with you. Fails, she said quietly. The dining room returned to silence. The Archduchess and the Prince sat on both sides of the dining table, facing each other quietly, as if the food on the table was just for decoration. After what felt like a century, Fails finally spoke with difficulty. Saroma, with a sense of disappointment, he did not know whether it was for himself or for her. He said in a low voice, "All right." The second prince heaved a long sigh. His gaze was gloomy. "I understand." Saroma chuckled and let go of her hand on her abdomen. Her expression relaxed a little. "I'm fine." The Archduchess seemed to be in low spirits. She shook her head. "I know," she said faintly. "I know you're just being impulsive sometimes." Thales frowned slightly. "You're not alone, Thales." Saroma stared out the window with a complicated expression, as if she was looking at a painting covered by a veil and indistinguishable. "You still have your country and your people behind you. Have you thought about the consequences of kidnapping the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City?" The Archduchess shook her head with a smile, as if she was trying to dispel his mockery. However, that smile seemed rather difficult to Thales. "You took me away from my troubles, but it will only bring more people and even more terrifying disasters. If you come back to your senses," Saroma sighed and said, "if you reconsider this choice, you won't say that again, because the reason you want to save me is the same as the reason you can't bear to see them suffer and suffer. In this world, there's probably no girl who's worth paying such a huge price for." Thales clenched his fists. "No, you're different after all." You're at this moment, the door to the dining room rang. "My lady, Prince, forgive me for disturbing you." Count Lispin's sonorous voice rang steadily. "May I come in?" The strange atmosphere in the room seemed to have been broken in an instant. Thales and Saroma quickly composed themselves, adjusted their state of mind, and welcomed the regent in. Count Lispin was still dressed in his solemn attire. His expression was indifferent. It was as if he did not see the Archduchess' reddened eyes or the prince's dejected expression. However, the moment Lispin opened his mouth and listened to his unusual tone, Thales had an ominous premonition. As expected, "Your Grace, Prince Thales, the messenger crow from the city of faraway prayers has just arrived." Lispin's words made the two's expressions turn serious. The Alliance of Freedom's Elders meeting has just ended. The first probing letter has been sent to the city of faraway prayers, proposing to lower the tariff. Saroma sucked in a cold breath. "So," Lispin nodded. His gaze was solemn. "The Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Kulgan Rockney, has issued a warrant to mobilize all the military forces and resources of his direct territories and vassals. At the same time, he has recalled the wandering sentry troops stationed in the Great Desert to seal off the borders leading to the west." Thales' pupils shrank slightly. The image of the long-haired Archduke with a strong temperament in the Hall of Heroes reappeared in his mind. At that moment, Lispin's expression was incredibly solemn. At the same time, he has sent a large-scale official diplomat group, which will arrive in Dragoncloud City in a few days. Thales and Saroma looked at each other. Their emotions were in turmoil. The prince raised his head. "Rockney didn't just send out an official diplomat group to greet us. I guess he already knows that Black Sand region has sent someone over?" Lispin raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted softly, as if he was blaming Thales for his actions a few days ago. "Please be prepared, both of you, no matter who is behind this chess game." The regent's eyes swept over the two of them. His words seemed to carry the power of a brewing storm, shrouding the small dining room on this side. "It has already begun. A storm is coming." Chapter 309. What? Disappear for a while? What does that mean? In the chess room in Spear District, Thales stared at the air mystic in front of him in astonishment. How many lessons have we had in total? And most of the time, we've been asking and answering questions for no reason. And now you're telling me that you're going to disappear for a while. Forget about little rascal. That's because she's on her period. Forget about Portray. That old man has been going missing like a maniac. Forget about Lee Span and Nicholas. They're just like that anyway, but the prince took a deep breath and stared at the man in blue in front of him in dissatisfaction. According to what you said, are you really my guide? Why, and Justin, who were standing at the door, noticed the prince's loss of composure when he was talking to himself. They looked at each other and cast him a strange gaze. Thales noticed their behavior. He coughed and pretended to read the lines from the drama book in his hand aloud. Waya and Lord Justin both withdrew their gazes. Quiet. Asda, who was sitting in front of Thales, snorted softly. Right now, you're like a river prawn jumping up and down in boiling water. This is not a good thing, especially for mystics. Thales took a deep breath, put down the book, and adjusted himself. The mystic raised his gaze slightly. Your condition today is worse than last time. What happened? What happened? Thales recalled Saroma's behavior a few days ago. He shook his head with an unpleasant expression. Nothing. It's just an old problem. The prince did not want to say more. He adjusted his state of mind and changed the topic. So what's the reason for you leaving in such a hurry? Asda paused for a long time. During this time, his gaze was fixed on Thales' face, as if he was doubting his words. His stare made Thales feel inexplicably flustered. But the air mystic did not ask any more questions. He said flatly, Do you know about the Tower of Eradication? The Tower of Eradication? Isn't that Waya, Cohen, and the rest? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. I've heard of it. That swordsman's camp that claims to be independent of power and only passes down skills for the future of mankind? The mystic nodded. Thales frowned. So what does it have to do with you and us? Asda chuckled softly. As a group that did our best to encircle and annihilate the calamities 600 years ago and have been on guard against calamities for the past 600 years, tell me, what is the relationship between us and the Tower of Eradication? Thales mouthed, let me think. Thales shrugged. A cat and a mouse? Or the farmer and the snake? Asda ignored Thales' deliberate teasing. His tone became solemn. Recently, a suspicious piece of information has been circulating in the Tower of Eradication. I have to go on a long journey to investigate its authenticity. Thales asked curiously, What information is so important? Asda gently rubbed the chess piece in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. The mystic nodded elegantly and said, Even though that information is very interesting and is even good news for us for your own good, I cannot take the risk and tell you the details. Thales chuckled and put on an expression that said, I knew it, and rolled his eyes at Asda. The air mystic was unmoved. He gently tapped the chess piece on the chessboard. But I can tell you that this is information that would make the two magic empresses pale with fright. Thales froze. Make the two empresses pale with fright? Thales stared at Asda's face, wanting to see something from the mystic's expression, just like how he looked at the others. But after more than 10 seconds of confrontation, he gave up in the end. It's all right. Thales sighed. With slight dejection and self-deprecation, he retreated back to his chair and waved his right hand at the indifferent Asda. Anyway, I'm already used to your habit of only saying half of what you want to say. Asda snorted through his nose. Thales could not discern his emotions. The two of them fell into silence. Thales shook off the bad mood brought about by the bad news. He frowned again and thought about the current situation. How long will you be gone for? I don't know. Maybe a long time. Asda shook his head. It's not easy to get close to the Tower of Eradication. Thales frowned and stared at the air mystic in front of him. He exhaled in annoyance and helplessness. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Of all times at this time, this is terrible. When Dragoncloud City is at its most troubled. Thales sighed softly. You don't seem to be worried that in your absence and Dragoncloud City isn't peaceful. I'll suddenly be so unlucky that I'll be assassinated? The air mystic narrowed his eyes. Why did you come out to play chess, Thales? Thales tensed up. Maybe you can hide it from others, child. Asda snorted coldly and said meaningfully, but look around you. You already know where you're going. Knowing what he was talking about, Thales coughed awkwardly. In the private room, he turned his head and glanced at the Archduchess guards and patrols on the street, on the opposite building, and at the door. Then, he turned back and flashed the mystic a deliberate and ugly fake smile. The afternoon sun shone on the platform of the open-air private room and dyed the prince's forced smile golden. What's wrong? Despite being under the sun, Asda's expression strangely did not change. He lifted his chin slightly and raised his voice slightly. Looks like you still have expectations of me? Thales rubbed his increasingly furrowed brows and spread his hands helplessly. Yes, there's nothing to hide. The second prince thought hard about the news from the city of faraway prayers. I do treat you as one of my trump cards. If things really reach a point of no return, at least I still have one last option. But now it seems... Thales shook his head and did not continue. In fact, Asda's eyes brightened slightly, in the tone that Thales had experienced countless times in an attempt to bewitch others appeared again. You can choose the last option now. As long as you want to, the door to becoming a mystic will open for you at any time. Do you want to go to the Tower of Eradication with me? But Thales coughed softly, as if he did not hear him. He nodded sternly and waved his hand. Farewell. I won't be seeing you off. Asda glanced sideways at his disrespectful student. He was neither angry nor annoyed. He only curled his lips slightly. Thales. A blue light flashed in the mystic's eyes. While I'm away, you can only rely on yourself. Thales, who was still troubled by his situation, exhaled. You speak as if you've helped me a lot in the past few years. Asda snorted softly. Very well. As a parting gift, Thales, the air mystic said softly, let's finish the content of the first lesson. The first lesson. Thales. Asda nodded. You once asked me how the magic empress betrayed us. His expression became serious. It's time to tell you, our greatest enemy and threat. Looking at the unusual expression of this unusual teacher, Thales also became a little nervous because of him. Oh, that's a surprise. Thales nodded awkwardly. Then he looked around suspiciously. Wait, you're not going to suddenly end the class in the next second, are you? The corners of Asda's lips curled up. He sat up straight and personally placed the queen's piece, which he had been stroking for a long time, back on the chessboard. This was really a rare thing for the air mystic. He then said faintly, speaking of the Battle of Eradication, Thales, this was not a quick, one-sided war. Instead, it was a bitter tug-of-war that lasted 10 years. It was about beliefs and standpoints, resistance and compromise. Thales focused. He could not help but notice that Asda did not mention whose beliefs and standpoints it was. He also mentioned who was resisting and who was compromising. On one hand, the war between the warriors and the army, as well as politics and schemes, has been going on and on. On the other hand, the war between the two obscurists and the 6 extremists has never stopped. That war even involved the gods and demons, as well as the dragons and the magic towers. I've read some incomplete records. Listening to the mystic's narration, Thales nodded and muttered. It's about how the king of Renaissance and the dragon rider king mediated and gathered the people's hearts in a complicated political situation, and how the Holy Sun Church repeatedly issued orders to enlist and appeal to the people. I think that the battle that decided the fate of the world might not be as simple as we think it is. No. According to my discussion with Hicks a few days ago, no battle is simple, whether it's between us or the enemy, victory or defeat. Asda did not comment. He habitually crossed his fingers and narrowed his eyes slightly. After the magic tower was destroyed, the survivors still worked tirelessly to study the mystic's weaknesses. They also obtained results. The warriors who wore anti-mystic equipment were more or less immune to some of the mystic's abilities, but they were still at a loss as to how to restrict the mystic's movements. Anti-mystic equipment. Thales grasped this familiar, yet unfamiliar term. In the next second, Asda's tone suddenly changed. However, The real turning point came in the 11th year. The atmosphere around them was like a chamber with a curtain pulled down. It became dark and obscure due to Asda's gloomy tone. Even Thales could not help but frown. The first mystic to fall was Ban, Asda said calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Thales could clearly feel that he was in a different state. When he once again displayed his terrifying ability and descended upon the nightmares of tens of thousands of people, his chest was pierced by the only enemy who was conscious with an unusual anti-mystic equipment. Ban. Thales vaguely remembered that Giza had also mentioned this name a long time ago. Then, Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Ban disappeared. Disappeared. After a mystic's chest was pierced by a weapon, disappeared? The mystic's choice of words was very simple, but it made the prince shudder. Thales looked at Asda and recalled what he knew and heard in the past. In his uneasiness, he had a premonition of the ending of the story. This news is very frightening. During those few days, almost all the mystics evolved, knocked on the door, and ascended to their original forms just to search for Ban, who had disappeared from their senses. Asda's expression remained the same, but his tone became deeper. But we could not find any trace of Ban anymore. Only a lump of dead matter was left in the nightmare mystic's world, and it was completely unconscious. A lump of dead matter, completely unconscious. Thales could not help but recall the moment he knocked on the door that year and the various strange things he encountered in that intoxicating darkness. Whether it was the extremists on the battlefield or us who lived in seclusion, all of us were at a loss in our shock and bewilderment. Asda stared at the void. His expression did not change, but the rhythm of his voice made others feel even more uneasy. Giza and Eric believed that the humans had used some sort of method to hide Ban. Hence, they destroyed 9 cities in one night and interrogated 9 kings and suzerains just to find Ban. Lebla, who was rather rational, put down his usual pride and complacency and tried to contact us, but was forced to leave by Solovsky's sarcastic remarks. Furlan decided to seek help from Taurus, but there was no more news from her. Sula had a good relationship with the Obscurists, but according to her, neither old Zarkal nor Kirai knew what happened. Thales blinked in surprise. He even forgot to ask about the names of these people. As Asda's tone became more serious, the rhythm of the story also became more urgent. Until he realized that even though such a major incident had happened, other than Taurus, there were 2 other mystics who had not responded. A strange blue light slowly appeared in Asda's eyes. They seemed to be very busy. They did not even have the time and energy to knock on the door and check on Ban. Thales could not help but hold his breath. They are Bloodspike and Helen. Asda's gaze froze in the air. He nodded slightly. The magic empress who came later. Bloodspike and Helen. 2 empresses. Thales' eyes widened slightly. That means that weapon and the magic empress, they are. Asda turned his head. His emotionless eyes swept past Thales' face, making the latter heart skip a beat. Yes, unbeknownst to us, the 2 mystics, who had always seemed to be aloof and neutral, had started working with humans and the survivors of the Magic Tower a long time ago. The Air Mystic's tone was cold. In the end, they used the existing anti-mystic equipment as the foundation to create the mystic's greatest nemesis. The temperature in the chess room seemed to have dropped in an instant. In the next second, Asda's lips parted slightly. He coldly uttered the combination that Thales had heard countless times. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. The silence between the 2 of them lasted for a while. Thales tried hard to digest the information he just received. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. The 2 empresses. So legends. They are the 2 empresses' creations? Thales could not help but ask. Asda fixed his gaze on the chessboard, as if there was something on it that he could not miss. He nodded his head at an extremely slow pace. Every legendary anti-mystic equipment in the world was created by the 2 empresses. Each of them has a corresponding ability. It is as if they were created for every mystic to restrain us. At the same time, once we are injured by these equipment, as mystics, we will be severely injured and unable to recover. In the worst case, we will disappear without a trace. The blue light in the mystic's eyes turned into stars and disappeared into the bottomless depths of his eyes. This is the so-called seal. It is the proof of betrayal. From now on, the mystic's 3 death commandments. Asda stared at the empty space, as if he was looking at the past. He said faintly, from now on, the mystic's 3 deaths became the 3 deaths and 1 prohibition. What? Thales was stunned again. 3 deaths and 1 prohibition? The prince asked in puzzlement. I seem to have heard it somewhere a long time ago. What is this? But Asda just shook his head. In his most usual manner, he casually said, You are not at the stage where you can understand it. Understanding it too early will only do you harm and not benefit you. Thales raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. But the prince, who knew Asda's temperament very well, sighed in the end and gave up on the idea of getting to the bottom of it. So what is the principle behind the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales suppressed his scattered thoughts and pulled his curiosity back to the current topic. Since it is a seal, does it mean that the sealed mystic is not dead yet? Just like how you were in Eternal Star City 6 years ago. Is it just temporary? Ever since they started talking about this topic, Asda's tone became very low. This time was no exception. The secret of the legendary anti-mystic equipment has always been in the hands of the 2 empresses. We still do not know about it. This is a shackle that has been on our shoulders for nearly 700 years. It is still unsolved. Thales looked at the mystic, who did not seem to be in high spirits. He did not know how to respond. Wait, I thought a question. But the prince's gaze immediately shifted. If the legendary anti-mystic equipment is the greatest nemesis of mystics, Thales looked at his guide with a puzzled gaze. What about the 2 empresses? Won't the weapons they made themselves be a threat to themselves? Thales took a deep breath and recalled all the legendary anti-mystic equipment he had seen. The Mass Protector's short sword, the Corleone sisters' black coffin, the Fortress Flower shield, the Kingdom's Wrath's silver-black great bow, the Star Killer's white-hilted saber, the Walton family's Soul Slayer pike, the Fire Knight's golden saber. They probably have their own abilities and my blood brothers. Thales forcefully suppressed the voice in his memory and said thoughtfully, Will someone use the legendary anti-mystic equipment they made against the 2 empresses themselves? At that moment, Asda's eyes lit up. Good question. The mystic chuckled. You are getting closer to the truth of the world, Your Highness. Thales widened his eyes to show that he did not understand. However, Asda only smiled, which was a rare sight. His figure gradually faded away. Take care, Thales. The air mystic gently pressed his left chest and bowed elegantly. Class dismissed. See you in Eternal Star City. A few seconds later, the chess room was filled with silence again. Only the dumbfounded Thales was left. He blinked and tried hard to digest the day's knowledge. Legendary anti-mystic equipment, 2 empresses, traitor, and Asda, who was on a long journey. Thales heaved a heavy sigh and slammed his head on the chessboard, as if he had given up on himself. However, the prince's thoughts were soon interrupted. Prince Thales. The former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Nicholas' assistant, Lord Justin's voice came from behind him. Are you done? What's wrong? Thales exhaled with great difficulty. He raised his head with difficulty, extended his hand, and put the queen back into the box. I remember that it's not time yet. Lord Justin came before the prince and nodded politely but coldly. But the official diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers has already arrived in front of Dragoncloud City. The Lord's words lifted the prince's spirits. The Archduchess and the Prime Minister, the Regent, have invited you to Heroic Spirit Palace to welcome the guests from the city of faraway prayers and attend the welcoming banquet. Me? Thales slowly furrowed his eyebrows. Why? It doesn't seem appropriate for a prince from an enemy country to be present at this kind of event. Because this is a request from a guest, Justin said flatly. It is a strong request from Archduke Rocknee's eldest son, the heir to the Coat of Knights, and the next Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney. Thales paused for a few seconds. Ian Rockney? I don't understand, the prince said, rather puzzled. I don't know him. Justin did not speak, because another person answered for him. I think so too. Portray, whom they had not seen for a long time, walked in from the door of the private room. He bit on his pipe and greeted Waya and Ralph. Then, he turned around and said to his prince with a smile, However, regarding the matter of inviting you, I heard that young Sir Rockney said this. Thales looked at his former vice diplomat and felt his heart tighten. He said, Portray exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head emotionally. Of course, there must be a witness for a marriage proposal. Chapter 310. When Thales returned on horseback, Heroic Spirit Palace was already prepared. The road north from the first gatehouse to the palace gate was swept and looked brand new. The personal guards and soldiers' armor were especially neat and tidy, and they stood in formation. This was probably the limit for the Northlanders who were used to being rough and violent. Perhaps the next time you come back, you won't bring bad news with you. With a heavy heart, the second prince carefully held Jenny's reins and spoke to Portray, whom he had not seen for a long time, with a straight face. I see. Portray's eyebrows twitched. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a strange expression. The young Rockney proposed to the Archduchess to strengthen the stability of Dragon Cloud City. This is actually bad news for you, Your Highness, huh? The prince was stunned for a second because of this sentence. Then he understood something. He sucked in a breath. Thales slowly turned to Portray and put on his most unpleasant expression. He enunciated each word clearly. You just had to mention, but he was interrupted. Ah, sorry. The thin man smiled profoundly and shrugged helplessly on the horse. Before you flare up, I swear I didn't mean anything else. Portray revealed a harmless smile. You know what that means. Thales widened his eyes. His lips moved a few times in the air, but in the end, no sound came out. The prince could only snort in dissatisfaction and turn his head around. Who could understand the gloominess of having his resentment forced back into his chest by a single sentence? The second prince resisted the urge to fire the former vice diplomat. He slanted his lips and said through gritted teeth, Based on the current situation, anything that breaks the status quo could be a threat to us. For example, the Archduchess' sudden marriage and the interests involved behind it. That's what I mean. Of course, Portray still had that infuriating expression. He did not care that Lord Justin's face had darkened behind him. He flicked his pipe and looked at ease. You're a prince, after all. Whatever you say must be true, regardless of whether it is true or not. My God, Thales covered his face and sighed in pain. He gave up on the idea of explaining anything to this stubborn old man. Unbelievable. The prince stared listlessly at the slowly approaching palace gate. These words actually came from the mouth of a subject who did not care about his prince for more than 10 days. Portray snorted, but did not reply. Nicholas was already waiting in front of the palace gate with the Archduchess guards. But this time, when the Star Killer saw Thales, he did not put on a deadpan expression. Instead, he stared at him deeply, then gestured towards the direction of the stables with his chin, signaling him to continue. This was not common. The puzzled Thales got off the saddle in front of the stable. Good luck, Portray said calmly. After the welcoming ceremony, I will wait for you in your room. That's really comforting. The prince, who was already annoyed, waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Thales handed the reins to the coachman. Then, accompanied by Waya and Ralph, he walked towards Nicholas, who was standing at the entrance of the palace. The Archduchess and the Count are in the Hall of Heroes. Go and meet them. Nicholas waved his hand without changing his expression. I still have to welcome the vanguard of the diplomat group here. They are especially formal this time. Because the matter is especially serious? Thales snorted. What happened to the matter last time? You know, regarding the Archduchess. Be good and shut your mouth. Nicholas interrupted him stiffly. The vanguard of the city of faraway prayers is here. Thales turned his head. As expected, A group of cavaliers with different banners slowly rode out of the first gatehouse. Under the gazes of countless dragon cloud city guards on both sides, they walked towards the palace gate. Their banners were embroidered with a thick book that was flipped open. The pages were engraved with several letters of the empire, but their meaning was unknown. The knight's cannon, the emblem of the Rockney family, the legitimate and noble rulers of the city of faraway prayers. It was said that they were a prestigious family of knights that had been stationed in the north since the era of the ancient empire. They had nurtured countless great knights who left their mark in history. Even when the emperor demolished the Temple of Knights and the tradition of knights gradually declined, they still maintained a great reputation in the north. Until the Battle of Eradication, Thales recalled the knowledge given to him by his teachers in Northland over the years. Among the cavaliers, the leading knight looked rather special. His face was dark, his eyes were rather flat, and his temples were shaved, leaving only the short, reddish-brown hair on the top of his head. He had a sturdy body, but he wore light leather armor, which was not commonly seen in Northland. All sorts of small tools that Thales could not understand were tied to the belt around his shoulders. Other than a short knife at his waist, he only had a crossbow on his back and a quiver of arrows hanging on the saddle. What caught people's attention the most was that even though he was riding on a horse, his demeanor and temperament made him look as if he was taking a stroll in a park. The vanguard of the city of faraway prayers diplomat group actually has this kind of attitude. That means, just as Thales furrowed his eyebrows, Nicholas, who was beside him, reacted faster than him. The Star Killer revealed a surprised expression, which was rarely seen on his face. He stared fixedly at the brunette knight, who was the leader. Oh, what a surprise! The Star Killer's expression slowly became serious. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at Nicholas, then at the knight in leather armor who was walking forward leisurely. You know each other? Nicholas ignored him. Instead, he made a few gestures to his subordinates and went forward alone. It was only then that the prince noticed that a few of the Archduchess guards, who were experienced, also had the same expression on their faces. Thales looked strangely at the brown-haired knight, who did not look like an ordinary Northlander. Nicholas walked slowly to the front of the cavaliers from the city of faraway prayers. He watched them get off their horses in unison with a cold expression. The brown-haired knight was of medium build. He was even slightly shorter than the slightly skinny Nicholas. He held the belt by his waist and stared straight at the Star Killer in front of him without flinching. He flashed a malicious smile. Thales sighed. The sin of Hell's river gathered beside his ear and listened to their conversation. Nicholas and the knight stared at each other for a long time. Then he took a deep breath, pursed his lips, nodded slightly, and snorted coldly. How could it be you? His tone was cold and blunt. Thales' heart clenched. It looks like they don't have a good relationship. In the upcoming storm, the relationship between the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City will probably depend on the outcome of this diplomatic mission. And now, as he listened to Nicholas' unfriendly greeting, the brown-haired knight grinned and revealed an inexplicable roguish air. It was only then that Thales noticed that the knight's lips were extraordinarily wide. A special person, the prince said quietly and rejected Wya's suggestion for him to leave first. The brown-haired knight tilted his head, opened his mouth, and let out a voice that sounded like a gong. He said to Nicholas, "Have you heard a joke?" Nicholas furrowed his brows. There was a man who ran around doing business all year round. He was very worried that his wife in his hometown would be unfaithful to him. The brown-haired knight shook his head and chuckled. So he snuck home one night. Fortunately, aside from his wife who was sleeping soundly, the man did not find any traces of his adulterer. So he was gratified and became in the mood to have fun with his wife. Nicholas' brows furrowed even tighter. The brown-haired knight snorted and raised his finger to point at the unhappy Nicholas. After that, his wife lit up the lamp and saw her husband's face clearly. She could not help but exclaim in surprise. The knight widened his eyes, and with an exaggerated expression, he repeated Nicholas' words. How could it be you? The entire place fell silent. In the next second, The brown-haired knight burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Ha ha. It was as if the joke was really funny. But Nicholas' expression did not change. The companions behind the knight had strange expressions on their faces. They averted their gazes, and someone coughed softly, as if deeply ashamed of their leader's joke. Thales could not help but frown as he listened to all of this from afar. What's going on? Only the brown-haired knight continued to look at Nicholas with a strange smile. He shrugged. Finally, after what felt like a few centuries, Nicholas relaxed his cold expression and let out a long sigh. It's the same as before. Nicholas lowered his head and snorted coldly. It's not funny at all. The brown-haired knight stopped smiling. His expression changed. Oh my God. The knight looked at the star killer with a disappointed expression. Your sense of humor is still as shitty as ever. Thales listened to their conversation curiously and began to doubt their relationship. That brown-haired knight, just who is? Nicholas stared at him quietly. How many years has it been? The star killer asked softly. The brown-haired knight's smile slowly disappeared. 18 years. He stroked his brown hair and snorted softly. Since I returned to the city of faraway prayers, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. The star killer nodded slowly. But the brown-haired knight's expression suddenly became lively again. I guess you still don't have a wife, right? And with your status, it's impossible for you to have an extravagant affair. The noble ladies probably don't like you either. The brown-haired knight looked at Nicholas in disdain and revealed a rather profound, naughty smile. Don't tell me that you still use your hands to settle these 18 years. This time, his companions behind him coughed unnaturally. Nicholas remained motionless as he stared at the brown-haired knight who uttered those indecent words. Then, the corners of his lips curled up, and he suppressed his laughter. Nicholas' laughter and the brown-haired knight's laughter gradually overlapped, as though they had laughed at each other countless times. Thales stared at the star killer's smile in puzzlement. Based on what he knew, aside from sneering and sneering, Nicholas, who could be said to have a dead face, rarely smiled. In the next second, Nicholas and the brown-haired knight swung their right hands almost at the same time. They struck each other. What? At the moment Thales narrowed his eyes, the two palms violently clasped together in the air, as though they had cooperated with each other thousands of times. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Nicholas held the other person's palm tightly, and a rare smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It's good to see you, Big Mouth. Ha ha. The brown-haired knight threw his head back and laughed, making his mouth even wider. Same to you, Spiky. Thales watched their actions in surprise. It seems like my previous guess was wrong. Their relationship is very good. After all, not everyone can mock and tease the famous star killer without any qualms. That brown-haired knight. Who is he? This guy was sent as a member of the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers. This means that Archduke Rockney is... Nicholas and the brown-haired knight let go of each other and walked towards the palace gate side by side. The people from the city of faraway prayers seemed to heave a sigh of relief and follow behind them. The brown-haired knight raised his head and observed everything in Heroic Spirit Palace. There was a lot of emotion on his face, as though he was revisiting an old place. So, I heard that you single-handedly killed the boss 6 years ago. The Star Killer's expression instantly turned cold. You can say that, with some help from burning you, Nicholas said softly. Me? The brown-haired knight seemed to be deep in thought. As expected, you used the secret I told you? Yes. The Star Killer's face seemed to turn paler. And I'm not proud of it. Besides, he was already heavily injured at that time. There was silence. Their footsteps did not stop, but their conversation came to a slight halt in the subtle atmosphere. I understand that feeling, the knight said faintly a few seconds later. When the boss recruited us into the guards, you probably didn't expect this day to come. Nicholas did not speak. The brown-haired knight raised his head and looked at the cliff of the sky above Heroic Spirit Palace. His gaze focused on Raikaru's statue, and he said with a sigh, "It's hard to imagine that in the blink of an eye, we're almost 50. Guards, The boss. Thales moved slightly. He already had a guess about the knight's identity. Everyone will grow old, Nicholas said softly, seemingly with a profound meaning, be it the king or the commoners. Speaking of this, for the past year, my chest will hurt whenever it rains. The brown-haired knight seemed to be a chatterbox. Even though Nicholas was a man of few words, he still chattered endlessly. Do you have a similar problem? Nicholas shook his head. I guess it's because you stayed in the snow pit for too long when you were young. However, for some unknown reason, Thales did not feel that there was anything out of place when he saw Nicholas, who was usually quiet and had his arms crossed, walking together with a knight, who talked non-stop and moved in an exaggerated manner. They chatted casually about their daily lives. It was as if they had always been like this. A long time ago, a military doctor named Ramon told me before. The brown-haired knight rudely dug his ears as he said, after we pass the age of 40, our physical strength will obviously decline. Our bodies will start to gradually age, and some of our illnesses will also show up. My God, I even laughed at him at that time. Nicholas sneered. But at the same time, our experience and skills will gradually increase and accumulate. Our emotions will gradually become stable, and we will get rid of impulsiveness and madness to make up for the deterioration of our bodies. So, compared to those young people in their 20s and 30s, we, who are 40 years old, have a balance in our experience and physical strength. This is the most powerful and terrifying stage of a veteran. The Star Killer shook his head. Don't belittle yourself just because you listen to some liars. No. That military doctor said that once we pass 50, the brown-haired knight disagreed. No matter how much we increase our skills and experience, we will never be able to make up for the defects in our physical strength and physique. Every time we get injured, it's a heavy blow that's difficult to recover from. The problems left behind when we were young will follow us like a curse. From the moment we wake up to the moment we lie down and close our eyes, it will never end. Nicholas snorted softly. They were getting closer to the palace gate. The knight's gaze swept across the Archduchess guards on both sides of the palace gate. Even though most of them are newbies, I see Gala and Lum. What about Byrne? Isn't he the one with the best official luck among us, aside from you and Isaiah? Lord Merk? Administrator Merk? He knows Merk, and he also knows the veterans who were once White Blade Guards, Thales thought quietly. The knight's identity is already obvious. Byrne left, Nicholas said faintly. 6 years ago, he was injured too badly and could no longer work. The brown-haired knight moved his eyes slightly. His expression was amused. Is that so? Is it that serious? 6 years ago, Dragoncloud City didn't just lose a king, the Star Killer said casually. Sometimes, mental wounds are harder to heal than physical ones. The brown-haired knight stopped in front of the palace gate. I have a feeling, Spiky. He looked at Nicholas with great interest. You're not quite the same as before. You don't seem so annoying anymore. And you're still as annoying as before? Nicholas retorted mercilessly. The knight laughed out loud. Only then can we live up to our reputation as the double disgraces of the White Blade Guards. Thales listened to their conversation with a frown. It's hard to imagine that someone can actually chat with Nicholas. While Thales was distracted, the brown-haired knight and Nicholas had already walked up to him without him noticing. So, this is our dear Prince of Constellation? The brown-haired knight looked at the prince with great interest. Thales exhaled. Hello, I am Thales Jadestar. The brown-haired knight lowered his head and sized up the prince carefully. However, the moment the brown-haired knight's light-colored eyes stared at Thales, the prince suddenly shuddered. A sense of danger spread from Thales' spine to his shoulders. The sin of Hell's river began to surge nonstop. Thales stared back at the brown-haired knight with a solemn expression. He raised his guard to the highest. This is a feeling I don't even have when I'm fighting against Nicholas. What's going on? It's like I'm being targeted by a terrifying hunter. Could it be that this guy who talks about strange things is even more... A long time ago, I told Spiky that the Empire's royal family is the god's favorite, so their blood is golden. The brown-haired knight looked at the nervous prince and laughed out loud. He patted Nicholas beside him. He didn't believe me and said that he would help me verify it when he has the chance. Thales furrowed his brows. He remembered his unpleasant first meeting with the Star Killer. Nicholas coughed. Prince Thales is the Archduchess' esteemed guest. He is staying here temporarily on the king's invitation. The Star Killer interrupted the knight without hesitation. Maintain the necessary respect, Monty. The brown-haired knight, named Monty, shook his head in dissatisfaction. All right, Archduchess. My God. He averted his gaze from Thales, but the man was obviously not done yet. So, hey boy. Monty bent down towards the prince and put on a passionate, naughty smile. He arched his eyebrows 3 times. That Archduchess, hee. Have you slept with her yet? At that moment, Thales froze on the spot. What? Monty! Nicholas shouted angrily. Watch your mouth. The Star Killer pressed his palm on Monty's shoulder. His expression gradually turned cold, and he no longer looked as indifferent as when he met his old friend again. Especially when you represent the city of faraway prayers. The brown-haired knight exhaled. All right, I take back what I said. Monty shrugged and freed himself from the Star Killer's hand. His expression was amused. You haven't changed. Nicholas snorted softly again. As the vanguard, I believe you still have work to do. My subordinates will bring you to meet the Archduchess. Of course. Monty smiled and shook his head. I'll leave Sir Ian's hospitality to you. Once he finished speaking, Monty turned his head and cast Thales a profound glance. He then strode forward and walked towards Heroic Spirit Palace with his companions. Thales was left behind, staring at his back speechlessly. That's... The prince scratched his head. He could not imagine that such a strange person had come to the city of faraway prayers. Nate Monty, Nicholas answered briefly. He used to be a white blade guard, and is now a lord under the city of faraway prayers. As expected, a former white blade guard, Grand Duke Rockney, sent him here to make use of his friendship with you? Nicholas shook his head. If that's the case, I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. Nate Monty. Thales mulled over the name and narrowed his eyes. Is he very powerful? You mean, other than that stinky mouth of his? Nicholas snorted softly. You can say that. Some bored people combined me, him, and the other 3, and called us something. The 5 were generals, right? Thales reacted quickly. And the Fire Knight of Black Sand region. So, Monty has also reached supreme class, Thales said curiously. Between you and him, who is stronger? Nicholas cast him a glance. His gaze was filled with disdain. Supreme class, this title has always been deified in many people's hearts. Nicholas snorted softly. But only when you're on the battlefield will you know that in a battle where there are surging tides of people, the effect of a supreme class will be greatly reduced. So, supreme class is more suitable for another type of job where there are fewer people. The Star Killer turned his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. Assassins. Thales remembered the assassin who fell from the sky while waiting for an opportunity to make his move 6 years ago. I feel the same way, he answered gloomily. What does this have to do with Monty? Nicholas stared at Thales. There was a profound meaning in his words. Even though Monty is a warrior, the job he is in charge of is the closest to that of an assassin in the army. Thales moved a little. You mean, back then he was recruited into the White Blade Guards as an elite sniper crossbowman. Later, Castellan thought highly of his talent and trained him to be a scout. Nicholas nodded. Soon, Monty became the most terrifying scout in all of Ekstedt. Our job is to face our enemies head-on and fight bloody battles. Monty, on the other hand, is better at hiding his tracks and launching sudden attacks. 20 years ago in White Mountain, on the eve of the Battle of the Deep Valley, he snuck into the ancestral altar of the Elven Court alone to spy on the enemy. He left behind countless corpses along the way. It was only when the crow caw he learned was seen through that he escaped from the encirclement and left. From then on, Monty received the nickname Raven of Death. The Star Killer ended his speech. Thales was deep in thought. Raven of Death. That's really not a nice nickname. You haven't told me yet. Both of you are 5 war generals, Thales continued to ask. Between you and him, who is stronger? Him? Mani? Nicholas looked as if he had heard the funniest joke. He stared in the direction Mani left and sneered. Within 10 steps, I can snap his neck in 5 seconds. Thales felt a chill in his heart. That's not right. Then, Thales understood the hidden meaning in his words. With the principle of not letting the dead face be happy, he asked in a considerate manner, "What about beyond 10 steps?" As expected, in the next second, Nicholas put on the most unpleasant expression he had ever shown Thales, who was like a curious baby. The Star Killer crossed his arms and turned his head to the side. He snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph. Thales widened his eyes and scratched his head. As he watched Nicholas turn around and leave, he had a rough idea of the answer. So, he sighed in resignation and walked towards the Hall of Heroes. At that time, Thales thought that Ned Monty was probably the strangest and most unique person he had seen that day. Then, an hour later, he and Saroma met their real guest in the Hall of Heroes, the heir of the Knights Cannon family, and the official envoy from the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.